Perfect, no worries. big welcome to Red Star Raceway. We're here for the fourth round of the Extreme Festival's Regional Championship, proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. And first up, as you can see, the DOE Formula Vee Partnered by CIM Lubricants. They're out there for a 10-lapper. We've got BMW M Performance Racing Series. We've got Dunlop V8 Supercars here this weekend. Ferro, Energia, 111 GD Sports and Saloons and SuperHatch. And the ATE Volkswagen Challenge. We managed to catch up with a couple of Formula V drivers yesterday to find out what their plans are for today's racing here in Delmas.
Besides, it's been bitterly cold this morning. It's been going well. I did spend some time in the kitty litter this morning. Otherwise, we got it together. Yeah, in the old days it was good. I think I'm a bit old for that now.
Let's just talk to your light here.
Okay.
How's it been going so far?
Absolutely terribly, to be honest. In the first session we had no brakes. In the second session we had no brakes, and we had a oil issue. But I think we sorted it now, so we're excited to go out for this session.
Well, welcome to South Africa. Driving in these single-seater cars. What brings you here?
Well, just I've always missed single-seaters. I've been out of them for maybe 6-8 months now, and I'm no longer doing single-seaters in the UK, and I wanted to find a championship that seemed accessible and fun. And yeah, I found these folks, and it's been an absolute blast so far.
And here for Mark's car, tell us about it. Is it good?
Yeah, it's a lovely car. Yeah, everything's just outstandingly good. So much so that I need to build up the confidence. But yeah, just an incredible car, and I can't believe I'm driving it.
Hi guys, Extreme Festival. Next up, DOE Formula Vee.
Back live here at Red Star Raceway. As you can see, they're making their way up the short straight into what is kind of turn number 5 and 6. As they come through to complete their warm-up lap, they'll come to do a standing start for the DOE Formula V's, powered by and of course partnered with CIM Lubricants. It's fantastic to see a nice field, a couple of familiar faces there chatting to Dave and getting their views on what things need to be done today to get themselves back into contention to maybe take that man's number 1 plate away. It's going to be a tough man to beat here today, is Lionel Janssen. But of course he's got some serious contenders right on his tail, and in fact it doesn't look like he actually got onto that pole position, so we'll keep an eye as they come to the line and see how they line up for the first time. But interesting to see that there's a couple of new faces as well. The mighty hand of Thor out there as well. Fantastic to see that. So let's see what he can do in terms of putting the hammer down. And that was pun intended, of course, to see what Thor Tulo can do here as he joins the DOE Formula V field for the first time. It's a little chilly out here. We're sitting at about 7 or 8 degrees Celsius in Mpumalanga, which of course is just east of the Gauteng area of South Africa. So we're just into the eastern province of South Africa. And temperatures are expected to rise to about 20 odd degrees Celsius by midday, which is a little concerning for the Dunlop tyres that they'll be running, because they'd like a little bit more heat in the tarmac. However, the qualifyings this morning seem to have all gone okay, and nobody seemed to have any tyre issues, because every single class that races here today, of course, uses the Dunlop rubber. So we'll see whether or not they've got their tyre pressures and temperatures up to scratch by the time they get into the full face of racing here today. Remember, with the DOE Formula V's, they are celebrating an anniversary this year, of course, and massive thanks to the entire field that have come out here. But more importantly, the two classes as well. We've got a championship class and we've got the association class. A couple of little rookies thrown into the mix as well, which we'll see. We just chatted to one of them. Let's see what's going to happen now as they come to line up, because if we're going to be in for an epic battle as per usual here at Red Star Raceway. And of course running in an anti-clockwise direction this time out as we're into the second half of the year. Earlier on, of course, we would have run the other way around. So we go down to turn 1, which is a left-hander, and it's a little flick into a left-right-left, little chicane, and then onto a back straightaway that's almost a kilometre long. We are under starters orders now as the 1 minute board is about to go out. There it is. And that will come up into 30 seconds. It's probably the fastest 30 seconds you experience in your life, because it changes to 5 so quickly. When the lights go off, we are racing. So they're about to go on. Stand by for the hammer to drop. Here we go, down towards turn 1, and it's some good starts from the mid-pack there. Nice start from Brandon Hills. Vaughan Hills trying to come through as well in the 11 car, trying to squeeze things out there and get ahead of Lionel Janssen as they go through there. Looks like Kat van der Berg has got the whole shot though as he goes into turn 1 and squeezes through. The rest of them all just gingerly for now. No one touching wheels. You don't want to touch wheels in single seaters, particularly this early in the race. It'll cost you dearly as they get onto that long straightaway. Down that back straightaway now. A little bit of a margin open up there with the leader. He got a phenomenal start. Got off the line like a rocket ship. So we'll keep an eye on the progress there of our leading car. I can tell you something, they're in for a huge fight here amongst the usual competitors. As I said, Gert van der Berg on the front row, but Lionel Janssen, he got mugged slightly there by the 11 car of Vaughan Hills. Peter Hills is there as well. He's trying to come through and squeeze out the number 1 car. So you've literally got the 14 car out front, 11 and 1 battling hard, and then the number 2 car of Peter Hills tucked in behind that. So as we go through there, the double 3 coming through as well. We just chatted to Brandon and Peter just before the racing started, and we know that their plans are to get to the front as quickly as possible and hopefully be able to give Lionel Janssen a run for his money. He's now putting the pressure onto the back end of Vaughan. Vaughan with some new colours on that car. He would normally run the blue colours of Mangaza Racing, but he's decided to go and go on a similar level to what his brother's gone with, that bright yellow. Further back there, the 113 is Jaco Smit. Great to see him in full flight as well, fighting hard with Anton van der Merwe and James Carter. That was for the qualifying, and of course in qualifying, getting into the front row or the front positions of your respective categories in this class is important. Behind that you've got Sean van der Linde. He didn't get quite the start he wanted. That's the one there, running sort of Eddie Irvine-esque colours there, as I said, the Irish orange and green colours. And he's sitting currently down in the 6th spot, all on his own sim. He's got Dane and Miele just behind him. So we'll keep an eye on whether they can try and find a way through to get onto the back end of Sean van der Linde by the time they come to complete the first lap in anger. It's a long lap. It's 4-kilometre circuit here, so it's a long way around, and lots of action to come your way all through the day. Remember, we've got a full stack of regional extreme festival classes here this weekend. 2 heats of BMWs, 2 heats of the Vs, and this is of course the first one. And Lionel Janssen diving through into turn 1, using a little slipstream effect there to get out the head of the hills. So Vaughan under a bit of pressure from Peter as well. Peter running a little bit of yellow livery on the side of his all-blue Mangaza Racing machine. Looks like they're looking to sort of mix it up a little bit there, almost similar to what the Valentino Rossi team does in MotoGP, different circuits and running different livery. But there's Peter Hills under braking for turn number 3. The bottom of the hill, he basically, it's an off-camber left-hander now. It's normally an off-camber right-hander that you come the other way around on, because remember at this circuit they run half the year in clockwise direction, and the second half of the year they run in anti-clockwise direction, giving you a completely different circuit to play on. At this stage, Lionel Janssen, he was about half a second off Gert van der Berg, but now that he's got a bit of breathing room and got some clear air between himself and the leader, he might just set his attentions on catching him. It's exactly what Peter's done. Peter's going to go with him. Peter Hill's tucking in behind Lionel Janssen and ask him to pull along, and then it's the 3, 3 and 11 car. Vaughan first in the 11 car, and the 33 car is Brandon. Carl Watt also about to join the party by the looks of it. He's just in the background, or is he? No, he's not quite there yet. Carl Watt starting to have to make a little bit of manoeuvring from the back of the pack, because he's not quite at the front end where he started out earlier on for race number 1. Watts dropped down all the way back behind Dane and Miele Stewart, so he had a little bit of issues there. I thought I just saw him in the background, but it was actually me picking up on Brandon, who was up there into 5. So Carl Watt would be a bit further back on that one. He's actually behind Jaco Smit as well, who's dropped into the mixes there of the battle for 6th, 7th and 8th place. So there you can see one of the stewards. Then you've got Jaco. Behind that is Carl Watt, there he is. And then it looks like it's Miele who's the second of the Stewart boys. Marcel Bluchnout on his tail, Anton van der Merwe, and then the new man, Thor Tulo, up into 13th place. Lucky for some. Not a bad start to his career here in Formula V. Very competitive category, this class, as we've seen in the past. We've got Clinton Kane behind that, Reinout van der Linde, James Carter, Helder Gavea, David Austin and Barry Stewart bringing up the rear end of the field. Fastest lap so far of the race has gone to the leader. He's done a 2:13, and that was on his last pass, so he realizes that there's some maneuvering happening there from Lionel Janssen. So he's now started to turn the wick up slightly and got back into the mix here to try and find a way to stay in touch with at least keeping the leader at bay. On the next lap, of course, Lionel Janssen went even quicker than that. He got down to a 2:08.7. So Lionel Janssen starting to also up the pace and wants to get, and there you can see just in the foreground of the shot there, he's right onto the gearbox now of Gert van der Berg. the battle a bit further back there between Jaco Smit. He's got Carl Watt on his tail, trying to find a way through. Carl Watt wants to at least get back up into the higher echelon of the single digits. He's not quite in the top 5 where he normally would be. You can see Dane coming past, just behind Sean van der Linde, and then a little gap. This is the one we're talking about. There it is. So Jaco Smit 113, Carl Watt on his tail. And Carl with a bit of work to do. As you can see, there's some serious maneuvering happening there. And it's not quite gone according to plan there for Carl Watt from the word go. Further back on that, as you see that long straightaway, there goes Miele. And then behind that, Anton van der Merwe. And Anton van der Merwe with Thor Tulo on his tail, looking for a way through there on the 6 car. So nice to see that. Reinout van der Linde and James Carter just behind them. But that Start My Car and DOE car looks like it's going pretty well at this stage. Okay, his stablemate is leading the race, but for a first time out, and I think it's also his first time ever here to Red Star, this is not a bad effort here from the number 6 car. Further back from that, of course, is the 25 car of Reinout van der Linde, one of our rookies who's having a bit of a battle as well. He's got James Carter on his tail, Clinton Kane. Lost a little bit of ground to the two of them, but these two seem to be locked together. And they're going to continue the fight as they go up to the final corner now. Brings them back onto the main straightaway. You can see a lot of them running wide and using almost the pit lane entrance there to get as much out of the cars as they can. Back of the pack, so just hanging in for what would be the final positions on track. Last 3, of course, that's Helder Gouveia just ahead of David Austin and Barry Stewart. A little bit further up the field, here's a manoeuvre from that was from Anton van der Merwe having a look. Yes, it is, in the Golf Racing colours. He just squeezes through and sneaks ahead of that number. Who was that? Reinout van der Merwe. Yeah, so some changing happening up there as well. So you can see some battles of note as James Carter came under attack there. Carter now starting to return the favour and wanting to get back at Reinout van der Linde. It's a nice drive out of the dog bone and comes through. This is a tricky corner. Normally come down after a long straightaway into almost about a 45-degree left-hander hairpin. And a nice move there from the CIM car. Look at that, brilliant drive out of the hairpin. And looks like we might see a change up there again. Yes, indeed. Great bit of driving there and sneaking through. You can see Marcel Bluchnout now coming into play. So Bluchnout fighting hard there between those two. And it's a nice little battle between those 3 cars. A little bit further back from that, as you can see, now that he's got through, it seems like the 6 car is starting to move and is going to try and go with Anton van der Merwe. Once again, Kat van der Back just keeping it all together. They've got to lap 5 now. So lap 5 of 10, that's the halfway stage. Janssen still controlling things from the front now that he's got ahead of Gert van der Back. It's a bit of a change up for the lead there. He's only 0.8 of a second ahead, so it's a change for the lead, but I think what Gert van der Back will be doing is just sitting behind Lennel Janssen and just following through, realizing that they're on similar pace. They're going to have to just be a little bit aware of what's happening with Peter Hills, is watching this fight still unfurl here onto the back straightaway. That's 4th place. There goes the leaders. In fact, it looks like Lennel Janssen's pulled slightly away now from Van der Back and Peter Hills, and Peter Hills looks like he's got ahead of Gert van der Back as well, so it might be a change up for second as well that we'll be watching for. There we go, there is confirmation. Hills is through, Van der Back down to 3rd. So a little change up there between these two, and Peter Hills realizes that he's needing to get a move on because Lennel Janssen is putting in the laps. Fastest car on the last lap though was Peter Hills, so he knows he's got some pace behind him, and if he can just use that pace to try and bridge the gap that Lennel Janssen's opened up. It's quite a big gap that Lennel Janssen has opened. So it's 1, 2 and 14 that are the top 3 cars, with the 11 machine of Vaughan Hills and 33 of Brandon Hills just behind them. but they're a little bit off the pace. They're slightly off. Oh, there we go. Speaking of, that looks like that might be the 5 car. It was Marcel Bluchnout in the CIM Lubricants car, just unfortunately off the track. Looks like it might have been down at the hip and maybe just a little bit of outbraking himself and running wide onto the grass. It's very dry, as you can see here in Mpumalanga. Not a lot of winter rainfall area in this area of South Africa. So those dry conditions and the dry grass on the side of the circuit it can be quite treacherous actually. We got 4 to go as they cross the line this time. You don't want to try and go off circuit too often. First of all, the Dunlop tyres don't like it, and secondly, you'll try and pick up quite a bit of debris because it's quite dusty and that grass is pretty brittle, so it'll get into the radiators and stuff, which you don't necessarily want. Daniel Janssen remains quickest at the moment. 2:08.2 for him. Pressure now onto Hills from Van der Berg, and pressure as well coming here. Looks like Thor Toulouse putting the pressure onto Anton Van der Berg big time there. Marcel Bluchnout was the car off circuit, that's why he's dropped back into this little bundle of cars. So Bluchnout now in between the fight there between Anton van der Merwe and Thor Toulouse. And Toulouse having a look on the inside down into the bottom corner. We've got 5 to go according to the timing monitor, but the man on the grandstand ahead of me is telling me 4, so I'm not quite sure. We'll keep an eye on the there we go. Sorry about that, Paulie. There we go. So yeah, 5 at this stage, having a fantastic run so far. These two, look at these two, having a great battle. Thor Toulouse stepping into a V for I believe the first time. And first time definitely that I've seen him out in a Formula V, having a fantastic battle here with Anton van der Merwe. So the next time they cross the line, it'll be 4 laps to go. That's what I just saw the guy change up now. Here we go. Little dive on the inside, little look on the inside as they come onto the short straight, but not enough drive. I don't think he's going to be able to do anything about Van der Merwe there as he heads up towards what is it, turn 5 and 6 here. So there we go into the big 6. It's a triple right-hander. It's kind of got 3 apexes if you're on a superbike. It's probably about 2 on in a V. Looks like a bit of pressure being coming from James Carter as well. Carter putting the pressure onto the back end of the CIM Lubrifuels machine. And CIM car under a bit of pressure. And it's not what Marcel Bluchnout kind of expected. He was a little higher up the road from this battle initially, until he made that little mistake. Didn't quite see what happened, so I'm not quite sure if it was a mistake or if he was maybe helped out slightly by somebody, but I would assume at that point in time he might have just outbraked himself. 4 to go as these cars come through. That's Kyle Watt. He's now moved himself up into 8th place. There is your leader, heading into the dog bone by the looks of it. This man is a tough man to beat when he's in this kind of form. Certainly looks like he's up for the challenge of maintaining the lead of the championship and looking to retain the number 1 plate. That is his ultimate goal for 2025. He took the championship last year. So it was nice to take a championship, but to retain one and to go back to back is even better. Exactly what Lennon is trying to do. He's gone down to the 2:08.125 now, so he continues to set the hot laps every single lap, and by the looks of things, there's no answer from Hills or from Van der Berg. They're fighting too hard. So with the two of them fighting for second, they're actually slowing each other down. They've gone down to the 2:08.5s and 2:08.6s now, as opposed to 2:08.1s coming from the leader. So the little fight for second is possibly slowing them down, having to go defensive to keep out Van der Berg's attack is what's slowing Peter down. He should maybe just be concentrating on trying to close that gap down on Dylan Janssen, because he is losing and running out of times, out of laps big time. So they come back onto the main straight away now. They'll have 3 to go. second place is certainly heating up here. As Van der Berg wants it back again. Hills just placing his car in the middle of the circuit, not giving Kat any opportunity to get past. Now maybe with the slipstream it could come into play. Kat wants to time this right though, because he knows how wily Peter Hills is when it comes to slipstream effect. He's done it on numerous occasions. One that, of course, was significantly in my memory is the slipstream pass he made at Bakisa Freeway about 3 or 4 seasons ago to take the lead and, of course, to win the championship. So he certainly knows how to use the slipstream effect to very good use. And if that's the case and he's behind Gert van der Berg with a couple of laps to go, he may make him pay for it. It looks like Brandon Hills may be under a little bit more pressure as well coming out of Dane Stewart. He's now right on the tailpiece there and has closed that gap down pretty rapidly actually. So a bit of a fight on there between these two. The 18 car. Dane Stewart closes right up onto the back end. They're breaking a little bit of a squirt on the power delivery there coming out of that V. Let's see what it's like up the main straight here. You can see Brandon going defensive, goes across the line and then comes back onto the racing line so that he doesn't give any slipstream effect there away to Dane Stewart to capitalize on and maybe use to get over and make an overtaking maneuver. It's a good run here from these two. In effect, they might just be a little weary because Sean van der Linde is not too far behind them. They'll have to be just keeping an eye on those rearview mirrors a little bit, watching themselves, but also watching as van der Linde closes in slightly. So there's still an opportunity there for Sean van der Linde to spoil the day for these two. Another lap completed for our top three. So we've got 2 to go. And Lionel Janssen has now just set another fastest lap. 2:07.7. First car into the 2:07s this morning. It's a decent pace around Red Star Raceway. Lapping on sort of mid-pack superbike times around here as well in a Formula V is certainly pedaling a car around this circuit. Peter Hill's still in second and Van der Berg in third. We watched the battle here for 5th place. Brandon under attack from Dane Stewart. Oh, Brandon running wide. Little chink in the armour there. Is Dane going to capitalise? He's put the pressure on and the pressure seems to be paying off a little bit there as a little mistake comes out of Brandon Hills. He stays ahead only just. I just saw him in the flash in the background as we watch Peter Hills, his dad, go at it through the dog bone. He's fending off Gert van der Berg for second, but just in the background, yellow car still ahead of the white one. So Brandon Hills been able to keep Dane out for now. It's gone into the 4 spot. Lonesome 4 spot for him at the moment. Among other racing's Vaughan Hills. That's 2nd and 3rd. There's 4th, 5 and 6 in the background. And once again, some chopping and changing across the lines there on the short straight. They've got away now from Sean van der Linde. So what I saw from Sean van der Linde is maybe a little bit of a late race dash to catch these two. Kind of peaked it out slightly. Most people sort of watch this on the screens. Kind of think to themselves, it's a pretty flat surface and hardly any undulation on this track. But when you walk it, when you ride it, or when you drive it, you'll certainly feel that it isn't as flat as what it looks. Lots of undulation, of course, heading downhill now from turn 2 towards turn 3 at the bottom of the hill is our leader on the final lap. And then Janssen looking to wrap this one up pretty convincingly if he stays where he is right now. Didn't quite get the start he wanted off the line. He was looking to try and outgun the pole man. There's one of our back, I think that was Helder Gavay that just got passed now by 2nd and 3rd place Peter Hills and Van der Berg. Van der Berg putting pressure onto Hills now into this final lap to try and get maybe a little bit of a weak spot there onto Peter Hills and find a way through. He had the opportunity of using the slipstream down into turn 3, didn't work. So let's see if he gets it right now for the short straight coming out of the dog boat. Everybody now onto their final lap. This is the battle for second. Van den Berg looking for a way past. Peter Hills keeping him at bay for now. Into the hairpin, he goes defensive. Might compromise his drive here. You can see a slightly different line coming out of Van den Berg. Late apex from him to get the drive down onto the short straight, but is there enough to get the slipstream into Hills and maybe make a move in here as they come through? No, he's not close enough. He's going to have to follow him through and maybe have a run to the line. They go through turn 6. 7, 8 and 9 coming away. It's pretty similar corners. They are kind of flat and slightly cambered. Right, left, right and a left. And the final corner, the big left hand onto the straight. That's where Lennel Janssen's about to head to. He's onto the penultimate corner there. As he gets a short little squirt up to the last corner. And Lennel Janssen is going to win this convincingly. It's about over 6 seconds in the closing stages, but the checkered flag is about to come out here for Lennel Janssen, and race 1 winner here at Extreme Festival presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa and the DOE Formula Vees partnered by CIM Lubricants. Second place, Hills hangs on, only just. Nice finish there between the two of them, and there's the 2 Hills boys behind that as well. So it's Hills 2, 2nd, 4th and 5th on track as they complete the first heat of action here at Red Star Raceway. So with 10 laps completed, it was 4.7 seconds between Lennel Janssen and Peter Hills. Gert van der Berg eventually finishing 3rd, as you saw. Vaughan Hills was behind that, Brandon Hills, and then Dane Stewart. We watched this sort of fight still between Jaco Smit. Smit with, he had Anton van der Merwe behind him, but he's now got a bit of pressure coming from, is that, just trying to work out who that was. There's Carl Watt, he's now completed his race. Jaco coming from behind. And a nice little finisher from him. Thor Toulouse coming through there for 9th. And Jaco just keeps out Millet Stewart. So some nice little fights right the way through this pack of Formula V's. Kind of exactly what we expect to see here at our regional championships of the Extreme Festival. Up next, we're heading into the first heat of BMWs. BMW M Performance Racing Series is classes D, E and F. They'll be out pretty shortly for their first heat of 8 laps. And we'll also try and catch up with a couple of their drivers. But that's the first heat of racing in the bag there for DOE Formula V's. BMW M Performance Racing Series classes D, E and F about to make the way onto the circuit for the first time today. It's an 8-lapper, and we managed to catch up with a couple of their drivers just before today's action to see what the plans are.
No, it's been going well. Everything's holding up so far. It's been a cold start to the weekend, obviously, and the conditions this morning was pretty slippery. I know in our second session there was quite a bit of oil on track, but apart from that, everything's going well. Everything's keeping up, and we're enjoying it.
We've got 63 entries. From what I understand, it's like almost 50% of the field, the entire field for the day. So I'm quite proud of that achievement, and thanks to all the guys that have entered. Track conditions aren't the greatest with the cold. It was quite slippery this morning, but it's getting better. So we're looking forward to tomorrow, although we got qualifying D, E and F early in the morning, so it's going to be a bit tough with the cold. And then my car's back. If you look, this is fixed again. So thank you to Manny at Shield Panel Beaters for repairing it, and then Frank at Y2K for redoing my PPF. So we just hope now that today or tomorrow it's a good day, and I'd like to get as much points as possible. Obviously, I'm leading Class D, and I want to stay up there. So hopefully I'll get some good points. Thanks.
So it's a custom graphics artist that actually came out and did it for us. Something very different. I'm always up to different stuff, racing the diesel #1, and now making it even look more extravagant. So let's see how the weekend brings us. So we've had a few issues after Samola, which we've sorted out. So it's all good now.
Yeah, lekker. We came with 5 cars. I got introduced to the racing at the beginning of the year by Reinhard and Johan Miller. And it was so much fun that when I got off the track, I was like almost feeling guilty. It's the most fun I've ever had. And then I've got a nice M3 E46, which is way above my punching weight. So I didn't need a bigger car. So I decided instead of upgrading, let's get more people involved with racing and have more people enjoy it. So then we bought another 4 cars. And so today we're very privileged. It's me, my dad, and both my brothers, and a friend of mine going out on track at the same time, so that's very lekker. And this used to be our rally setup, the trailer. And thanks to Klute, our main mechanic, we were working last night he worked straight through the night to get the last car done. This whole last 2 weeks ago, we only had 1 car, so this all happened in the last 2 weeks.
So there you have it. We are at Red Star Raceway. It's round 4 of the Regional Extreme Festivals presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa, and DOE Formula Vee have just finished. Fantastic win there from Lionel Janssen, but we're now into the first heat of 4 heats of the day, and it's the first of 2 for the classes D, E and F for BMW M Performance Racing Series. I'm also just looking down that grid. I didn't see a safety car going out there, but I think you might know something a little bit more about that. I'm not quite sure. As you can see, a couple of the usual contenders are kind of in the mix as per usual, but I think we've got a few changes that might be happening at Red Star Raceway.
Look, talking about the safety car, Greg, I think, of course, who doesn't know, the safety car's got to warm up its tyres in these temperatures. So I think it's sitting there shivering in the pit lane. They'll be out with us quite soon. I see what's moving down the centre lane over there.
Jimny in the house. There we go. Cue the Jimny. It's the original Jimny, not the 5-door. And it's part of that Team Suzuki hill climb team that went to Samola only a couple of months ago, and it was I think that was powered and driven by Sean Norse, if I'm not mistaken. So nice to see that, something completely different as a safety car. I think he might be a little bit concerned about the amount of power behind him though from the M cars.
A lot different, a slightly different posture, I would say, compared to our normal BMW M2 safety car that usually graces us at the front of the grid to start us off. But great to see the Team Suzuki vehicle here, let's see this starting to line up. We can see a couple positions move over here. Unfortunately, position 2, Mario Hutting, he's struggling with some challenges in the pit. I'm not certain whether he was going to be able to get out and claim that second position there on the grid. We've got Andre taking pole, and that'll take Bernard de Gouveia up to an effective second if Mario is not able to make it out in time for the start.
I'm sure what he'll try and do is he'll probably try and stay with that front car as they go through the chicane. The chicane is a difficult one to negotiate, particularly when you've got a relatively big field of cars here, and it looks like it's a nice entry once again from A, B, C, D, E and F.
Very, very good. I think we made up something like 40 to 50% of the entries for this particular weekend, so we like to joke at we talk about the Extreme Festival, but sometimes we like to talk about the BMW Festival at some of these race series. So yeah, great field here from BMW, and DEF is always a massively populated field because it's just got everything available from turbocharged cars, naturally aspirated cars, E30s. We've got some F82 M4s running around. Never mind some very cool Frankenstein projects. If you look down the field, take a look at I'm not even sure if I can call it an E12 because it's made up out of probably 3, 4 or 5 cars, but the car that Cobus Boma has built in that E12 540i, what a special piece.
I do like that. I kind of had a squiz of it as we're walking through pit lane, coming to our commentary booth here, just on the right-hand side of the shot that you can see right now. We're under the bridge in the Two Wheels TV van, and the cool thing with that is, as you mentioned, is the guys get an opportunity. They take a shell and they go, "That's a BMW. Now what can we do to put something special in it?" And it's not necessarily the original motor or the original parts that car came out with, but as long as they are M Performance or BMW parts, you can literally you've got free reign.
Right, the ceiling is the sky is the limit, and so with that particular car, that's a 645i V8 motor in that E12 shell. The chassis has got some more pieces in it that are from another car. So what a wonderful creation there, and in that classic livery. It's just awesome. Yeah. I'm sure the fans are really going to enjoy the V8 note come down that main straight. We don't have a lot of V8s in the series. A lot of straight sixes, as is BMW's heritage. So yeah, great to see that car. And I think this is his second outing. First outing at Swartkops, a couple of challenges, prop shaft issues, etc. But we always see new things being entered. Take a look at a little down the road, just behind Craig's blue E92. We've got Troy Cochran, who suffered some damage at Kailami and now brought his newly built car with new livery. It looks fantastic.
I do like the fact that we've got a couple of new drivers as well. We've got a couple of old drivers that are here. It's new faces always in this category, and what you guys do in terms of the marketing and promotion behind the scenes, the little show that you run in between each of the races that we have on the Extreme Festival. Yes, you did mention M Festival, but that's your own one, okay? This is Extreme Fest, but it is maybe powered a little bit by Coca-Cola and some BMW parts as well.
A lot
Looks
of
like there might be an issue on the back. There was just a reshuffle of the grid. I think it's just a reshuffle.
I think it's a reshuffle, so it was a little bit difficult. I think a lot of the guys were caught perhaps napping, trying to get the short duration between qualifying and this first race was fairly short. So I think a lot of reshuffling with some Class D cars, featuring from the back, and Class F cars in front, and then we've got that whole reshuffle that goes on. But hopefully everybody finds their position and we can get this race underway.
Well, there you go. The most powerful car and most agile car here at Red Star Raceway, because it can go anywhere. That's the one cool thing about that chimney, is that it'll go anywhere around this track. And he'll lead them off, but they're going to give him a big gap, I think, because I don't think that little 1500cc is going to have any luck trying to keep these monsters behind him. But they has to for now, because it is a rolling start, as always. The Corvette car makes its way down towards turn 1. And on his tail is Bernard de Gouveia. So we'll keep an eye on the fact that we've got Andre van Vuren out front there, Bernard de Gouveia and Craig Herbst alongside each other. Olaratso Sekuru also with a huge improvement out of Olaratso too, coming up onto that third row.
Great progress there. And then I think moving towards the middle of the pack, seeing the Pablo Clark stable of cars there in our BMW development series. Really incredible. We've got 4 cars in the grid right now with development drivers, and it's fantastic to see what's happening in that particular series right now. It's really great to see those drivers. We saw fantastic performances, I think specifically from Kent and from Karabo. Karabo getting the top position from qualifying. Watching them out in free practice was
also, it's a big step up, because remember last weekend he was involved in MSA4, so the single-seater into a rear-wheel drive beast like these things are is a bit of a mindset change. You're coming to a circuit as well for the first time, which we haven't gone anti-clockwise in a long way, so it's setting yourself up for the change up there. Track Taxi, who's piloting that this weekend?
That's going to be Des, and then we've got Manny, who usually pilots the Track Taxi version 1. He's in Track Taxi 2.0. Okay. So yeah, Manny in Track Taxi 2.0, and Desmond in in Track Taxi, the OG.
Des Bloom is a seasoned campaigner when it comes to BMWs. He had a monster Hulk BMW at one stage during his racing career when he was still involved with the Extreme Supercars. At that stage, they were still the G&H Extreme Supercars, but of course now driven by Dunlop, and of course you can't ask for a better livery on the side of that track taxi when we've got Dunlop involved in the whole series now. Literally, every class involved in the Extreme Festival at both national and regional championships, other than the Kawasaki ZX-R Masters Cup, are shod by Dunlop, which is it's a massive effort from AT and from the Sumitomo company that bring in Dunlop rubber.
Absolutely. So I think a lot of good feedback and reviews on the Dunlop performance thus far, and we can see the growth in this series. So there's certainly no trouble. And I mean, setting the lap time. Look at the lap time set by Class ABC's pole sitter today, Bob, and that was really incredible. So the pace is being extracted from that rubber compound very, very reliably. It's going to be interesting to see here. So effectively, we've got Bernard de Gouveia, who takes over second position, Andre taking pole, and then we'll have Craig Herbst in the Blue Store BMW E92, which will then move up into third.
It's going to be a bit of a fight all the way through, as well as we saw at the previous round. Each of these classes now have sort of got their midway of the season completed. We're into the second half of the year, incredibly, in 3 days' time. And the cool thing about that is that now guys that are start concentrating on consolidation of points. Are you going to push the envelope and look for that win, or do you want to settle for second and make sure that you finish and get those points in the bag? Strategies all change up here.
Yeah, a lot less time now for figuring it out and trying new things. Now it's if you're in it for the championship and winning a particular class, you've really got to have a solid package together. You've got to make sure that each race heat is counting and that you're not making mistakes. And this is what really attracts competitors to this type of motorsport. It's not necessarily just a one-lap sprint in time trials. You've got to make the year work.
New livery, as you said, on Troy Cochran's car, but I do love the fact that he's still stuck with the Hulk green wheels. That's kind of like my vibe. I could have something green on the car or the bike that I race on. And Troy, of course, is synonymous with that lime green colour on his previous livery. So nice to see these kind of stuck with a little bit of a version of it, or just a little hint of it in the past. But we're now under starters' orders. The Jimny has made its way back into pit lane, and it's up to Van Vuren now to dictate the pace, because what happens now on the rolling start is that they will accelerate, but they have to hold the acceleration. They may not go quicker than the acceleration of the poleman, and he will try and catch the rest of this pack napping. And if Bernard Gouveia is on song, he might be able to just squeeze through there and beat Craig in the Victron car up into turn one. Up the inside though goes Herbsty, and he's through. Brilliant move up from the second row and into second.
That little straight, I wasn't sure there was going to be a lot of opportunities there. It's a fairly short run, but now into the big straight, guys with big power are really going to make some moves.
I do love the fact that the moves are already starting right from the word go. And somebody running wide onto the dirty stuff. Don't do that so early on. That's certainly what you not want to be doing in the start of a massive field of cars. When I talk about a massive field, if I go all the way down, we've got 14 Class F cars, we've got 11 Class E cars, and we've got 13 Class D cars. So it is a huge field piloting the way around at the moment. Slightly smaller one further up, of course, when we get into Class A, B and C, which you'll be involved in a little bit later on. Tion having a good start there as well by the looks of things, as he comes up into the dog bone for the first time.
A lot of the competitors using absolutely all of the track and then some. So a lot of sand being kicked up from being using extra parts of the track on the exit. I think we saw Claudio going a little bit wide into that first long left-hand sweeper.
Yeah.
We're seeing pressure being mounted now from Bernard de Gouveia. He lost out to Craig Herbst in that first little chicane, the start. And let's see if he can make up some positions, or whether Craig's going to play defense.
Well, Craig was trying to play defense, but did you see how the back end stepped out coming out of the dog bone? He had a little bit of oversteer there, had to catch it. Fortunately he did, and stayed ahead of de Gouveia. But of course de Gouveia would be sitting going, there's a little chink in the armour there. The tyres aren't warm yet. Maybe my tyre's a little bit hotter. I can find a way through there. Davy also with a great start. Davy Olivier starting to push his way through. But if we look at how things stand, we've literally got Van Vuren, Mario Hutting and de Gouveia and Herbst. That was how they were supposed to start. As you said, Hutting was not there, but it's given an opportunity now to both Herbst and to de Gouveia to run for second. I'm not quite sure if they got the pace of that curve-in car out front, because Because it seems like Van Vuren has got that thing on rails here.
Andre has been putting some really good performances through the races at the moment, and I think he's really forged his position there as the top runner in Class D. So I think that it's really going to be his race to lose right now. If he hasn't made any mistakes and he can maintain, he'll do absolutely fine and take that win. And the question is now, who fetches the remaining positions on the podium?
Sakudu comes through there, Troy Cochrane under a bit of pressure, as you can see. A nice move there coming out of Eugene Kos, trying to put the pressure onto this new livery of Troy Cochrane's. Cochrane coming through there with a bit of pressure. Darby Olivier not too far behind that, and then you go down into Cameron Christian, Neil Reynolds. The Valve Hospital car, I thought it would be a little bit higher up. He battled this morning in qualifying. Didn't quite have the qualifying he wanted, eh?
Still struggling with some issues with the turbocharger, and unfortunately that causing a lot of straight line speed problem for Neil Reynolds there. So I'm not certain he was able to get that sorted. Doesn't appear to be so. Nice little battle going on there between Troy Cochrane and Eugene Kos right now. Two E36s, very different formats. First one over there, turbocharged, then Troy in that screaming, naturally aspirated E36.
And he's putting pressure on big time. Now that he's lost that little position going into that first corner, Khosi just finding a way through and just squeezing a little late braking maneuver to get past. The Wapsity car now has to try and find a way back again, and he's also watching on his rear end, because right there with him, Gernholz, and not too far behind that, you've got Gerard Duplessis. So a nice little pack that's formed there between the fight for what would be about 5th, 6th and 7th place on track.
Really tightly spaced field right now. So incredible to see all these little battles right now. Oh, nice move from Querbus. One of the E46s there. I'm not sure if he's able to keep that together. And then we saw Tian defending from, I think it was Mostert in the E46
yes.
F3.
Yeah, Mostert coming through there under a bit of pressure there from Tian.
Watch that drag race down the main straight. Let's see the V8 pull through. But we've got side-by-side action between the E46 and Querbus Bomer in his new E12 540i. Still side-by-side going through that twisty section.
Karabo Malamela will not make it easy there for Bomer. He knows that he's got maybe a little bit of an issue there with displacement, because they always say there's no replacement for displacement. So the V8 might have the legs, and you can see how much he's hounding the back end of that BMG and Liqui-Moly machine of Karabo Malamela. But of course, Malamela, used to soaking up pressure, used to having to go defensive, having fought last weekend so valiantly in the new MSA4 single series category. He's now having to do the same thing here, but with a slightly more powerful and I think a little bit more ominous car on his tail.
Right behind him, stablemate in Ken Swats. So, maybe they're going to pull some Formula One type tactics and see if he can get his stablemate to maybe help him out there with a little bit of defense.
If he just brings him back, of course, Constantine is that little gap down. Allow Ken Swats to join him. Ken spent the whole weekend, last weekend, of course, in an 86 Toyota, part of Gazoo Racing stable. So he's going to be used to the rear-wheel drive and maybe the sort of effect of a saloon car. But it's a slightly more powerful saloon car that he's in today compared to that 86. That's only 180 kilowatts, so that's a 6-speed sort of...
Looks like Querbus trying to go down the outside right now. They're going to go side-by-side into that long sweeping left-hand side. What are they going to do? Looks like Karaba still has to hold him off.
Like it. I like it a lot. Now they go short of the squirt. It's a little right-hand flick into the bottom end of the dog bone. And is Bomer going to keep this pressure on and just see if he can find some kind of a chink in the armor there from the Liqui-Moly machine? You can see that Karabo Malamela is not making any mistakes at all. He's just placing the car perfectly, which is giving Bomer a bit of a tough time of it.
No clear gaps appearing at all, and it looks like corner exit. Karaba's really managing well to defend against that outright pace on the straight that Querbus will have in that V8 powered E12 of his.
They come through into the tight right-hander. How difficult is that corner this way around in a BM? It's a big car that you guys play in. I know when I was in the Mini here, it was a very tricky corner to get right. I had to go almost all the way down. I normally actually went down to first gear there. I'm not quite sure if you guys are going into first there.
It's tight, and then you get to it, and it's even tighter. I think that corner just decides that it's a complete 180, and it's basically a U-turn at that point. And quite interestingly, it's a little bit off camber, so you get there, and the car doesn't want to turn in too easily because the way the track is.
You've got to roll into the lifted side of the camber.
Absolutely, and so it really makes it a tricky corner. You really want to get the power down as early as you can. It's a mini straight, a nice little opportunity to attack, and if you don't get it right, you better get your defense right.
And sometimes what happens if you don't get it right, it forces the car off the track, and it's not by anything in terms of understeer or oversteer. It's literally just the surface of the road. Yep. You don't have any option.
That's
Here's
right.
Bloom. He's having a super run, trying to close the gap down there. It's a nice little battle just ahead there of Bloom. There's about 3 cars, in fact, involved in that battle ahead of Des Bloom. So nice little battles through the pack, as we always see. But the track taxi in full flight there. and looking to maybe just bridge that gap here into the second half of the race.
It would be lovely to see is if we could see Track Taxi 2.0 take the battle to the OG. I'd love to see that.
Yeah. How far back is he? We'll see who's pick it up there as they come across the line. It's a nice manoeuvring through, as I said, from Des Bloem. Vessel Mostert behind him. It's a little bit of a gap down to the next part of the car with Justin Brown in there as well. And then I think is that possibly going to be so here? No, it's not. It's Ignis du Plessis. Nice run.
Still pretty tightly spaced field over there. So I think, between Class D, E, and F, we've got little battles forming everywhere around the track. A lot of the great footage right now, especially the E36. That saltwater car over there was released in kind of, a debut a little while ago. What a beautiful and really creative livery on that car. Always stands out, and a big competitor in Class F.
Leading Class F at the moment. So super run so far from Zahir. Seedad, I think, has enjoyed every aspect of him doing. Oh, problems, yeah. That's not what you want to see. That's the 84 car that's pulled to the sideline there. That's definitely not what we want to be seeing here. That's Gerrit Mostert, back of the pack of Class F and into pit lane.
Yeah, one of the new entrants. You can see the bunting on the rear of the car. So perhaps some new teething issues introducing that race car into fully fledged race pace.
He said to the wrapping company, I want the M colours all over my saltwater car. But there's a kind of a clean slate. Do whatever you want to. And they did. So it's not a bad effort there. It's a really cool car to look at as well. Trying to close down there on the OG, as you can see there, but not quite got the pace that Bloom's got. But a super little fight there nonetheless. We're looking at, of course, Class F at this point in time. Dottie is slowly but surely starting to come into play there, but I think he's lost a bit of ground, unfortunately, too, so he's going to have to make that up later on. Let's go back to this little fight as Neil Reynolds is now about to be caught by Karabo and Kubus Boma.
So that 3-car battle now turned into a 4-car battle. We've got Neil Reynolds being caught by Karabo. Right by Karabo, it looks like Neil's got a problem. Karabo's going to move past him right now. And that 3-car battle remains. We see Craig Herbst has still got Bernard de Gouveia right behind him, and it looks like Andre certainly checking out from that pole position.
I don't know what your dad had for breakfast, but I wanted, because it certainly paid off. Yes, this Victron Energy car is having a phenomenal run to stay ahead there of de Gouveia. I thought Bernard would have had a go at him by now. Maybe he's waiting.
Planning the move.
Yeah. Because if you go too early, the opportunity for slipstream here, of course, is massive with the two big straights.
Yes.
So you don't want to go too early and spoil your day to give the driver that you're overtaking a chance to come back at you.
Very close over here. So I think one mistake from Craig, and unfortunately that's going to let the door right open for Bernard. Craig was struggling with some misfire issues and issues with fueling on the car. I'm not sure if the cold conditions were contributing to that, but right now I think he'll be terribly happy with a second position, specifically with the development challenges on that E92 335i.
Yeah, I can see there's some changing in the lines there. Also want to just give a mention as de Gouveia probably had a look at what they were running at Mugello last weekend. Decided to throw a couple of little yellow flicks into the wings there. Maybe give it a bit of a Ducati-esque type feel, hey?
Striking colours there.
Yeah. And striking for the attack as well. Has a big look there. That was close.
Almost down the inside, and that's off the little mini straight. So huge pressure right now. We'll have to see how long that Victron Energy, the Blue Store car, can keep Bernard de Gouveia behind him. And look, another notable entry right now, the Dupe Civils MT40i of Gerrit du Plessis there.
And he's not too far off, I've got to tell you. He's, if I look at, sorry about that, show that. Du Plessis lapping in the 2:11.8s. We've got 2:11.2s and 2:10s coming out of the top two ahead of him. So he's not too far off that pace. And if he gets there, there's a very good chance he might bring along Olerato for the ride.
Looks like they're waiting there right in the eaves over there, just waiting to pounce. And then I think they're going to say, let's see if Bernard can get it right. And it looks like, if they're going side by side now, it's going to be a drag race to the first corner.
Is he allowed to use that amount of track though? We'll have to check with the chairman. I think we might have to go upstairs to our stewards there and see maybe a long lap penalty involved. We're looking at those MotoGP wings on the car. You can't use that much track, Bernard. Come on now. Keep it between the white lines. That's the idea.
All of the tar and a little bit more.
Yeah, exactly. A squidge more there coming onto that main straightaway. But fantastic
battle. Quite a train forming up right behind Craig right now.
Eugene Close getting through on Olerato, so he's on a big move here, trying to get up ahead behind du Plessis and maybe just find a way to close in, possibly still for a podium.
Right. No, this is getting very close. How many laps are we into it now?
Well, if we look across there, we've got 3 to go, if I'm not mistaken. So 3 to go for our drivers. So it'll be 3.5 at this stage, or 2.5 at this stage. And as they come through, of course, a couple of changes there as well. As
they're getting past the back marker right now. That's going to throw a spanner into the works.
It might just help out a couple of drivers there to close that gap down. But it's not always easy to find a way through the back marker. The blue flags will be waving. They do an incredible job here with the Red Star Marshals. But sometimes you're so concentrated on the man in front of you and what you're doing in the task at hand, you don't necessarily get to see. Back marker, there we go, out the way. Thank you for that one.
Tight corner over there for everyone to get through and for a back marker to move out the way. So it looks like Craig made a little bit of space just to try and recover from the onslaught from Bernard de Gouveia right now. He's going to be counting down every single corner to say, when will this end?
It's not always easy to do this, as you can see. And when you're into a fight like you've got your Rodriguez in a bit of a fight of his own here as well, as we've gone into the mid-pack here of Class E. Caraba, of course, leading out the Class E battle. He's got Bowman second, Swartz is third. Eddie Rodriguez at this point in time is a fourth place car with Jardine, Tian van Rooyen and Philip Emenis, I think, if I'm not mistaken, in there as well. So
I think we've just seen a problem with Davy Olivier, who was slowing down, a couple of cars passing down the inside, so I think we had a problem right there.
Pity to lose that car. Davy, of course, the usual front-end runner in terms of his class in this category. And if he's got some issues, of course, they'll be working frantically to try and get that. Tian looking for a way past. You mentioned that Reynolds had a problem. There's definitely not the same kind of pace under Neil Reynolds what we would normally see.
Unfortunately, still a lot of mechanical teething issues with that car. When it's strong and it's on song, it's a top-end competitor. But unfortunately, some challenges with power from the turbocharger has unfortunately potentially ruined this first race, but potentially can get that back on track for heat number 2.
This side of the field now starting to close in on Philip Mostert, of course, in that Moscow's machine, the back marker we mentioned earlier on. But no worries at all yet for these two as we watch Carol. Whoa, hello!
Straight
down. If you carry on down that way, bud, and you go past those tyres on the right-hand side, you can pick up a Red Bull sponsorship. I don't know if you saw the field of cows that came through there, but there's about 1,000 Red Bulls down there. And the Dup Civils machine, maybe he's looking for some some business out there. He does do some civil and plant hire work.
I think the grass was looking a little bit long over there, and he did everybody a favour, cut that down a bit. But scary moment there for Gerard du Plessis going deep and going long, and at the end of the back straight.
Concern there is it a long pedal as well? Was it a long brake pedal that wasn't working?
I've got a feeling maybe great pace out of the car right now, and I think that'll certainly put the pressure. Look at that's Richard Gebsol's going super wide right now, trying to make a move into that in that field, and he's still drifting the car.
Drifting the car in the FKN army there, taking out some of the cones.
It was Craig's got a problem.
Oh no! Oh, this is huge. This is not what you want at this point of the race. That is for sure. Haps dropping back in the Victron car and into the clutches of this pack of cars that we've just seen come through the hairpin. So we've seen one car go through, a couple more to make their way to the front end. That is going to be a big loss there to Craigie. He was in second on the last pass, and as they're coming through now, he's going to drop down probably to about 8th or 9th, or possibly go back in a pit lane.
Right.
We'll have to keep an eye on that. There's Darby. Okay, Darby's in the road. It's the slip road between the main circuit and the karting and sort of Indy circuit they've got here. So he's out of harm's way, even though he's parked there. But picking up on that car, as you mentioned earlier on there, with a bit of a problem. That's a bit of a pity. But now we'll see probably a small change-up as they come through here to complete the next lap in anger.
So our leader Andre is starting to pick up more and more back markers right now, but he'll be coming through to take on us fairly soon.
Heading down into turn 3, coming up onto the back of some more of those back markers. He's had a pretty much plain sailing through the back markers. Has any issues because he certainly hasn't slowed down on his attempt to try and take this victory, and he eventually got down on his last lap, a 2:09.8 for a class.
That's good pace.
D. That's a very good pace. 11s out of everybody else. 11s and 12s for the next 5 cars.
Okay. So definitely a completely different league over there for Andre. I think he's been knocking on the door of potential breakout, and just classy performances all around. So I think he's taking that car to the next level, and I think we might see him competing with the classy competitors fairly soon.
If not, probably by the end of today, I'd say, if he keeps up this kind of pace. Because if he's at least, he's about 2.5 seconds ahead of anybody else. So I'm not quite sure what the breakout times were. Byrne didn't send those to me, but if they are in that breakout maneuver, of course he steps up. That's the rules of this category. If you've seen it for the very first time, this is the BMW M Performance Racing Series. It's made up of 6 classes A to F, all of them based on times. So you don't necessarily have to have, you can have the most powerful car in Class F, but it's also up to your ability to get the power down in that car and your driving ability to be competitive in the class. But as you get more and more competitive, the idea is that the faster you get and you get into that breakout time, you step up to the next class. So it's what do they call it? Aspirational racing, eh?
Yep, move up as you go faster. So, yep, a pretty simplistic format. There's very little regulation with regards to vehicle. If you've got a BMW vehicle, that's it.
Checkered flag coming out. No worries at all there. Literally flag to flag for Van Vuuren. Has not been troubled in the least as he completes the last lap of this one. It's the 8th one. And some back markers in between himself and the battle for second. It looks like Bernard might have got through and gotten away from everybody else on the demise there, unfortunately, of Craigie. So you look like you might have some work to do on your way back to pit lane there, buddy. Ghost is going to come through for third.
Great job from Ghost. I mean, he started fairly far down and made his way through.
Awesome effort there from Olerato as well. Just behind him, Troy Cochran tucked in there as well with Cameron Christian and Richard Gernholz, who managed to hang on after going off track slightly. There goes Karabo Malamela. He will be taking the victory for Class E. He finishes up ahead just ahead of Kobus Boma. And in fact, Boma fell into the clutches in the closing stages of Ken Swartz. So Ken Swartz finished up for the 3 spot. And then we wait just in the background for the saltwater car. Looks like 2.0 pulling onto the side.
Track taxi 2.0.
Maybe ran out of fuel. Doesn't want to do the full lap. Doesn't want to do the full lap. All right, where is that saltwater machine? It will be Sahir Sidat, who should be coming through. This is still coming, some of the mid-pack of... There he is, just behind the track taxi. Here he comes. To the line, Sahir Sidat for the win in Class F. Here will beat out Ignis Duplessis. And Dottie will come through. Well, Dottie nearly coming to the line and almost squeezed into the line there. Nearly got through.
Great to have a little final battle on that last section.
And fastest lap on the last lap as well from Sean Dodd.
Oh, great.
That'll work. All right, so that wraps up our first heat. Thanks for joining me as always, brother. I appreciate that. I know I'm going to let you go early because I think you might have to go and do a little bit of work on Craigie's car to get it ready. Hopefully you're ready to rock and roll too. Van Vuuren from Digavea and Eugene Ghost, your top 3 in Class D. E went to Karabo Malamela, Kobus Boma and Swartz, and an awesome effort there from the Class F category cars with Sidat, Duplessis and Sean Dodd, your top 3 in each of those classes. Rest of the pack still coming through there. Still lots of cars out on circuit, as you can see, and we've got some more action coming your way pretty shortly as we're heading into the first part of the day's proceedings here at Red Star Raceway. Next up we go into the big bangers. It's the Dunlop V8 Supercars. They will be out for a 10-lapper. We've got Ferro, Energia, 111 GD Sports and Saloons and SuperHatch with 10 laps. ATE Volkswagen Challenge for a 10-lapper. And then the first heat of classes A, B and C of the M Performance Racing Series for an 8-lapper later on this morning. Welcome to Red Star Raceway. If you've just joined us from all around the world, a massive thanks for joining us, I should say. And please make sure you pass on to all your friends, fans and family what we're doing out here at the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. On track now, the Dunlop V8 Supercars, first heat of action from them, and it's a big 10 lapper about to come your way in the anti-clockwise version of Red Star Raceway. If you just joined us here for the first time at Red Star Raceway, a big welcome to everybody around the world on our live stream feed, courtesy of Two Wheels TV and Planet Margate. And please, as I said earlier on, please pass on to all your friends, fans and family all the race action that's happening here on our live stream links. We managed to catch up with a couple of these V8 Supercar drivers yesterday to find out what their plans are for today's racing as we're into round 4 of their championship.
Good. Started off freezing this morning, coldest day of the year, and we had to get some heat in the cars, and we've done 2 sessions. It's been good. We were second in the first session and we were quickest in the second, so cars parked and prepared for qualifying.
It was good. First session was really good. We've done our fastest time yet here. Second session there was all over the track. But cars doing well, cars good. Unfortunately Steve broke a motor in the second practice, dropped a competitor, but hopefully we'll have good close racing. The times seem to have been close and hopefully everything stays together.
So it seems like the 2 top guns are the men we managed to catch up with there. Terry Wolford and Warren Lombard. We'll be looking to try and keep the rest of the V8 Supercars behind them today. Slightly smaller field of V8 Supercars, but always provide great action no matter how many cars are on track. Let's just see if they can all stay on track to try and finish up this first heat. Lombard will be looking to try and sneak up the N4 and Fuchs Lubricants and Schick Ford Falcon in his Mustang. So it's Fords on the front row, but of course it's the Suzuki Jimny that'll be taking them round for the warm-up lap. The official safety car, and of course partnership here with Red Star Raceway is with the Suzuki South Africa brand. And of course they've got another big day here tomorrow with the two-wheeled action. The rider safety day here at Red Star Raceway. So that's definitely something you might want to do if you've got something on a two-wheeled side of things. We don't have any two-wheeled action today, but we've certainly got some tomorrow here at Red Star Raceway. As they line up, they'll be making their way around. It's a rolling start, hence the original nickname that my mentor gave this class. It's of course Roger McCleary. He nicknamed this class the Rolling Thunder due to the fact they make such an awesome growl in the engines, and when there's a whole bunch of them together it just sounds like thunder rolling over the savannas here of Mpumalanga. We'll be looking to see some big manoeuvres from maybe the cars there in 3rd, 4th and 5th place, and I'm thinking some big battles as well. Thomas Reed being one of them. He'll certainly be looking to get into the mix there with the front end. As they come through now, we'll pick up on exactly how that class is going to line up, because remember there are 2 categories. Wilford, Lombard and Reeb are the GT1 class. Alan Ryan, Wayne Spicer and Alki Kampan are the GT2 class. And Wayne Spicer, he of course has been here on numerous occasions, but it would have been on 2 wheels the last time he was racing around Red Star Raceway as part of what was then Thunderbikes and Brunch Run. Let's see what his capabilities are now in that Corvette. As I said, a slightly smaller field than what we expected. A couple of cars did have some issues though yesterday, so they weren't quite able to get them ready in time for today's action. So we'll be fighting for podiums here in both classes. Literally, if you finish up the race, you'll be on the podium for each of your respective classes in V8 Supercars. Pep Boys Automotive and Gavin Wilkins Racing machine there of Warren Lombard, running almost Gulf Racing style colours. Change up from the usual livery that we see from Warren. Terry Wolford, usually in the red Ford Falcon, but of course having changed up the livery now to that bright yellow car, seems to have brought him a little bit of luck. Hopefully he's going to be looking for more of the same here in the Schick Fuchs and N4 Autocraft car. The Mobile One machine is the only Chevy in the field other than the Corvette of Spices, so nice to see the change up there from a Chevy fan's point of view, and I'm sure that Thomas Reeb will want to get that Cafe 9 Automotive and Mobile One car a little higher up than what it is right now in 3rd. He'll be pushed hard by Alan Ryan. Alan Ryan had a great first outing when he climbed into the cockpit of that machine of his, the number 77 car there out of Adlam Auto. He'll be looking to try and squeeze up and get maybe in amongst those GT1 cars just ahead of him. The difference between the GT1s and GT2s is literally just the tyres. The power derivatives and differentials, etc., of the cars are almost identical. It's just the of course, ability of the drivers to get the power down and to use that power to the best of their ability is the differentiating factor there. But in terms of the classes, it's literally just new tyres for the cars out front, and the GT2 cars have to run on older rubber. They are not allowed to run on brand new tyres at all, just to bring the cost down slightly of running a race team in V8 Supercars. So as the Jimny will roll to the right and into pit lane, it will hand the pole position duties there to Terry Wolford, who's trying to catch Warren Lombard out there slightly. Lombard realises that and just squeezes up alongside him to take up the front row of the V8 Supercar grid. Here we go. Jimny's into pit lane. Wolford will now start them out. And it looks like they're going to go line astern for the start. That's a bit of a different way to start things here. They normally would go into their normal start routine, but maybe possibly because they're going double yellows, that's why. Double yellows into turn 1, just to keep the field at bay until they get onto the main straightaway. They'll get a green flag out of turn 2, and the race actually starts just out of turn 2 as opposed to over the start-finish line. So green flags coming out from that marshal, and away we go. So Wolford getting a slight advantage there over Warren Lombard. Reeb in third, pulling slightly away there from Alan Ryan. Late braking from the Chevy down into turn 3. Closed the gap slightly as well on Warren Lombard as they came through that little left hand off camber. Up into the dog bone goes the leader. Wolford continuing to just control things in this first lap. Trying to open up a little bit of breathing room between himself and Warren Lombard. Lombard, I think, is going to make his day difficult a little bit later on in the race. Or does he even have an answer? Because at this stage it looks like Terry Wolford's got some serious pace out front. Lombard having to go defensive right now to keep out that Mobil 1 and Cafe 9 automotive machine, the Chevy Lumina, piloted by Thomas Reeb. And then a big gap down to Alan Ryan. Spicer's dropped to the back of the pack. Alki Kampan's come up one position, so he's moved himself into second place in the GT2s. They'll come to complete the first lap. And Wolford a pretty commanding lead over Lombard and Reeb. Not sure what the strategy is there from Warren Lombard's point of view, sitting in second place, allowing Terry to get away. Terry understandably setting the fastest lap so far of the race, going purple to set that pace initially. Kampan, as I said, up into the lead of GT2s by the looks of it. He's actually got through on Alan Ryan as well. So the battle of the double digits there, 66 and 77. One out at the moment and running in numerical order. Spicer into pit lane. So a problem there for the Wellness Group car. Corvette into the pit lane, so that's going to drop us down to 5 cars. Alan Ryan in second place in GT2s, losing ground there now to Alki Kampan, who has hit the front of the GT2s and gotten away from the second car. One of the Mustang, I think the other one is the Ford Falcon. Those are your first 3 onto the short straight. That's the gap now between Wolford and Lombard. Actually got to chat yesterday, courtesy of a video that they put out from the Extreme Festival. And thanks to Thomas Reeb for the birthday wishes yesterday. I appreciate it. Warren Lombard now looking to try and maybe close that gap down. He's got him away slightly from the third place car of Reeb. And maybe he's looking for some late race pace to catch Wolford. Be happy to allow him to just set the pace there. There is Alan Ryan, the Adlam car, on the sideline. So we're now down to 4. Alki Kampan, the lone crusader for the GT2 class. Gearing down into turn 3, down into second gear. They'll just roll through. These cars are capable, of course, of doing 140 k's an hour in first. That's what they're getting out of these just over 600 horsepower cars. Just the first 3 cars we're going to concentrate on, because Kampan is all on his own sim. Doesn't have any competition out there at the moment, with the retirement of Wayne Spicer into pit lane and Alan Ryan onto the sideline. Looks like the gap might have come down slightly there as we watch them come into the hairpin. That's definitely a first gear corner for a V8. And in fact, if I'm not mistaken, these guys only get into third here at Red Star. They're not even able to push it to beyond third gear. Speed differential as well between the two classes. It's a 156 from Wilford leading the pace for GD1s, and it's a 205 from Alki Kampan. Kind of explains the power of the ability to use new rubber as opposed to slightly older rubber. Hold on to the Dunlops that these cars are on now do have quite a long lifespan. So that's quite a cool thing. And one of the reasons why they decided to negotiate the sponsorship rights with Dunlop, to ensure that they can get good value for money for their racing teams involved in the category, and just bring the costs down slightly by running the Dunlop rubber that allows them to sort of have slightly more longevity in their race rubber. Had just over 3 seconds on the last pass. Might have come down slightly now between himself and Warren Lombard for first and second. Let's see that's the hairpin. It's the gap. You can just see Lombard in the background of the shot, and probably on the long shot now we'll get to see that gap. There we go. Here is the gap between the first 3 cars on track. Kampan on his own sim there in the second Mustang. Good run the last round at Swartkop, so certainly looking to just try and capitalise on these points, seeing the demise of his 2 rivals. Full points in the bag today will certainly move him right up to a commanding lead of the GT2 Championship. That's certainly on, still between 3 cars in the GT2 Championship, and that of course are the 3 cars that are on track right now. They've kind of had an even share of the points that have been available so far in the first half of the V8 Supercars Championship for 2025. So it was 2.8, it's now 3.7 seconds. Lombard trying to find some kind of way of closing that gap down. As I was chatting to Nick Herbst earlier on in the BMW and Performance Racing Series, though, there are also changes in terms of your mindset as a racing driver at this point of the season. You'll kind of be thinking to yourself, do I really need to push for the win? Is second enough? because sometimes consistency is more important than the amount of wins that you get. A lot of championships get won with more consistent driving and finishing races as opposed to risking the chances of not finishing and getting any points in the bag. What Warren Lombard has to worry about is it looks like Reeb is going for not consistency but for wins, or at least a slightly higher up position on the podium. He puts the pressure onto Warren as they go down into what is turn 10. So if we look at the weight championship stands at this stage, of course Warren Lombard had a 2-point lead in the championship in the first couple of rounds, and then had some steering rack issues at Swartkops. So he lost about 6 or 7 points there, which has dropped him down to about 9 points behind Reeb in third place. So Reeb is actually the car that could basically looking at the consistency side of things as opposed to maybe pushing to try and find a way through on Lombard. Lombard has upped the pace though. He's answered the call there that Thomas Reeb put him under in terms of a bit of pressure that came from the back for 1 lap or so there. But with Reeb in third place would give him some points. He would still maintain the lead of the championship over Warren by about 5 points. So that's how it'd be standing. So Reeb maybe just thinking about that. Put a little bit of pressure, didn't budge, so let's back it off and just finish the race in third. Maintain the lead of the championship by 5 points heading into race 2 later on this afternoon. Terry Wilford's got to do, of course, the majority of the catching up. That's why he's not even looking in his rearview mirrors. He's just concentrating on getting the win. And of course, if he gets the win, he'll probably move himself closer, but not quite in contention just yet, to Lombard and to Reeb. Terry is about 8th in the overall championship, so he's going to have to do quite a bit of work to try and close that gap down. But in terms of GD1s, he's probably about 3rd or 4th if I'm not mistaken there, and he'll be looking to try and move himself up 5th at the moment, sorry, big. So yeah, so 2 cars not here. Of course, one is Richard Fuller, who's just ahead of Terry, so Terry will definitely making ground up on Richard Fuller, having not made it out for this round, and completes another lap. Cars of the weekend come out of the V8 Supercar stable. Bottom end of this straight away, it'll be just over the 250k an hour mark before they bang it down the gearbox and roll through the off camber left. We have seen in the past a almost similar maneuver to what we saw earlier on there with the Dup Civils BMW that went off at turn 3. A couple of V8s that not quite getting it right to the bottom end of the track there. Kind of get caught out sometimes by windy conditions. It's not too windy here today though. That's one certainty that is going to try and keep us with some good conditions today. It is pretty chilly though, so that's a big factor from the tyres point of view. They would have definitely looked at tyre pressures on these cars because of the lack of temperature on the track. Try and get them the maximum amount of grip that they can without ripping them up with the cold surface. Always a tricky game to play that. What do you do to give it the optimum performance for the tyre? I'm sure they would have been chatting to the guys from Sumitomo and ATE to get that information for what they need to do to get the best out of these Dunlop tyres that they run. So Wilford continues on his way, leading things out at the front end. Crosses the line, he's now 3.2 seconds up the road from Warren Lombard. Lombard's about a second up the road there from Reeb, so almost equidistant apart there between those first three. Slight advantage there to Terry Wolford, who he has rolled off though slightly. And then as the timing monitor changes there, actually completely tells me differently, because he's gone slightly quicker. He's got into the 58.2s now. 56.2, sorry. 56.2 coming out of Terry Wolford. 56.5 out of Lombard. But on the last laps, they're all down in the 58s. So, you know, with running 58s right now, they're literally just cruising around. No one prepared to put any big efforts in here to spoil the days, other than maybe Thomas Reeb. Reeb realising that he's still got a chance of getting maybe a couple more points advantage over Warren and Terry Wolford to maintain his lead of the championship. Big pressure now coming in the closing stages from Reeb. He's decided, no, let's have a look here. Warren seems to be just maybe playing a little bit too calm, cool and collected. Let's put a bit of pressure on him and see if I can get him to break a bit. So Thomas Reeb looking for some late race pace out of that Mobil 1 and Cafe 9 Automotive Chevy Lumina. Spoiled the day there slightly for Warren Lombard. Comfortable in second at the moment though for Was, as he just soaks the pressure up there. Maintains about a second lead over the Chevy as they cross the line. They're into their 9th lap right now. And it was 3.8 to Terry. It's 4.3, so what's that, about a second between Lombard and Reeb. It's kind of exactly what I said earlier on. You've got Reeb just applying the pressure, seeing that he can brake, doesn't get the brake, and then backs off. So it's kind of a bit of a chess game being played here between Reeb and Lombard, particularly from Reeb's point of view. Seeing if he can find a little chink in the armour there on Warren Lombard's car. Just showing him out of the slipstream that he's there. Lombard will know exactly where he is. He would have been watching him in the rearview mirrors there. Not easy to spot these cars from the cockpits that they've got, because the mirrors are very, very small on these cars, to try and cut down the wind drag that they may have on them. Just watching through the mirror there to see maybe a final ditch effort here onto the last lap from Reeb. One to go. Back straight away they go. That's the long straight that heads literally parallel with the N12. The highway straight. Lombard stays second. Reeb closes in on him though through the dogbone section. So that little Chevy's got maybe a bit more nimble ability through the twisty stuff in the big Mustang ahead of him. Although they are pretty similar sized cars. Past the Chevys usually were slightly shorter wheelbases, and they looked a little smaller than the big Fords. Most of them are similar size now, similar length. Aki Kampon, you can see in the background, they're still circulating and still maintaining the lead. Of course, the only car out there in GD2. Reeb's in the slipstream. Is he going to have a go here? Just going to have a look. Might not have a go, but he closes right onto the back bumper there of Lombard as they go into turn 6. So Terry Wolford literally has not been bettered since the start. He got away from the pack with the line astern back-to-back start that they had because of the yellow flags into turn 1 for the V8 Supercars. And we'll come to take the checkered flag relatively comfortably, about 4 seconds up the road from second and third place, which will be Warren Lombard ahead of Thomas Reeb. 1, 2 and 3 on track for 1, 2, 3 in the GD1 class. Alki Kampon all on his own, some bit further back in the field, and he of course is the lone star out there for GD2s. The demise of Alan Ryan and Wayne Spicer earlier on. Hopefully those cars will be sorted out and be ready to go for race 2 a bit later on in the proceedings. Up next it's Ferro, Energia, 111 GD Sports and Saloons and SuperHatch combined. They've also got a 10-lap race coming. There's Alan Ryan waiting to be probably extricated by one of the support vehicles. So we may have a little bit of a break in proceedings here to get that car back in the pit lane. And until we've got race action back on track, we welcome you to go and get something warm to drink if you're here in South Africa, and stand by for the next part of the day's racing, which is Ferro, Energia, 111 GD Sports and Saloons and SuperHatch. It's the ATE Volkswagen Challenge after that, with 3 classes, and then classes A, B and C of M Performance Racing Series. They are up next, and then a small circuit break, and then we do it all again up until about 4:30 this afternoon here at Extreme Festival, presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa in Delmas, Mpumalanga, South Africa at Red Star Raceway. So from the big bangers of V8 Supercars from Dunlop, we head into one car being recovered there in the background, as you can see still. It's Alan Ryan's machine. But onto track come the 111 GD Sports and Saloons and SuperHatch, all courtesy of Ferro Energia. And they'll be on track now for a nice 10 lap of action. But before we get into the race action itself, let's go down and catch up with a couple of the drivers and see what they've got in store for us for this round of the championship.
Yeah, it's been going good. Up in the front regarding times. Yeah, looking forward to this weekend. Track's been nice and cold today, so lots of drifting, if you could say. Looking forward to a nice close race with Keegan.
It's going really good. First session out, I did a personal best lap time here. It's going really nice. The car's nice. The track's going good. It's going nice at the moment.
So those are some of the young guns of this category. Keegan Nathan, of course, son to Graham Nathan, who does a lot of the preparation for Volkswagen Motorsport in their national championship cars, and of course for the Volkswagen Rookie Cup that Christopher Tate is currently leading the championship. And he was in action last weekend, and of course we'll be looking forward to going to battle with everybody down in Class C, including Keegan Nathan, who just outgunned him in terms of qualifying this morning. It was to the tune of, 0.08 of a second between the top two in Class C. Class A is Wayne Robb and Lindsay Kluwer, Pete Potgieter, Craig Priestley and Charles Veyers. Though significantly missing from that pack would be Wouter Roos, and I don't see him on my starting list. That's on the timing monitor in front of me. But we'll wait and see if he has been able to get back on track there in the Car Care Clinic machine. I don't see him there at all. Mike O'Sullivan and Wayne Labotsky will be the sole Class B competitors. And then it's Class C headed up by Nathan and Tate, Sebastian Bouliart and Anthony Bouliart, Rob Clark. The GT class, of course, the GT class is further down, beg your pardon. So Stefan Schneiders, Philip Meyer, Wouter Roos, Jonathan Visser, Jared Rousseau and Marius Truter have made their positions on the grid. There they are right there. The Origin Oil machine, of course, there of Voti. And then in SuperHatch, it's Quintus Viljoen and Leon Breedenkamp with Ishmael Baloy making up the front rows of each of their respective classes for SuperHatch. So I was just looking at Class A, I beg your pardon. I forgot about there was still the GT class further down on the timing monitor. So as they come to take up their line, it is Schneiders and Philip Meyer that make up the front row. And Wouter Roos and Jonathan Visser will be alongside each other for row 2. Then Jared Rousseau and Marius Truter. That is the GT side of Ferro Energia 111 GD Sports and Saloons. Looks like we're clearing the grid and about to roll that Suzuki Jimny on its way. Our official safety car here today, coming from the Suzuki South Africa stable, who are, of course, big partners to Red Star Raceway. And then Schneiders will roll not too far behind that to bring the GT class just ahead of Class A. And it's Wayne Robb, of course, who heads up the Class A side of today's proceedings for Ferro Energia 111 GD Sports and Saloons. And black Ford ST Focus. Lindsay Kluwer alongside him, Potgieter behind that. Keegan Nathan in the red-white polo, just ahead of Christopher Tate. Bulliards. And then as we go further down, of course, we pick up on the likes of Rob Clark. He'll be up there as well, trying to stay in touch with the young guns that are piloting the front end of Class C. Here's Ishmael Beloy and Clark, as Manny just mentioned. Watch out for that man as well, but further back too, in Keith and Meinke's. Looking for a good run in his car. He's in the Renault Sandero, part of the SuperHatch brigade. Trying to get some heat into the rubber now. The track conditions are quite tricky today. It's just gone over the 10°C mark here at Red Star Raceway, but the sun is starting to come down and beat down a bit more on the track, so there's a little bit more heat into the tarmac than what was experienced earlier on today. Because we're not at the top of the day, almost at the top of the day, at 12 o'clock, but still not the normal heated conditions we'd have here coming to Red Star Raceway that we've had in the past, where temperatures can rise over the 38 and 39°C mark here. We're battling to sort of just get into double figures on a crisp winter's morning. If you have joined us all around the world on our YouTube and Facebook streams, a big welcome to everybody. Also just a heads up for everybody there on my page, massive thanks for the support. And to everybody supporting us around the world, to passing on and telling all your friends and fans and family about us. We do like to interact with everybody there, and if any big comments come up, I'm sure Paul will throw those up to me. But just want to say a general and generic thank you to everybody for the support. We do love having you guys on board, and I'm sure that you're enjoying all the race action so far that's been provided by our competitors here today. We've still got 2 more heats of action to come your way before we complete the first heats of the day. We've got ATE Volkswagen Challenge and M Performance Racing Series classes A, B and C still to come on track before we finish up the first half of the day's proceedings. That could potentially be the fight for honours down in Class C. Bulliards there with some new livery on the side of their cars with the sort of fighter pilot fuselage growling mouths on either side of their polos, similar to what they used to run on the Spitfires and the P-51Ds in World War II on those little fighter planes. Schneider's getting value for money today, that's for sure, piloting not only this category but also of course in the M Performance Racing Series. So he's almost got back-to-back races. He's got just one heat in between before he goes back onto action with his usual category of cars in BMW's M Performance Racing Series. But it'll be Schneider's, and coming through there alongside him, Philip Meyer, who will be looking to set the pace with both Wouter Roos and Jonathan Visser looking to pounce early on from the second row. Jared Rousseau and Marius Truter will also look to try and go with them as the lights are on. When they go off, the GTs will go. There'll be a little bit of a gap down to Class A. They'll hold Class A up slightly there, Wayne Robb. But we are now racing and the lights are out. So into turn 1, is it going to be Philip Meyer? He is. Philip Meyer getting the whole shot, outgunning the BMW into turn 1 in the Porsche. And a little bit of outgunning as well from the front row on the inside of the second row from Visser. Visser getting on the inside of Wouter Roos, demoting him down to 4th. Looks like all the pack have got through turn 1, 2 and pretty relatively unscathed. No touching, no rubbing, no bumping through that one. Lindsay Kleur outbraking and down into turn 3 with Potgieter on his tail. Going to try and hang on to at least the front end, which is Wayne Robb at this point in time. And Robb trying to stay ahead of Kleur and Potgieter. It's the Golfs versus that Ford Focus. Here is Wayne Robb in the Ford Focus. And Keegan Nathan, he looks like he's got the good start and got Is that Bulliot and Tate, I think, on his tail, as they came through the bottom end of the dog bone. Gap closed down slightly there from Lindsay Kleur onto the back end of Wayne Robb. Nathan, oh, that's a good move. 12 car just squeezing through there, and Bulliot ahead now of Tate. Tate comes alongside him. Bulliot still had the inside line, and Tate might have to go the long way around turn 6, which is not an easy corner to go around. It's a triple right-hander. You can see the two Hondas getting into the mix there as well. As Keith and Meinke's comes under attack. I think that was from possibly Rob Clark. Further back from that as well, we've got some action in the SuperHatch class. SuperHatch, of course, fighting there is George Aldrich and Keith and Meinke's. Little Opel in there as well. Number 69 car. And Hendrik Venter starting to make a bit of a maneuver there to the front end of the SuperHatch class. At this stage, it looks like Ishmael Beloy leading out completely in terms of that SuperHatch category, just behind the Shield Golf, the smoking Shield Golf there of Wayne Labotsky. A couple of changes there as Truta and Jared Rousseau have swapped out. They're now putting pressure onto the back end of Vota. The Origin Oils machine coming under a little bit of threat as the Golf 1 looks for the inside line. Vota shuts the door. Not going to allow Marius Truta through too easily. Good run there from Vota to get a little bit of breathing room between himself and that Golf 1. Trying to close onto the back end of Schneiders and Meyer. Running in the Origin Oil colours there. Meyer in the Porsche, Schneiders in the BM. That's 1 and 2 in the GT class and 1 and 2 overall. And then it's Golf 7, Golf 1 Polo and a Super Cup Polo. Then Wayne Robb in the Ford Focus ST, and then 2 Golfs on his tail in the form of Lindsay Kleur and Potgieter. Priestley just behind that. Keegan Nathan leads out of a Bulliot and Tate. Chalvez and then Quintus Viljoen looking to try and hang on to the T1 class of SuperHatch. Rob Clark a bit further back in that one, fighting with Ishmael Beloy. Clark and Beloy now side by side. It's Ballard versus Civic. Ooh, little run off the circuit there from the Opel. That was the 69 car there. Just running slightly wide out of turn number 5. As they come into turn 6. Looks like Nathan has got away slightly. And a small change up there as well. If I'm not mistaken, that might be. No, I think that might be one of the SuperHatch cars that joined Class C and has run off. There we go. In the background, spinning out, all on his own. Didn't quite get the number on the car, I was just trying to pick up on it. Here we go, we might get it now. It's the 97 car, and that, of course, is Chalvez. So Chalvez was in amongst the fight there for Class C. And after spinning out, has now dropped to the back of Class C. Still no change here between Schneiders and Meyer as they come to complete another lap. They'll also start looking up the road because back markers will definitely come into play at the end of this one. They'll certainly be catching the back end of SuperHatch at least by the time these 10 laps are up. Philip Meyer setting the pace from the word go, got down to 2:16.6 at this stage. 17 dead from Lindsay Kleur. And in fact, Philip Meyer actually down to the 2:10s. 2:10 out of Schneiders was his quickest so far, and that was on his last lap, so he is putting the pressure on. Speaking of pressure, well, it looks like a bit of a change up there from Marius Truta's point of view. He's got ahead now of Vota. Bodereus dropping down to 4th in the GT class in the Origin Oil Golf. And Visser just behind him. Visser has got a little bit of breathing room over Jared Rousseau, so he can kind of take it a little bit more easy there in the Auto Express car. Jared Rousseau piloting, by the looks of things, a pretty new Super Cup Polo. Might have just only purchased that. Maybe he's using this to develop the car to eventually get it up into the Super Cup class as part of the South African Touring Car Championship, which is in our national side of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. Tate trying to catch Bulliard, doesn't have an answer. Chris Tate, of course, took one of the victories last weekend at Swartkops at the National. He, of course, was piloting one of those Volkswagen Rookie Cup Polos. Craig Priestley closes up the gap now onto the back end of Piet Potgieter and Lindsay Kleur. It's a Honda battle of note there, and looks like Keith and Mikeys is about to join them. The two Civics and the two Ballards up close and personal, with a little Renault Sandero about to join them. It's Ishmael Beloy who leads the pack of Hondas. Mike O'Sullivan and Rob Clark behind that. Car Leon Bredenkamp, of course, is leading Class T2, but about to be outgunned. Oh, Keith and Mike is squeezing through on him, and can he get through? He had a big look, but couldn't quite get there, and I think maybe that Honda might have just the legs on the straight to stay ahead of the Renault. I don't think the top end of the Renault is as good as the top end of the Honda, so Keithan's going to have to make that move earlier on, and then try and just get a little bit of breathing room down the straightaway to keep out Leon Bredenkamp for Class T2 in the SuperHatch class. Let's see how it goes now. As I say that though, Leon Bredenkamp just closes the gap down onto the back end of the first for the Ballards. Still leading the battle for the Hondas. Whoa! Late dive. Didn't quite work out there. Didn't think it would. But yeah, that 32 machine just having a late dive and a lunge up the inside, and that's going to cost Bredenkamp huge. So Keith and Mikeys now will inherit the lead of T2 with a big advantage over now second George Aldrich and third Hendrik Venter, because it's Leon Bredenkamp who's dropped right to the back. Here's the replay. Yeah, that was a very late lunge. Mike O'Sullivan, I think, saw him coming. That's why he avoided it. And just took a bit of evasive action to drive around the outside in the Ballard. Sure. Not quite sure what he was thinking there. I don't think he was going to make that one stick ever. But fortunately, he gets back on track and continues on his merry way there. But it's right at the back now of the 2-2 class. This is the fight now for second in Class A. Has Priestley been able to get to the back of Potgieter? He has, but hasn't found a way through yet on the Rocky car. That's the leader of Class A. Wayne Robb currently 7th on track overall, but leading Class A over Lindsay Kleur and Potgieter. There they are. Priestley in 4. Bit of breathing room there for Craig Priestley. It's a long way back before we see Keegan Nathan, the leading Class C car. Don't seem to have an answer there to the Ford's power. Class A at the moment from both the Nathan's Motorsport Golfs. And Priestley in the Ford starting to hound the back now of Pete Portita. Trying to get him to piece himself up onto the third step of the podium. Was that your leader? It is. I think Schneider's might have hit the front though. I think Schneider's might have just got to the front. And with that's opened up a bit of a margin. Let's have a look and see. Yes, he has. 3.5 seconds up the road there for Stefan Schneider's. There he is. Leading now over Philip Mayer in the Porsche. But Philip Mayer's got his own problems in the form of that Origin Oil and Car Care Clinic car of Voterus. He'll be certainly eager to get one step higher up on the podium overall. But he's also still got to catch Marius Truter, of course, who got ahead of him earlier on. So it's Truter for second in the strategic machine. Strategic gearbox and diff center in second. The Porsche's third and Voterus is 4. It's a slightly different line there from Vota. Trying to get on the power early of the hairpin. Porsche seems to have the legs down that little short straight. Let's see what Vota's handling's like through the more twisty bits. That's where he seems to close the gap ever so slightly. Priestley on the attack. Another big look there from him to get through on Potgieter. Somebody ran wide. I think that might have been Lindsay Kleur. Put wheels on dirt. Yes, Lindsay Kleur's off track completely. That's Potgieter up now into second place and Priestley to third. Kleur with a mistake out of the hairpin. Drops himself down into fourth place. So now Craig Priestley is definitely going to be hunting for that second. Probably apply a lot more pressure onto the back end now, Potgieter, to try and squeeze him out for that second spot. Late on the brakes into the right-hander here at 10. Craig Priestley certainly looks like he's up for the challenge now with the last couple of laps here in this first heat of Ferro Energia 111 GD Sports and Saloons. That's Wayne Robb across the line for the lead of Class A. It's about 7th overall on track for him. Second place in the hands of Potgieter now. Lindsay Kleur trying to make up the ground after going off track slightly on that last lap. He hasn't lost too much ground actually, so it's quite a good recovery there from Lindsay. It's a case of now trying to catch Priestley and then catch Potgieter to go back to where he was. It hasn't really rattled him, but one thing that is working in his favour is the fact that Potgieter and Priestley are continuing to fight. So that might just slow them down slightly and allow him to get underneath that wing of the little Ford ahead of him. Let's see as they come out of the hairpin. Who's got the drive? Watch for the slightly different lines going in here. It's a wide line from Potgieter. Going to cut a late apex, early apex coming out of Craig Priestley. So different strategies out of the hairpin. Probably second gear for those cars out of that hairpin. Craig Priestley certainly looking dangerous, but he hasn't quite been able to get through there. There's a little bit of a fight continuing as well for second place in Class C between Tate and Bulliot. Sebastian hanging on for now, but a small mistake. Oh, is that a costly one? Tate will definitely look to pounce now. He comes up alongside Sebastian Bulliot as he put a wheel on the dirt. He's got slightly better drive and he might have the inside line here to take second place away. Is he going to hang on to it? Yes, he is. Bulliot tucks in behind him. But Tate's out of shape. Oh, Tate gets completely wrong. Heads across almost towards our commentary position. Christopher Tate with a big mistake coming out of turn 6. ran wide under pressure for the late braking he attempted, was just too late on the brakes, and he's now dropped right back, and that's going to drop him down to about 4th place in Class C behind Anthony Bulliard. Here we see back markers coming into play now, and I mentioned the fact that we may see the likes of that Super Cup Polo coming into play in the closing stages of Jared Rousseau. He's right on Visser's tail as they go past Georgie. So in amongst the back end of SuperHatch now, the lead cars. That's 2nd place. Shooter. There comes Meyer in the Porsche, about to close in on the Honda. Then it's the Origin Oil car of Voterus, Auto Express Polo, and the Super Cup Polo. Visser fighting hard. Arguably a much better turn of pace out of the Polo behind him, I would say, in terms of what they've built that car for in Super Cup terminology. But take nothing away from that Auto Express Polo of Jonathan Visser. Also a very fast car. Schneiders completes another lap. So we got 4 to go. Ethan Mikey's maintaining the lead over his class, I think, at this point, but about to be caught by some of the faster cars. Is that Chalvez? It is. He's parked on the inside, and that looks like the exit of the dog bone. So Veya's quite a dangerous position there. Are we going to need to possibly bring out that Suzuki Jimny? I don't see the lights going on it just yet, so I'll watch over my left shoulder out the window of our commentary booth. Hopefully they can get that car out of harm's way. Keith and Mikey's just holding his line, allowing the quicker cars to get past. First one was Vota. Second one should be Jonathan Visser. And then, trying to close down on the back end of Visser will be Jared Rousseau. Not making it easy for them, is he? But that's the right thing to do. Hold your line. The Foster car must make its way past you. He was well aware that there were Foster cars coming through because 3 of them already had come through. But he also has to take his racing line at some point too. Looks they might keep the Opel of Chalvez under double yellows for now, because the Jimny has not moved and it's not looking like it's going to go anywhere to go on track for a safety car scenario. Maybe they deem that car on the inside of the exit of the dog bone in a relatively safe position. It's a nice little battle here for the GT category. You can see Visser soaking up the pressure there from Jared Rousseau. Blue flags waving there to Ishmael Baloy, warning him that the Golf 1 is coming through of Marius Chuta. That's a rapid little Golf 1 that Chuta's got today. Stay ahead of Philip May in the Porsche and Wouter Roos, the current champion in the GT class. Means you've got to have something special underneath the bonnet, and it certainly looks like this little Golf has got just that. Hasn't quite got the legs that Stefan Schneider's got up the road from him. So Schneider's looking to at least wrap this first heat up, and then he can start concentrating his efforts on what he has to do later on in Class C in the M Performance Racing Series. SGD Golf still maintaining second spot on track at the moment, and no answer from Philip Meyer. You'll see here's possibly what the gap is like. There is the Golf, and there's the Porsche. Looks like there might be a bit of battle scars there on that Porsche as well. I wonder if there might have been a touch at some point there between Schneider's and Philippe, the front right of the car, with a bit of battle scars on the front bumper, just over the wheel arch. Visser has gotten away now from Rousseau and is certainly mounting a late race effort to get past on Voterus. Ishmael Beloy under a bit of threat there as well from one of the Hondas. I think it might be Rob Clark. Checkered flag is on standby as Schneider's is on his way. I think we've actually just missed him. He's actually just gone across the line. So Stefan Schneider's with such a big gap over Mario Strutter. There is second place for GT class. There is Schneider's down the back straight away, so he gets the victory. Strutter second, and Philip Mayer will get third. It's quite tight for 3, 4 and 5 there between Voterus. Last ditch effort there from Rob Clark to try and get through on the Civic of Ishmael Beloy, but can't quite get ahead. Coming to the line now will be Class A's Wayne Robb. He's also sort of had a flag to flag there from the Ford Focus's point of view, and it's a good effort there from him to win out over a relatively competitive field of Class A drivers behind him. Pete Portita, I think, is going to hang on for second. Priestley will still hang on for third. No, Priestley's got through. Priestley got through to second there. Yeah, just checking that. As they came across there, Priestley beating Portita to third, and then Lindsay Kleur coming through in the background. A couple of SuperHatch competitors in the mix between them. So that wraps up our Ferro Energia 111 GD Sports and Saloons action for Race 1. Another 10 laps of action coming your way a little later on this afternoon as we get into the second half of the proceedings today. Still got 2 more races to go before we finish up the first half. One will be ATE Volkswagen Challenge as Keegan Nathan comes through for the win in Class C. It was quite comfortable for him in the end after the little bit of antics there between Sebastian Bouliat and Chris Tate. I think Bouliat will still hang on for second. He will come through there for that one. As I said, ATE Volkswagen Challenger up next, and then from there we go into BMW M Performance Racing Series classes A, B and C to finish up the first half of the day's racing. ATE Volkswagen Challenge are onto the track now for their first heat of race action today. It's a 10-lapper for classes A, B and C. And yesterday we caught up with a couple of the top contenders to see what they are looking to do here at Red Star Raceway for round 4 of Extreme Festival of Motorsport.
So Class B last year was the competitive class. At least now this year Class C has grown quite a bit. And we all here to win championships and gain points. Yeah.
And how's it been going this weekend?
It's been going great. Car feels amazing. I can find some time, and at least let's hopefully get to top 4 this weekend.
Really cold this morning, so really no grip out there. So we battled first session. We made a few changes for the second session, but I think we went the wrong way. So I think back to the drawing board now and out for the last session, and let's see how it goes for tomorrow.
Always great to catch up with the drivers just before they get into the heat of the battle. Unfortunately today there's not going to be much heat in the battle because it's pretty chilly here in Delmas, and it's going to make it exceptionally difficult for the Dunlop rubber to get up to temperature as quickly as what most of these drivers would like it to get to. It's also going to be a bit of a fight on in each of the classes, as we've seen all season long so far, and some pretty spectacular stuff into 2025 in this ATE Volkswagen Challenge. Heard from one of the top contenders in Class A there in Ian Walker the Stalker, and looks like he's gone and done the good stuff of trying to get it to the front end of the field at least to be in contention for this first heat of racing. Also be catching up on the 2 Severo boys. We managed to catch up with Dimmy, and I know that Dad's at home. Hope he's feeling a little bit better. Wasn't able to make it out here and got the case of the man flu, but big shout out there to Zeph and the fam. Ferro Energia car, of course, always great to see that little machine in full flight, and we'll be looking to try and be at the front end at least of each of the classes that are out there. There are battles that have sort of been raging throughout the season, and we're looking to pick up on those a bit more there. There is Demi Severo that we just chatted to in the Insure Risk machine, and as I said, it was great to see his brother make a welcome return after that big crash only a couple of weekends ago, well, it's actually a couple of months ago now, at Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit, when we had the bumper weekend of Extreme Festival, when we had regionals and nationals combined over the 3 days of race action. Time to bring them to the line though. Also try and pick up on my timing monitor here to see if we can get that all sorted out for race 1 start. Right, ready to go now for race 1, as we've got them lined up. As you can see there, just a break in the grids of 2 grid positions, or 2 rows of the grid between classes A and Class B, and then another 2 between classes B and Class C here for ATE Volkswagen Challenge. I'm just waiting to see how we get things going here, because it's going to be, they normally start them with a bit of a break in between each start, and then let them go at like 10-second intervals. And with a 4K circuit, it's normally the best bet to do that. But no, they're all starting together, just with the gaps between each of the cars. It is Walker the Stalker that gets the whole shot. Ian Walker whole shots into turn 1 from second on the grid, and they all start to follow through their line astern. It's Wayne Masters trying to get on the inside of I think that was also, yeah, moving through there nicely. So some little bit of changes there in the front end of the field, but certainly looking forward to a big battle here in Class A as they get into the thick of it for the first time. Jaden Goosen will look to close things down there on Ian Walker. It'll be, I think that's Mighty Mfano who's up into third place at the moment. And then you see just in the background there the GSI car of Captain or Colonel Mustard. He's always a good man to watch out for at the front end of any battle. Here's Goosen putting pressure onto the Cycles United car. That Melavello Cycles United machine under big threat. And he just managed to soak up that pressure through the top end of the dog bone, does Ian Walker. Goosen, Mighty Mfana, and that's how they come through there. Wayne Master, I think, might have moved up into fourth by the looks of it. So as they come through there, we'll keep an eye on the progress on that one. Just also trying to get the monitor up and running here for me. As they come into the hairpin, watching in the background now for the battles for Class C. That's also started to rage right from the word go. Great to see that too. And loving that we got Pillay and De Beer going at it. Bryce Pillay trying to look for a way through there. Adrian De Beer keeping him out for now. And then the rest of them just sliding in behind that, trying to make up ground right from the word go. Change up for the lead. So it's Jaden Goosen who hits the front as we go aerial material here from our drone. Here we are just on the left hand side, just under the bridge there. That's our commentary position under the bridge as we see the cars heading into turn 9 and 10. As they come out, this is quite awesome to watch it from here. This is the new kart circuit, of course, just on the left hand side here of Red Star Raceway. A brand new innovation to the track that they were managed to put together to allow some national karting championships to come and participate here at Red Star Raceway, along with what we get from the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. Somebody locking up into turn 1. Tony, we're doing that too many times, I can tell you. We'll try and keep it smooth through that chicane. Stalker losing some ground now to Jaden Goosen as he opens up a little bit of breathing room between himself and Ian Walker for first and second in Class A. As they head down, Elna starting to also bridge the gap slightly. Stuart Mack looks like he's leading Class B at this point. And Mack in the AutoZone car doing a super job, as always, to try and maintain the front end of Class B. Remember, he's also the overall champion from last year, so he's definitely got some targets on his back. And there'll be a couple of cars that are going to try and close down on him. Koenig will be one of them. As the Northern Bolton Tool cars, the two Koenig boys, are in this pack fighting hard. Stewie and Jono. Looks like Mac's not going to have to do it all his own way though. Certainly seems like maybe a little bit more intention being shown there from at least the second car in Class B. And somebody running wide, Elna running wide in the ATE brakes machine, unfortunately getting it all wrong. She comes across the circuit, unfortunately out of harm's way. That's not a bad plan. Ooh, in the background, a couple of cars coming together there. I think that might have been the battle there for the lead of Class C, if I'm not mistaken. Getting pretty up close and personal coming out of that hairpin. So little fights starting to just pick a spot on the track to actually to take place. They've got to find their rhythm, get into whatever they can to do, getting up to the race pace that's required, and the race pace will probably be right up to it now because the track temperature is slightly higher than what it has been all day. Now we're at the sort of top of the day, but it's still pretty cool conditions in terms of ambient temperature, so that's brilliant for the engines. Probably not going to have any overheating cars today, but certainly we're still going to have some issues with tyre pressures. Masters up in a second place now and putting the pressure onto what would be his stablemate out of Performance Masters in Jaden Goosen. Goosen and Wayne Masters, of course, prepped by Wayne Masters' Performance Masters cars stable. But it's Walker the Stalker who sits in third at the moment for Class A. Fight's continuing in between Adrian de Beer and looks like Bryce Pillay now ahead of the GSI car. Somebody running wide in the background as well. Didn't quite pick up the number on that one, but certainly a concentration on the front end of Class C at this point. Pillay putting the pressure on Adrian de Beer, looking for a way through. Second pack is sort of bunched up together just behind this front two. And Chris Davison's in the mix of them. So it looks like Davison's dropped into the third place if he was in Class C, but he's ahead of the three cars fighting for third place, and he moves over to allow them through. It's quite nice there from the GSI car, realizing that he might have a slight problem on his Class B Polo, allowing the kind of brat pack of the field to come through. Back onto the drone shot as they come across the line to complete another lap. Bit of cloud cover coming in here as well now. You can see just dropping a little shadow over this side of the circuit. That is going to drop track temperatures down. So variable track temperatures to deal with now in terms of traction and the heat of the surface that they're playing on. This is the battle for the lead of Class A. Jaden Gerson for Ferro Energia, and Performance Masters is Wayne Masters on his tail. Doesn't look like there's any inch or room being given there by Masters to keep the youngster at bay or give him any chance to maybe have the spoils of the day. Wayne Masters wants those. He took the honours last weekend in the Masters side of Astron Energy Polo Cup, and he wants to certainly take Class C honours here today. Or Class A, I beg your pardon, of ATE Volkswagen Challenge. This is Stuart Mack's run to the line, possibly for Class B. He's bridged the gap now. Car that was right on his tail, I think, was the car that went off in the background of that shot that we had earlier on. So right now, it's a case of problems for Jaden Gerson. Wayne Masters has got through, and Jaden Gerson has slowed up dramatically. Something's gone wrong there on Gerson's car, and it's going to allow Ian Walker a chance to get up to second. Just a little running wide there. Sorry, Paulie, I was just looking down trying to sort out the timing monitor here. But it looks like there's going to be a bit of a charge now from Walker onto Jaden Gerson after he ran a little wide out of the hairpin. So that's given massive advantage to the Performance Masters car of Wayne Masters to try and stay ahead of this pack. Further back, we see action from the cars fighting for classes B and C. The Koenig boys in that mid-pack as well, having a good run in the Northern Bolton Tools cars. Gerson out front initially, now down to third. Or is he up to second again? He might have actually got through and back ahead of Ian Walker. So even with that little off-track excursion, he's still been able to stay into second. And is Wayne going to wait for him and still continue that little fight, or is he going to try and get away from the youngster? Marty Mfana there ahead of Dean Ross. That'll be for about 4th and 5th place. There is Stalker in the Melavello Cycles United car. He is third in Class A. Got a great start. He actually hole shot it into turn 1 and led for a while, but now that Wayne's at the front, it's going to be a tough man to beat. He certainly loves his front wheel drive polos, does Wayne Masters. That's one 2 and 3 onto the short straight. 4 is Mighty Mfana. Just saw him in the background there. And it looks like they're going to be coming up for their last lap, if I'm not mistaken. So I'll wait and see what the man on the bridge says as he puts the board out. No, he's got a number 5 in his hand. I don't think it's quite done just yet. There's still a couple more laps to go, as we keep our eyes and ears on the battle for Class C with De Beer and Bryce Pillay. Five laps to go, so this is the halfway stage reached for Class A, as these two cars are making their way through the twisties and almost at the end of their first half of the race. Wayne Masters, just watching him down that long straight, he seems to have backed off slightly. Maybe he's waiting for Jaden. Maybe he wants to have some fun. He wants Jaden a bit closer to him to so he can have a little bit of fun on the last 5 laps. Right, there we go. Wayne Masters, Jaden Huisson and Ian Walker, Mighty Mfana are the top 4 on the track, and that's the top 4 in Class A. It's Stuart Mack and Elna Cruiser's Class A car in 6th, ahead of John O'Koenig, and then Adrian De Beer and Bryce Pillay are your top 2 in Class C for 8 and 9. So all of the top contenders in Class A, B and C are within single digits overall on the track as well. The lead car, Wayne Masters, setting the fastest lap of the race, the last one, and still putting in a valiant effort there to stay ahead of his stablemate, Jaden Huisson. He's in the Ferro Energia car. There's Stewie Mack. The AutoZone car is the leader of Class B. He's got a nice margin and one car between himself and his closest rival. There is the AT car of Elna Cruiser, went off a little bit earlier on. It looks like she might have picked up a slight problem as well. She's not on the same kind of pace as what we normally see out of one of the fastest lady drivers. Change up for Class C. Pilay's at the front. He gets now ahead of Adrian De Beer. De Beer's not going to make it easy for him though. He's going to certainly hound him until the end of the race, which will come up in about 3.5 laps time. Three and a half for the front of the pack, that is for Class A. Still 4 to go for these guys. Maintaining the lead of Class C. De Beer just staying right on his bumper. Maybe Adrian was feeling a little bit tired of the pressure from behind and allowed Bryce through, and now going to try and return the favour and put the pressure onto Bryce. See if he can break him, or maybe just wait to pounce later on in the race so that there's no comeback from Bryce Pillay. There's certainly no answer from Stuart Koenig or Mitch Kutsia to the pace of Stuart Mack in the AutoZone car. Sorry, I beg your pardon, it would be John O'Koenig. John O'Koenig and then Mitch Kutsia. That's what we are watching at this point in time. Class B leader. And as you can see, 5th place overall there for Stuart Mack as well. Mighty Mfana, super effort here from this young man. He's definitely enjoying life as part of this championship, and he's got better and better every time he climbs behind the wheel of this race car. Looking for a possibility of a 4th overall. back on this one. This is Mitch Kutsia fighting with Stuart Koenig for Class C honours. It's for third place in Class C. Looks like Wayne Masters once again has just set another awesome lap with 3 to go. Maintains the purple lighting up of his name every time he crosses the line as the fastest car on track. He's got 3 more to go. Mitch and Stewie still with 3.5 to go. The halfway lap stage of the lap. Bryce Pillay, Arjan Dwyer, that's the lead of Class C. Heading through the twisties now. It's a big right, big left. Big right, big left, and then a final left onto the straight to complete the lap. Class D firmly in the hands here of Bryce Pillay for now, but is Arjan Dwyer waiting? Has he still got something left to get him to the front by the time the checkered flag comes out in 3 laps time for that class? De Beer once again closes in, maybe trying to use a little bit of slipstream here down the long straight. He's into the slip. He might be able to use the advantage of that slipstream. No, he's not quite close enough. It looked closer on camera than what he actually is as he came out of the chicane. A little in the dirt there from De Beer. Don't remember doing that. Got to try and stay on the black stuff here at Red Star. Across the line comes the Performance Masters Polo of Wayne Masters. He's actually not picking up on that timing monitor from what I can see. Oh no, there he is, there he's just come up again. So Masters from Jaden Gerson with 2 to go. As they head down the highway straight away. Ran a little wide there, putting in just one little touch of the wheel onto the dirt, using all the track and a little bit more to maintain his lead over second place and stablemate in the Ferro Energia Polo. It's Jaden Gerson. No change yet for Class C. De Beer now with 2 to go will have to start thinking about how he can find a way through on Bryce Pillay. Which you could see a little bit of breathing room there in the background over Koenig. Thought we'd get Arjan De Beer at least getting into that slipstream by now. He's not close enough though. He can't carry the same cornering ability as Bryce Pillay's Polo does through that little chicane. And he just loses ground, but then under braking closes back down again. If he can just get out of that final chicane a bit better, use the slipstream, he could probably out-brake Bryce Pillay down into turn 3. Easier said than done, Greg, sometimes. Here is the GSI Polo of Chris Davison. Stu Mack It's a massive lead in Class B. The Cruiser will still be finishing up in the top 5 overall for Class A, even though she's down in about 8th place on track. We've mentioned it at Astron Energy Polo Cup Masters level. There's really only one driver who's been able to outgun Wayne Masters this season. That's been John Kruger. But here, he's a tough man to beat. Jaden Kurson's had a win. Ian Walker's had a win. So we're all in the hunt for Class A honours. With those Class A honours, of course, come overall honours too. But with the consistency coming out of Stuart Mack, he will still maintain the lead of the overall ATE Volkswagen Challenge Championship. After another win here today, if he stays exactly where he is in a lap and a half's time. Masters coming into some back markers. Will that possibly help Jaden out a little bit? I don't think so. He's quite adept at getting through on slower traffic if he has to. There you go. Prime example of exactly what I just said. Finding a way through on the back marker with no worries whatsoever, and coming across to get the checkered flag. So checkered flag time there for the first time for ATE Volkswagen Challenge. Class A goes to Wayne Masters. Second place goes to Jaden Huerson in the Ferro Energia Polo, and third will go to Ian Walker the Stalker in the Mellow Velo Cycles United Polo. Looks like it's going to be Bryce Pillay to keep Adrian de Beer at bay. Unless Adrian's got something here coming out of the dog bone into the hairpin. Can he close things down, get into the slipstream, and maybe have a go at the top of the straight? Here we go. He's got good drive out of the hairpin. Is it good enough to get into that slipstream? We'll pick up on that in a few seconds' time. We're going to watch Stuart Mack coming to the line, though, for the win in Class B. No one even in sight out of the rest of Class B to hinder his attempt to get a victory for the AutoZone team. And Elna Cruiser will finish up in 5th place behind Mighty Mfano for Class A. Class C still in the fight as they switch it up. Head past our commentary booth now. It's just on the left-hand side of the shot as they go into the right, left, right. To the final corner. De Beer's not close enough. This one's going to be taken by Bryce Pillay. So to the line comes Class C. So it's a win for Wayne Masters, a win for Stuart Mack, and a win for Bryce Pillay in ATE Volkswagen Challenge first heat today. A couple of cars to be removed from the side of the circuit to be brought back into pit lane as well, which will give us a little break before we get into classes A, B and C of the M Performance Racing Series category. Mitch could see ahead of Koenig there, and then Dimitri Zafirio coming through to finish up in 4th place for Class C in the Insure Risk car. Looking forward to more action later on from ATE Volkswagen Challenge. Stand by for M Performance Racing Series classes A, B and C here at Red Star. and Performance Racing Series now on circuit one more time for their second heat of racing, classes A, B and C. And I think we caught up with a couple of drivers just before we get into race action here. So let's go down and find out what their plans are for this first heat.
Yeah, so first time back with BMW in about 5 years. We've been building this car. Lots of development gone into it, but we now to try and refine the car. We did a weekend last weekend at Zwartkops and it went well. And when we saw this fixture, we thought let's take it out and run it again. It's a one-of-one bespoke car built in South Africa, so we want to showcase what is possibility in South Africa if you really want to do something. And yeah, it's quite a car to handle around these tight circuits. It's a little bit wider than a normal BMW. So yeah, it's the tight stuff's a bit difficult, but obviously you can see she opens her legs on the straights. And yeah, we're just going to have a little bit of fun. We're in Class A, so I know that we're racing against Leon Loubser, Bob Neal and Fabio. I think it'll be a good race. We'll have some fun, you know. Yeah, and if you want, come and support.
Yeah, morning. First of all, it was really, really cold here this morning. Got here at 7 o'clock and it was ice everywhere. So yeah, we got warmers on, went out in the first test session. Reasonable, and then just went out again now. And yeah, we did the reasonable time, but we've got a few little issues which we're going to try and sort out for tomorrow. But yeah, it's a handful.
Alwyn Steenkamp and Bob Neal giving us a little bit of insight as to what their plans are for the day. And classes A, B and C, of course, a little bit more powerful cars, I would say. Although, when we spoke about it in the first heat of classes D, E and F, you can have the most powerful car and still be in Class F. It all depends on your driver ability and your ability to get that car's power onto the track surface. We're running anti-clockwise here at the Red Star Raceway in Delmas and Mpumalanga. And it's the Suzuki Jimny, of course, who's the official safety car here of Red Star. And that car will, of course, drive around and give us the rolling start that is required. Bob Neal looked like he was quickest this morning. And actually, Nick, I know you just joined me in the commentary booth again, but Nick Herbst, it was quite interesting to see. Bob Neal was almost 2 seconds quicker in the qualifying session this morning ahead of the rest of this field. And there are some serious contenders in terms of 4 or 5 time champion in Leon Loubser alongside him, who could not find the same pace.
It looks like the cold conditions certainly suited Bob this morning. Fantastic lap time, just breaking 2 minutes, 1:59 and 647 thousandths of a second. And like you said, quite a gap between that and second place in a championship winner, Leon Loubser. So he was just under the 2-minute 1 mark. So Bob put an absolutely scorching pace down in those cold conditions. And right behind them is a pretty menacing looking machine. Have you seen the form of that, GT3 format car?
I don't want to say anything about that thing, because when I saw that this morning, I was like, oh my goodness, where did that come from? That's new. I like it. Can we get some more of them, please? Because, man alive, that's a demon that's in the making there. And I think once it's up to pace and it's got its little niggles and scratches and the fine tuning done, we are in for a big run there. There's no doubt about it.
It's quite incredible the range of cars we get to see here at the BMW M Performance Parts Race Series. The vehicles that we developed, Lee Thompson Racing, Fast Developments, developing what we see at the front of the grid right now, are really at the top of the motorsport game. But then you come and see what Alwyn has brought to the party right now, and it's just next level, and it's incredible what we get to see here.
Normally what we find from Alwyn Steenkamp as well, we just chatted to him before the race started, is his ability to sort of find I said a demon, I should have gone with the dragon, because usually his cars are fire breathing, and when I say that, they literally flame throw out of the side of the exhaust. So I'm not quite sure if it's up to that pace just yet, because we saw this car actually last week. I got to see it before you did, probably in full flight in terms of race trim, when he piloted in the Extreme Supercars. So it was awesome to see it sort of running amongst the Porsches and Lamborghinis and giving them a good run for their money. It's that's the kind of pace that these things got. But in saying that, still down in third with a bit of development to happen.
Yeah, a couple niggles still to solve. We can definitely hear it's not running at full power yet. But yeah, there's staunch competition and nothing to be taken away from what Bob and Leon are doing right now. And similarly behind them in Class B, the lap times are equally impressive. We've got Renier Smith on pole with a 2:01. And that is, far from the kind of silhouette and format of the Class A cars. Right behind him, Anton Pommersheim in that beautiful vehicle developed by Fast Development. Really impressive time. Just behind him, 2:01.289. So they were split by thousandths of a second.
Thousandths there, 2 seconds apart at the front. But initially in the qualifying session, which I actually got to watch when I got set up here in the studio, Renier had a 2-second lead for quite a long way. So it was only right in the closing stages that gap came down to within the thousandth of a second.
Finally found the pace and at least brought the competition to him. Nice to see there at the end. And then obviously we get into Class C. So we've got Nichelle and Leonard leading that pack right now with, again, rapid times in under 2:05. So we're looking at deep 2:04s right now for Nichelle in that E90 M3 race car, and Leonard Archer in his E90 335. You'll see the bright blue colours of the ACD Valcom car there. Difficult to mix.
He must, every time I speak to him, I say to him, haven't we got anybody that's sort of in the gold mining industry that could potentially give us a couple of million rand to rejuvenate that magnificent circuit that's just down the road from his house? I saw a post yesterday, and of course I'm sure a lot of you caught the article or the interview that was done on Carte Blanche about how it's just deteriorated and gone to wreck and ruin. And it's a sad state of affairs. I mean, because that circuit, say for instance that circuit was in the middle of Santon, you wouldn't be having the same conversation. We'd be racing there every weekend.
Absolutely.
That's a sad state of affairs that unfortunately has fallen into the way things have gone with that circuit. But there it is. There's the ACD Valcom car we're just speaking about, that little 335.
Another car to look out there, Shane Grobler, moving up in classes. Shane, has been driving a huge range of vehicles. Part of his business, building exquisite race cars. He's moved into something quite a lot more powerful in comparison to his typical bread and butter, Class D cars. And he's putting the times down. So in his new race car that he's developing there, knocking on the door of Class B. And I think this is his first outing, effectively, in the Class C format. Very excited to see what he can do in this race.
Interesting to see how they held the field up there on the short straight. I wasn't quite sure why it's that they held them up that badly, but of course the Jimny's got going again, and maybe they were just getting a couple of stragglers in the back end of the field. I don't think there's anybody else that's too far behind them, but they've literally bunched the pack up before they got into the twisties. So it's going to be a really concertinaed start here. Normally a little bit more of a gap opening up there, but as I said, that little Suzuki Jimny held them on that back straight for a long, long time. The Foster cars in Class A wouldn't be too concerned about that, because when they drop the hammer, of course, they can get away relatively quickly, and I think we'll have that sort of 3 or 4, maybe 5 car battle for Class A. But to try and find that extra 2 seconds that Bob found this morning, what has Leon done, and what has Alvain done? We know that Alvain is still very much in the development process of that car, but maybe he's got everything tweaked and has that little ace up the sleeve now for race conditions.
I think that's what Bob and Leon must be worried about is, has Alvain been able to turn it into race mode right now?
Yeah.
And I would be absolutely petrified to see that thing in the rearview mirror chasing you down like we just saw now. I mean, that's got the silhouette of now incredibly accomplished, that M4 Rower Racing.
Yes.
That won the 24 Hours of Nürburgring.
Exactly. So here we go. Lights off in a second's time, and we drop the hammer, and the Delmas mining machine hits the front. Whole shots, Loebscher the second. Alvain Skien comes right underneath the wing, and it's a good start there as well, coming from, how was that? Late out braking into the chicane, a couple of cars side by side. If they can just keep it all together going through there, and they've done that, fortunately. I think everybody's got through there, and we are into race 1.
Big pull down the main straight from Bob. He's got some massive pace, but there goes Alvain already. He's made past Leon Loebscher already, and he is on the hunt.
Yeah, that's exactly what you were worried about. Loebscher will be sitting there going, okay, let's see what this thing can do. Maybe I'll just give him a little bit of room. If you give him too much room, he's going to disappear, and he looks like he could potentially be looking to close things down here on Bob Neal. Bob Neal will be watching those rearview mirrors as well, and also gone very much Valentino Rossi-esque there with the yellow livery all over the car now. So a couple of yellow trims into that one. Going very much VR46 there, eh? I like it.
No classic white paint job over there. I think Alvain's car certainly suits that kind of design thought a lot better, but looking nice and close in this first series over here. I was always wondering, the Class B cars seem to get those tyres heated up quite a lot faster than I think the Class A runners were able to get the slicks up and running. And so you'd sometimes see some of the Class B competitors getting tangled in the middle of a Class A battle just because of that time to get the tyres up to temperature.
Archer on the attack. Dives up the inside, bucketless car on the outside. Just losing out there as he makes one move through and squeezes a couple of positions higher up on the overall standings there for Class C. One thing I've got to take into account as well, and one thing I wanted to ask you about too, Nick, it's something that I haven't really experienced here myself, but there are kind of a couple of changeable conditions. First of all, we're in low ambient temperatures, which means the track temperatures are quite low, which of course is going to affect what you do in terms of your tyre pressures and what you do for those Dunlops that you're running. But now, with a bit of cloud cover coming in, you've got sort of shade and sun. So it's variable conditions happening right through the track throughout the race. So does that affect you that much, or is there not really a concern there?
It's really strange and unusual conditions here for South Africa. We usually enjoy it.
Sorry to jump in. Big moment there for the ACD Volcom car. Archer was sideways. I think he put a wheel onto the paint and it got him a little bit lit up.
Super tight between him and the bucketless racing BMW F30 just behind him. And then right behind him, the diesel of Bilal Ahmed over there. So that chase is going to be very interesting. You know, that diesel pulls like the quintessential freight train.
It does, eh? And you can see it there trying to get into that slipstream to make a pass. Going back to that comment, though, sorry to jump in there and just to interrupt you there, but the changeable conditions can definitely suit some drivers and maybe not all the drivers. That's a great dive on the inside, though.
Big move, and that driver over there, Sheldon Shetty, had moved up just from Class D, broke out in qualifying. So moving up into the next class and making some moves. Great to see that from Sheldon Shetty over there.
And not at the back of the pack either.
Not at all.
Which this car, unfortunately, is. Gary Martin's BM, the other diesel on track, is not quite firing like it used to and like it's supposed to.
No, we're not seeing the same kind of freight train action from the Grease Monkey Motor Garage vehicle right now. So I think probably struggling with some performance issues at the moment. But long race. We've got 8 laps to go. The first 2 laps are telling, but that's not going to tell the entire story. We've got Fabio Fedetto on screen right now. He's fighting up against, that's Nishal in his F80 M3. So we've got M4 versus M3 right now. And a tight battle going on with Leonard Archer and the E90 right behind him.
So which one is the family man that went with the 4 as opposed to the 3? That's what I like to know. 4 doors as opposed to the 2-door. Anyway, it's all good. Thomas Shime having a fantastic battle as well. He's also not too far off the back end of that little battle. And then it's Archer, Ethan Kutsia. Nice to see Ethan Kutsia also stepping up into this category.
Yep.
It's a young driver that potentially could throw in a couple of real nasty moments. He had an absolute horrendous weekend last weekend, unfortunately, in the Astron Energy Polo Cup. But now, in the mix of it, yeah, big time.
Yeah, probably a different type of racing style compared to Polo Cup over here. So I'm, perhaps enjoying it and a little bit more space to use what would normally be really aggressive tactics coming out of Polo Cup.
I like it when they come into the chicane. This is where things could change up dramatically, because sometimes you come in there a little bit too hot, you run over the grass, it just costs you a bit of traction, and you've got to try and find out how's that little change up of the line there. Wow.
Very nice. I think Fabio's got some issues over there. He's dropped back a couple of positions. I know they were struggling with some electrical challenges on the car after some issues during qualifying and practice. So I think he's going to be moving down the order unless that car comes back to him. And then we could see right behind him that there's Shane. But it looks like the diesel got ahead of him on lap 1. They had a tight little tussle coming into that final corner. And I think Bilal and the diesel made his way past him.
I think he's just squeezed through there and he's tucked in behind now, trying to stay with Ethan Gutsia's progress that he's making in the bucketless car. Just watching as well, we haven't mentioned him, but Salvi Gutierrez in there too, and Benny Late. Now, those 2 cars were front end of the field at the previous round. So you can see how the amount of development and work that's gone in between the rounds, because you've had this little bit of a break in proceedings. So they've been able to sort of take them down to bolts and build them back up again.
It's been turned on its absolute head. We've got, like you just mentioned, Salvi Gualtieri, race winner, similarly Benny Late, typically competing for the lead of Class C. And we have Leonard Archer, who was typically at the tail end of Class C, now competing for the lead. So absolutely turned on its head. And great to see the development and new challenges brought to this class.
And that's the one car, of course, of Renier Smith. Oh, Martin's off. Grease Monkey Garage diesel BMW going off. That's, I think, at the bottom end of the circuit there, bottom end of the long highway straight. In fact, no, going onto the short straight. It's just going onto the short straight. It might not be in a good position there. That's sort of still on the exit of the corner.
Right.
And we'll have to wait and see whether Mr. Bean deems that to be a safe condition.
Looking very, very racy up in front. We've got Alvain on the tail of Bob Neal and Leon right behind him. So I think right now Bob has got his side view mirrors and his rear view mirrors absolutely full of the attack, and it looks like Alvain might make a move down into this on this long straight right now.
Exactly what you were worried about. Has he got it into race trim? Yes, he has. Wow, Alvain Steenkamp, welcome to the party, bud. It's been a long time since he's been at the front end of one of these battles, and I know with that previous car he had the fire-breathing dragon I mentioned earlier at the start of the race. He's now seeming to find something pretty unique and pretty special here with this 4. And man alive, didn't take him long to get to the front end. He set the pace early on, but in fact, fastest lap on the last lap went to Leon Loubser. So Loubser's also on the move, and maybe going to put in a late little ditch here to get past on that Delmas mining machine of Bob Neal.
Pushing hard, you know. Qualifying is only half the story. That gets you into the right position, but race pace is everything. If you haven't got it on the day and you can put the times down lap after lap, and here we've got an 8-lap race, unfortunately qualifying only gets you so far.
Oh, there are some tyres that Gary Martins has parked behind, so maybe that's the reason why the COC hasn't looked at... Oof. Hello, let me just go back to this quickly.
Side by side, Leon Loubser and Bob.
Yes, exactly. Bob just squeezed out there by Leon Loubser, and Loubser, as I said, was quickest on the last lap, so he's found some late race pace. If he can keep this all together, because remember, this is only an 8-lapper, remember folks, not a 10-lapper like everybody else that we've had over the last 4 races of the day. And we're going to complete the first half of the day's racing here as this checkered flag comes up for this one in a few laps time too. But as I mentioned, Bob has now been demoted from the lead down to 3rd in the space of a lap.
So dispatched from the lead, potentially, the car with the fastest lap time here for the weekend. I'm not sure if we're going to see anybody do a better lap time than what Bob had set down. But we've got Alvain and Leon who have put the race pace together, and now Leon will go chasing after Alvain if he can.
Oh, he's got clean air now, so he can if he wants to. Whether or not he wants to is it's questionable now, because remember we spoke about beginning of the first heat of DE and F. It's the mid part of the season. Consistency is key. Alvain is not in the championship. He's just joined the championship. He can become part of the championship if he continues with this kind of pace and race winning ability throughout the rest of the season, but he would have all the catching up to do. Whereas Bob and Leon are already in that fight for the title. Do they go hunting, or do they just hang back and keep it between themselves?
Looks like in Class B over here, it's relatively synchronized swimming going on right now. We've got Renier leading from Nick Makris and then Anton Pommersheim. We've been watching that kind of follow on from right now. So I think, like you mentioned, a lot of management going on right now, not too much risk taking, etc. I wonder if this is going to shake up, because we've got incredibly racy drivers available, on track right now. I'm sure if an opportunity presents itself, they are absolutely going to grab it. But Renier is looking after the pace right now, ensuring he gets really good corner exit, and that's going to put him in good stead for ensuring that he doesn't come under attack at the end of the race straight.
I'm going to watch the lap times if we get an opportunity to see that, but Bob Neal certainly seems to be not on the same pace as what he was earlier on, and that may actually give Renier, Neck and Anton a chance of getting into the top 3 overall. Here we go. That's the 69 car, the Autoniche car, doing a superb job. A bit further back there as well. There are some great little battles that are raging in that mid-pack as well. And of course that is for Class C honours, with Archer sitting there, still comfortable, and sitting at the moment for what would be 2nd place in Class C.
Looks like we've missed out on what has happened to Bilal Ahmed in the diesel. He was running a car or 2 ahead of Shane Grobler, but unfortunately we're not seeing him on track right now.
Grobler actually just put in the fastest lap of Class C, so we're not seeing it on the board there, but of course with my timing being down, Grobler, just in my ear there from Paul, is saying that he was setting the fastest lap for Class C, so he's also starting to close that gap down and potentially going to have that late race dash.
On the move.
Yellow flag's waving, so maybe a potential off there. Yeah, there we go. Stricken on the inside of what is turn 11. And, there's a couple of cars actually stricken.
Is that Leon Loubser stricken on that side?
I think it might be.
We've lost him from the front.
Yeah, no, he's definitely gone.
So that's Leon Loubser stricken
gone.
It's
Loubser that's parked on the inside there. Well spotted, bud. On the inside of the exit of turn 11. Heading, there he is. Uncle Leon off the car, looking at the machine and walking away to just get out of harm's way there. That's a big pity to lose him at this.
That's really unfortunate. He just done the hard work to get past Bob and starting to extract some pace. And looks like something's gone, horribly wrong. Hopefully not detrimental or a problem for race 2. The guys can get it sorted out, but that's sad to see. So that's going to leave Alvain to defend from Bob Neal. And I wonder if Bob Neal's going to be falling into the clutches though of that leading Class B pack.
Now, I know it's not his first official race, but it's his first race with you guys, Alvain Steenkamp. First race, first place.
Yep.
Is that an omen for the rest of the season?
I think that could be a scary omen.
You're going to have to worry about that if you're Bob Neal and you are Leon Loebscher, particularly if you're parked on the sideline. I did say he's got a lot of catching up to do, but if this is what he's found from the word go and they don't have an answer, then it's going to be a very, very interesting second half of the season, buddy.
Absolutely.
So the niche machine going through there ahead of Leonard Archer's ACD Velcom BM, and then it's Ethan Kutsia incredibly now ahead of Krobler. So he's found a way past. Krobler was quicker than Ethan Kutsia, but Kutsia must have put in a stonker on that last one to get past in the bucket list racing BM.
I think he was originally ahead over there. I'm not sure exactly the configuration of those two, but I remember Selvey seeing him behind Shane, and with Shane putting in the fastest lap times, look how close Selvey is behind him.
Selvey's joined the party for sure and wants to be in the mix here, potentially for a podium. There's still a little bit of race action to come our way. It's not done and dusted just yet, as we are here at Red Star Raceway. If you just joined us from all around the world, a big welcome. You are in the thick of BMW M Performance Racing Series' classes A, B and C, race 1, and we have got a battle of note. This man is going to be relatively untouched, I think. Now that he's at the front, you can see he's actually even rolled off ever so slightly there.
Right.
He's found the race pace that got him to the front, and now he can control it in a brand new developed car that we only saw for the first time last weekend, but now for the first time ever in M Performance Racing Series. And he has got to the front and become a threat literally from the word go. Alvain Steenkamp ahead of Bob Neal for Class A. B is Renier Smith, Nick Macris, and this battle is for Class C's.
Selvey definitely on the move. He's just got ahead of Shane Krobler. He's going to be hunting down that bucket list F30 car now.
Kutsia in that bucket list F30. Ethan Kutsia, as I said, changing up from a front wheel drive Lee Thompson Racing Polo into the bucket list racing BMW for this weekend. But Selvey, remember, as you mentioned it earlier on, race winner last time out. So not expecting to see him so far back, and he certainly has taken a long time to get up into at least podium contention.
We'll call it baby steps, but we like these steps. We enjoy watching Selvey take some positions, all on track right now. A couple of laps left, but he is looking incredibly racy behind Ethan Kutsia right now. I think there's going to be huge pressure coming onto the mini straight right now.
Big slide there, which has lost him a little bit of ground. Just a bit of oversteer there, which he caught. And now comes onto it. Now let's see. Get the power down. Sav speed versus bucket list. Here we go. It looks like it's advantage to the bucket list car, but it's because he got slightly better drive out of the hairpin with that little mistake out of the dog bone section for Selvey, but still some time in hand. He may still be able to get through there on Ethan Kutsia.
And you can see he's got grip. He's taking the corners and the apexes, and he's holding the line so tight over there. So Selvey's got pace, and I think if he's let through by Ethan right now and gets his way through, he's going to go hunting after Leonard Archer.
Archer's quite a long way up the road, but there's still an opportunity if you can catch him. As I say that, did he miss a gear there?
Yeah, what happened?
He just slowed up there. I don't know if he maybe didn't get it into the gear selection he wanted and just lost about half a car length.
Well, that car of Alvain Steenkamp really a beauty to behold. The level of, or the height and low CG of that car, it looks like a slot car on this track.
Yeah, it does, eh?
Just incredible. Proper kind of GT3 development car there.
Yeah, it's a beautiful machine that he's built, it's for sure. And now onto his final lap. So as he comes out of the dog bone, he'll get to the halfway stage at that hairpin. And with half a lap to go, there's no answer from Bob Neal. Although, as we mentioned earlier on, if you've just joined us, Bob Neal set the pace early on this morning in qualifying, getting under the 2 minute bracket, the only car to do that in Class A. So we kind of expected Bob Neal to be the dominant force, but that all changed up with Alvain Steenkamp in the front. There's Bob in the background. That's the gap he's pulled now over the yellow trimmed machine there of the Delmas mining car of Bob Neal. And in fact, Bob Neal has dropped back into the clutches there of Renier, and Renier under a bit of threat there from Nick Macris.
Very, very close in this last little section over here. I mean, that looked like almost an overtaking attempt from Nick on the Class B lead.
It's because it's on that final lap. It's now time to do or die. And that's exactly what he's trying. He doesn't have to worry about do or dying. He's done it all, and he's set the pace and controlled it since he hit the front. One of his closest rivals is that car that's just in the foreground of the shot there, and with Leon Lopes standing on the sideline, he'll be watching that car going, wow, there's something special.
Right.
What are we going to do about this machine for race number 2?
Just as we saw there, we saw the stricken car of Bilal, but nice to see Alvain come through and in that beautiful car take the
first place. And it's going to be Bob Neal for second. And who's going to get the Class Bs? Renier Smith, Nick Macris. Macris is going to just hang on. No, Smith. Smith gets it, Macris in second, and Pomasham for third.
Tight final ending to the Class B standings over there. I think the final 3 crossed that line, probably in the same second.
Yeah, 100%. Here's Niche versus Archer. Otto Niche and ACD Velkom for Class C honours. Pretty tight stuff here as well. Ethan Coetzee, I think, might have just hung on. I just saw in the background there the red car behind the white car, so I think it might be a case of it's going to be Nishal Singh. No, in fact, change up. Look at that. Oh, very close.
Great job from Ethan Coetzee to defend from Selby over there. Shane bringing in a respectable result over there with his new vehicle. Then we see the 2 cars. We've got Fabio and Bilal, unfortunately not able to complete that race.
Is that how you finish up a race on the day? Hey, you go and sit on the wing and have a coffee. That's what the wings are for.
What's
Put
the
your
wing
coffee on
for?
it. Exactly. Well, that car also a bit of a problem earlier on in the first part of the race there. The Grease Monkey Garage of Gary Martin's diesel BMW. As the rest of the pack come through to finish up, this is the finish of our first heats of racing as well here for M Performance Racing Series. And now they're having a quick chat about who's going to get cars. Who's going to fetch my car? Did you phone your friend? No, I didn't. What do you mean you don't have your phone? These cars all got in-car phone attachments that you can just phone from, I'm sure. I know yours does.
SOS.
SOS button. Gary Martin's going to try and fix the car on the side of the road. He probably will be able to do it as well. That's the kind of oak he is. Anyway, that is our first heat completed for the day here at Red Star Raceway. We've got a small break in proceedings, and we'll be back after the lunch break with part 2 with the DOE Formula V's powered by CIM Lubricants BMW M Performance Racing Series. Nick will join me back for that one. It's a 9-lapper for the second race of both of those categories. V8 Supercars, the Dunlop V8 Supercars, Ferro Energia 111s, and ATE Volkswagen Challenge will take us up to about 5 o'clock this afternoon and wrap up round 4 of the Extreme Festival, regional side of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. It's DOE Formula Vee time once again. It's race 2, another 10 lapper coming your way. And the man who should be in one of those red cars out there, who's not, we had some duties to do this morning from a personal point of view. He's sitting alongside me. It's quite lucky to have him. Theo? First race was phenomenal. You probably only watched it on the live stream.
I did.
But I can tell you, your friend from the UK, suitably impressed, buddy.
Me too. I checked the race and I was like, yes, if James Carter didn't have a slow start, then he would have been up there with the guys. So,
if he can get a better start, I think he'll be in with the mix at the front end, that's for sure. But nice to see also giving a chance for some international competitors to come part and parcel. It's kind of what Rick Morris does with Formula Fords, the other single-seater category. I'm sure they probably had some point in time of racing against each other.
Most probably. Yeah, so Thor contacted the Formula Vee Association through Facebook.
Yeah.
And then he said he's got a few months that he's on holiday or whatever, he wants to come race here. I said to him, well, there's 3 options, either now Red Star, or Swartkops, or East London. And they said, no, let's do Red Star. So yeah, he got on plane and now he's here.
I think we should try to squeeze him to come back for East London as well.
I said to him,
because I'm telling you now, a Formula V at East London, as you know, is pretty spectacular.
Especially in a Forza, you know, where all the other Raymas, everybody has to tap off in Potters. I can go there flat out. So.
There's a little insight.
There's the trick.
If you want to come and race in East London, make sure you're in a Forza.
Yes.
Don't come in a Rayma. Listen, championship in this side of things is starting to heat up a little bit, because Lendl kind of has a handle on it.
Yeah.
But in saying that, it's never ever done and dusted in this championship because, things tend to sort of play into the hands of the Hills boys at some point in time. Gert had a phenomenal qualifying, couldn't quite capitalise it into a win, but he certainly found some pace. So I think there's some manoeuvring to happen from his point of view.
Yeah, I just spoke to Gert and I said to him, yes, well done on your pole position. He's like, yeah, but Lendl had gearbox problems in quali. I said, so what? You're still on pole? And then what happened in the race? He's like, no, he's just way too fast. So pole position isn't always everything.
It isn't, but it does give you that extra point, doesn't it?
Correct, yeah.
So there is a point in the bag there for him at least, so he's, if I want to say it, and pun intended, is he's made the point. But he's now going to try and make the point in terms of finding some pace. Would they have done some tweaking to the car, do you think?
He did. He always tweaks between races. I think handling-wise, the motor is running smoothly.
Yeah.
And he also said to me he missed a gear in coming out the short hairpin.
The hairpin, yeah.
And that's when Peter passed him.
Okay.
So yeah, just concentrate.
Little mistakes don't need to be made.
Yeah.
Especially when it's such close racing as it always is.
Yeah, correct.
And of course, celebrating 60-year anniversary this year as well. It's just adamant. I mean, not adamant. It's pertinent to say that the racing has happened for the last 60 years, and what we're seeing currently has happened for 60 years.
Yes.
It's been as exciting on every single occasion.
Correct.
Which is just so good.
I mean, I would have loved to see the days where there was 40 Vs on the grid.
Listen, I got to see it not on a commentary point of view, but I used to watch it from the sidelines when my dad was still involved with Westbank at Kyle Army as one of the corner sponsors. And I would go there and sneak in as a security guard and then find my way onto a podium somewhere or onto a grandstand somewhere to watch. And V's always entertained. They always entertained. And of course, here at Red Star, I'd say arguably one of the best races we've had today has come out of race 1 from you guys.
Awesome.
Looking forward to more of the same here in race 2.
I think it's going to be, well, how ironic is that? Lendl number 1, Peter number 2, 1-2 on the grid.
Yeah, and then 11 and 33 just behind the 14 car of Gatti. So, battle of numbers, battle of wits, about to get underway as we flick that little number board around. We go to 30 seconds, which is arguably the fastest 30 seconds you'll ever see in your life.
5,
4, 3, lights on, and go. Drop the hammer. Right, who's going to have what it takes here off the line? It's a good start from Lendl Jansen. It's a great start from Gatti. Back on the back, might just squeeze through there into turn 1. He might go around the outside of Hills and does so. Hills into third. It's Hills, 3, 4, and 5.
I've got goosebumps.
I know you have. You don't normally get to sit in this situation and see it from the outside. You only watch it later on.
Correct.
But I get to see this all the time, but so this is always exciting for me.
I was watching the first race and I was like, damn, I would have been up there, but next time.
It's got to come back, but there's no doubt about you only be back.
Yeah.
Here we go, a little bit of a better start, as I said, from your good friend. And Carl Watt is tucked in behind him there. So the training wheels machine tucking in, and a better start from Carl Watt this time too.
Yeah. They also did a bit of cam timing on training wheels now during the break. So let's see if training wheels has got a bit of more straight line speed now.
It looks like he might have a little bit more grunt on that car because he's sticking just behind the second pack of cars. First pack is literally led out by Lionel Janssen and comes down to Brandon Hills there in 5. Bit of a gap to 6th place. It's about half a car, 2 lengths maybe to Sean van der Linde. Van der Linde was there, and just in the end he just kind of petered out at the end. It's just not able to run the pace right to the checkered flag.
Yeah, see, the thing with Red Star is the drivers get tired, number one, and the tyres overheat a bit. So with our 10-lap race, he had lap 7, lap 8, then it starts getting a bit heated.
So you've got to manage tyres all the way through.
Yes.
You can't push right from the word go and then expect them to come in.
No, correct. If you overdrive in one corner, then the rest of your race is gone.
Okay, so interesting to see how that all worked out. You've got to have a bit of a Bezecchi kind of feel, eh? You need to be able to ride on poor tyres at the end.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll go with that.
Yeah.
See who's got the Bezecchi line here at the end of this one. Listen, picking up on Jaco Smit had also had a great first heat, but in the mix there as well is Thor. Thor's in it.
Yeah, he's there.
He's not wasting time here at all.
No, I said to him now, he did well. I'm proud of him. Just keep on. Just focus on the start. And I mean, look where he's. I think he's 7th now. So just keep it up.
If he stays in touch here with Carl, and the two of them kind of work together and not fight each other, they may still be able to bridge that gap to Van der Linde just up the road.
Yeah.
Coming across the line, first lap completed in anger, and the usual contenders stay the way they are. Vaughan and Brandon just behind Peter. Peter hasn't got an answer just yet to Van der Berg or to Lionel Janssen, but he'll be hoping that the two of them, because Kat is a lot closer to Lendl, maybe he's going to have him overcook the tyres a bit.
Yeah, just put pressure on him, that's all. But Lendl, once the visor goes down, he's a different breed. Look at Gert on the outside.
He's trying. Outside of that corner is a bit off camber as well, as we know. It just breaks away to the right-hand side. So you kind of feel a little unsettled until the car settles coming through into this little kink. Once you're in the kink, it straightens up again. But then you go straight up into the dog bone, which is quite a tricky little section to get right on any form of motorsport, whether it's 2 wheels or 4.
Yeah. You call it the dog bone?
Yeah, you know why, eh?
Yeah.
Look at it from the top.
Yeah, but we
looks
call
like
it
a cartoon
something
dog bone. We're not going to go there, okay? Yeah. It's a certain part of a dog's anatomy that you like to refer to. It's not that, it's the bone, okay? Yeah, you guys. You know, racing drivers, I apologize to everybody out there, but racing drivers have their own terminology for what cartoon characters look like, you know?
Yeah.
Anyway, the dog bone is what it's known as. We won't go what Theo thinks it's known as. Oh, this is quite tight. This is nice.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars there in the battle.
There was a little bit of an issue with Marcel Bluchnout in the first one. He went off, got back on track again. Did he make a slight mistake somewhere?
He lost brakes. As the race progressed, he had no brakes.
Wow. So then, that kind of helps to have in a race car, brakes.
Yes.
I know you don't use them. You don't want to use them.
Especially on this track with all these corners and breakers.
Exactly. There's a lot of braking points on Red Star. Is it potentially could be an issue for a lot of these cars here in the second heat then? Because if he had problems in the first heat...
No, so what happened is they changed the master cylinders now between the heats.
Okay.
He said maybe because of the cold, the seals in the master cylinder contracted. And now, as soon as you step on the brakes, it just bypasses. So that
got a long pedal.
Yeah,
a long pedal there. So there'll be brakes, but not what you want.
Correct.
Okay, so that's why you can nurse it home at the end. You got no brakes, you can't go racing, that's for sure. That's a good point to make. I didn't even think about that in terms of that master cylinder issue that he's raised there. Because we also had one of the BMWs run wide, we had one of the V8s run wide on a similar situation, so could possibly be in a similar kind of scenario.
But that will be something to watch as the race progresses, especially with Marcel, because he had the problem. So we'll just keep an eye on that.
Doesn't look like it's
trying to dive
him
on
at
the
this
inside.
stage.
Yeah, no, tried to do a move there on Millet Stewart.
Yeah.
And I see Dane had a very bad start, so he
stopped right back, eh?
Yeah, he was first in the association now, leading, and he now needs to get the cat. Pull the rabbit out of hat.
Does Thor fall into the rookie class?
No.
Oh, he doesn't. It's
No,
just an invitational driver.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
But he will.
No, that's cool.
He's part of the association and the national, but just not the rookie class.
Cool. Okay. Right, so it's nice to see you give me an opportunity, and I'm sure hopefully he goes home and tells his friends about us.
Correct. No, he
bring some more friends out here. That'll be awesome.
Yeah, he said to me yesterday, I don't know what you guys do, but you do it well. And you do it right. So he's going to speak to the British people and tell them to focus on what we're doing. And it was the same with Trevor Carmody from America.
Yeah, exactly. Take the rules over there and say to him, this is how we do it, this side runs well, there's no issues, and we can play on.
Correct.
That's what I like to hear. So setting the example, basically, for the world from a Formula V point of view, which is hats off to you guys. Well done.
Thank you.
So this, of course, is the battle for the lead, and Gertie's applying the pressure, not showing any ace up the sleeve just yet, which is probably a good thing.
Yeah.
However,
he's learning Lendl's lines now and checking where he can.
Try and find a little chink in the armour. One thing I've got to say though is, I expected to see the slipstream come into play a bit more here at the circuit with the very long straight and the slightly shorter straight. Doesn't really come into play here that much.
No, not really. You need to have, this way around, it doesn't have that much of an effect, but if we do it clockwise.
Yeah, clockwise, you've got to run onto the straight, makes a big difference.
Correct.
Exactly. The chicane slows you down, so it negates that slipstream ability.
Yeah, the concertina into the main straight doesn't really give you that that fight you want to slipstream, because you need to be. That's a very technical little piece of.
No, chicane's not easy. Not an easy section to do. I know from when I was driving the Mini around here as well, going this way around, the Mini loved that section because it sort of gave me the ability to catch the quicker cars, where I lost out on the straightaways for their turbo power and my supercharged power. But of course the handling was good through there too, where the bigger cars weren't as great. Sure,
One,
Thor's
two,
putting the
three,
hammer down
four,
here, big
5,
time.
6, 7 cars there. Yes.
Loving it. There you go, Dane with a chance.
Millet taking training.
Millet. It's one of the Stuart boys.
And Yaku also passed Thor now there into the corner.
Yeah, he's moving one position ahead. Carl's having to fight hard, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, that's not his usual car, as we've just heard. And apologies for getting that wrong earlier on in the day, because I was chatting about the fact that I thought he just put new livery onto it.
Oh, okay.
Meanwhile, it was
a total different chassis.
Completely different machine. Yeah, completely different machine. So apologies for that one, Carly. So out of the dog bone they come. Fanamava. Oof. He also had a fantastic first race.
Yeah.
A couple of really good moments for him there, fighting with the Stuart boys and also with Marcel.
Yeah,
and back into the same little battle.
Yeah. He said he got a bit tired and he had a brain fart. And then he ran up Thor. He ran up his rear end.
That's what just caused him to drop back slightly.
Yeah,
there's Dane coming back though. Just in the background of that shot, I think he might have snuck through there on Fanamava. Let's just see if there's a change up on colours.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, he's through.
Oh, well done.
So he's made a move and now into the twisties. From a V's point of view as well, these left-rights are very similar. And a lot of drivers complain about the fact that they think they're in one turn, but they're actually in the other. Sometimes it catches you out.
Yeah, a lot of, especially Clinton Kane, when he gets out the car, he's like, "Nee, ek is nou naar."
Really?
Yeah.
No, Lance Isaacs used to say the same thing on the Superbikes, and I've said to him, "What are you talking about, man? I've done like a gazillion laps around here. I never ever know where I am, and I just continue racing. Who cares? When I see the flag, okay, then I know I'm done."
Yeah, and especially also now, as you've done 5 laps and you look, okay, 5 more to go. Really 5 more. Then it starts. It's a real mental battle, this track.
Yeah, another 20 k's still to go.
Yeah.
That's the other thing that comes into play here. It's a 4-kilometre circuit. It's a long track compared to what we've been at so far. Other than, of course, Kailami. Kailami was spectacular for you guys, really. Yes. It was one of the best shows of the day, came out of this.
The one heat we had was awesome.
This is nice. Fanning out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, well
done. And I think Carl battling there maybe with
straight line speed. Yeah, he says here through this first section, training wheels, the handling is superb on that car, but there's no straight line speed, so everybody catches him on the straight.
Goes past. Yeah. See you later. There we go. The Stewarts sandwiching Marcel at this point in time.
Well done.
And maybe squeezing through, actually. You'll have the inside line for the top of the dog bone. Oh, yeah, just made it stick.
Well done, Dave.
Oh, it was good driving, though. Eh? Outside of 2 corners, hold the inside for the top. Up a couple of positions.
That's racing. Respect each other, and no one will end up on their roll bars.
Please, let's not do that again. Eh? There's a couple of spectacular ones we've seen so far this year in single seaters. No more of those, please.
It's been a busy year for the V's in that sense.
Yeah, exactly.
Jeez,
so Yako under pressure once again from Thor looking around the outside. There's not a lot of grip on the outside of that corner, I can tell you, Thor. You're going to realise that pretty quickly. on the outside of turn 6. It's a triple right-hander. 3 apexes in that corner that you can possibly take. And he's used them to a good advantage though. Closed the gap underneath the gearbox again. But under attack now. Here comes a big move from Stuart.
Let's see if he's going to dive. No, next lap. Yes, that's like a battle.
I can't believe how quickly he's come through the field.
Yeah,
he's got some serious pace on that car, Stuart.
I don't know what he did or how he got it right, but yesterday you should have seen his times just come down.
No, he just kept coming down. I mean, you can see he's just ticked off 4 cars in the space of 2 laps.
Correct.
So he's definitely got something special behind his helmet in that car for now. And potentially could be at the front end of this battle by the time the checkered flag comes out.
Oh, here comes a move. Here comes a move. Yeah, well
on
done.
the inside. Oh, and Stuart going as well. Inside line for the second part of the chicane. No, has it all shut on. Blick note. That's a brake issue there on Blick note. Oh, that was a long brake pedal there that he hit. Just avoided the gearbox. That was very close there. Marcel, well done. CIM Lubricants car was almost an exhaust pipe.
Yeah. So we're not worried about Lendl, Gert or Peter. We're not just watching this battle for the rest of the for the rest of the race.
No, listen, I think they've spread out enough. That's probably why we're concentrating on the battle that is actually raging. Yeah, that's the cool thing. That's always good, hey. I love it when you might have a marshal out there for the first time as a flag marshal, chucks a blue flag at these guys. Blue flag these oaks. Meanwhile, they're fighting so hard for position. There you go.
No, man, cameraman, come on.
No, we told you. That's what you wanted. He gave it to you. Here we go. There's third place Peter Hills under attack from his
Vaughan. Come Vaughan.
Vaughanie.
Show your dad how it's done.
The brothers have had a bit of a tough time to try and get an advantage over the father. Hey, I'm going to tell you.
Oh, Pity, he's tough as nails, eh?
Multiple SA motocross champion, multiple SA single-seater champion as well. So not an easy man to get past and not an easy man to race with.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, there's few people when you get out the car and when they come to you and they say to you, "Well done, that was an awesome race." You know, that just.
Yeah, then you know that you've had an awesome race.
Yeah.
If Peter Hills walks up to
correct,
you know you had a good race.
Yes.
That's great.
At Swartkops, the previous race, because me and him, we had a dice. And he said, "Yeah, man, I had to block you, otherwise you would have passed me."
Exactly.
I said to him, "Well, then how am I going to get past you if you block me?"
How's this? Stuart ahead of Jaco Smit. Stuart attacking Thor now and could potentially get himself up into what would be 7th place.
Yeah.
And after the tough start he had, that is amazing effort from Dane.
Yes. No, that was a good drive. He just needs to hold it together. I mean, he is a steady driver, so I think he's going to pull it. He's going to pull it through.
So they're coming now with 4 to go, I think, as they cross the line this time.
3 laps to go.
Yeah, 3 facing us, but I think it's a 4 on that side.
On the other side, yeah.
That's how it works. So 4 to go for these guys. So still 16 kilometers of race action to come. Lots can still happen.
700 more turns to go.
And usually does. 700, I like that, yeah. There are about 700 corners by the end of it.
And another left turn, and another right turn.
Try and do 250 laps over 24 hours. Then you'll know.
Thank you very much.
Then you'll see what it feels like.
Thank you very much.
By the end of that, I wasn't even able to pull the throttle. I was using my elbow to get the throttle down.
Yeah.
Here we go.
That was an awesome move on the outside.
Now listen, that is perfectly done.
Yeah.
Wow. Hats off, Dane Stewart. Brilliant drive, buddy. All the way through the pack up to 7th place now. That's where he'd like to be. I don't think he's going to get any further than that. He might break away from this group, but I don't think he's got enough time to catch Sean.
No.
I think Sean's too far up the road.
Unless Sean
has an issue. You'll probably see Sean. No, he's already gone through that shot. He's already up towards us here.
The back straight, yeah.
Yeah, so he's a long way up the back straight away. They're only coming into that back straight now, into the chicane. Gearing here, just as an example, first gear?
Second gear.
Second gear,
yeah.
Okay. Second gear out of the hairpin.
Yeah, that's a tricky. Just the brake zone in that corner is crap. You can't gauge it very nicely.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's a second gear corner, and then if you're on the throttle too early, then you burn up the tires at the back, and if you're too slow, then the people behind you catch you.
Yeah, so it's that fine margin of getting the throttle down in the smoothest, most efficient way possible.
Yeah.
Not always easy to do when you're in a battle like these guys are.
No, geez, no.
Yeah, you want to just get on the loud pedal and go, and sometimes that just rips up the tires, as you said.
Yeah,
it's interesting to hear you say that, I should say, that it is quite hard on the tires, the circuit. I always assume that, with the surface that's provided here, it's pretty smooth and it's not as abrasive as some of the other circuits we go to.
Look, it's because there's so many corners.
Okay.
And you're leaning on the tire the whole time, and it's long flowing corners.
Yes.
It's not like Swartkops where it's like a 90 degree, and there's only 8 corners. The lap is 4 kilometers long. There's 17 corners.
In saying that, 14 corners here. 14 corners here. But in saying that, it's kind of what, and I want to give a superbike terminology because I've raced superbikes here as well. The long flowing corners is what some of the MotoGP guys are battling with. They can't keep the power down, and they can't get the power down because of the length of the corner as opposed to the short stuff that we got at Swartkops, where it doesn't affect you as badly. So that also affects your ability to get the power down on the car and to use the ability of the straight line speed sometimes.
Correct. Yeah,
Smitty now looking for a chance to get through on the international prospect. Thor, you better not let Jaco Smith through. He'll never let you live that down. Yeah, Van der Merwe's on it, eh? Also like the fact he's gone with that Gulf Racing colour scheme. It looks really good on that car.
Yeah, it does. So we painted the car for him, and he comes to me now. He's like, "Yeah, I get off." And I looked at the nose cone, and the new paint is off. I'm like, "Chum, we're not going to paint this nose again. Sorry, just leave it.
Leave it for now. We'll sort it out between the races.
Race your season, race your year, and then we'll do it at the end of the season."
Okay. Otherwise, just go buy some orange stickers, orange duct tape.
Yeah. We can
find. I'm sure there's some Gulf Racing orange duct tape somewhere in Johannesburg. You can find it there. If you can't do it with duct tape, you're not using enough duct tape.
Correct.
Simple story. Here we go. Smitty on the inside. No. No, not close. Oh, no, he is.
Yeah, well done.
He's late on the brakes. He's got that inside line. There you go, done.
He's running the...
Cutback from Thor. Try to get him on the cutback. Now, Marcel Bluchnote, have you got enough brakes to get through here? That's what we're going to ask ourselves. Hopefully he does.
Or no brakes for a nice late break.
Here we go. Here we go. Oh, he's put a wheel in. Thor saw him coming. He's going to hold the inside line.
Inside, push him just wide. No, he got
through.
And Van der Merwe
as well. Going too. You know what I think he's feeling?
Yeah.
He's feeling the effects of Red Star.
Yeah.
He's feeling the maybe not the race fitness.
Correct.
To race this circuit.
True that. He got out the car yesterday in practice, and he's like, "Oh, Anton, jeez." And he's like, "No, he's tired. He's unfit."
No, it takes it out of you. I can tell you.
It does.
It really does. It takes it out of you here. You're on the concentration level at 80% to 100% for almost the entire lap. So you get a little bit of respite down the straight here. But that's not if you're involved in a battle.
Correct.
You know, if you're on your own like Dane is now, you can take a little bit of a breather.
Yeah.
But if you're on the attack, there's no chance to breathe. You've got to just keep it in there the whole time. Lendl continues to set the pace at the front end as well, waiting for the checkered flag now on this lap, I think it is. So we're pretty close to the end. I don't think we're quite there yet. So one more after this, so 1.5 to go, sorry. I don't have timing, so I'm just double checking on the man on the stand there to tell me where we are. So as they come through, it is Jaco Smith who's made the move now over Thor. Can he find a way possibly?
Just keep it together, Jaco.
I know. He might, eh?
He might.
He's got some good pace there to run with, Bluchnote. There you go. And now he's going to run to the grass and do more damage to that nose cone. No, he doesn't. Well done.
He's good.
Good recovery. But right into the clutches, I think, there of Reynard and James. Yeah, I think he fell straight into the clutches of Reynard and James there. Van der Linde and Carter.
There we go. So Jaco had a bad exit there in the hairpin.
And Thor's going to make him pay for it.
Oh, Jaco, you let me down.
Jaco. Listen, Jaco, that time it was Theo from Mark that gave you the commentator's curse,
No.
not me. You can have a chat with him afterwards. It had nothing to do with Maloney this time.
I didn't say anything about spin. I said keep it together.
Yeah, you said. But as soon as you say that, it always goes wrong. It's known as the commentator's curse.
Sorry, Jaco.
Well recovered though, Jaco. Back on track relatively quickly. Speaking of Jaco's, how's Jakesy doing? Are we got an update on Trixie yet?
He's going to race East London.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, so I had a chat with him, I think last week or the week before, and they're planning on going to East London.
Okay, brilliant.
Yeah.
I just want to get him back in the car as soon as we can. It'll be brilliant to have him back. He's always a great competitor.
Yes.
And throws in another mix that we need.
Correct.
Particularly
to try and keep Lendl from...
Not to take anything away from Lendl.
Yeah.
Lendl Jansen, to do this, you've got to do this.
Correct.
You know, so take nothing away from him. It's a tough position to be in, to have that number one plate. It's a heavy weight on your shoulders.
Especially a big one like that. A big number one.
When you can pull a gap like that, look at this. Look at the gap he's pulled.
He's going to lap them. Give him 5 more laps and he's lapping Gert.
I'm not going to say any more than that. Gert, that all came from Theo. Yeah, you can sort that out with your stablemate later on, okay? Peter Hills, though, still ahead of Vaughan and Brandon. That's your top 5. Van der Linde is 6. And as I said, probably, I would say driver of the day. It's got to come out of Dane for me. He's had a fantastic run there. Had a good first heat. And to come from the back to make his way up into 7th place and tick off the numbers there from what was probably about 12th or 13th initially. Good effort.
No, he had a good run.
Take nothing away from this man. Flag is waiting.
Geez, like Lendl. So Lendl has now won 6 of the last 7 heats.
Yeah. That's why he's got a number 1 plate on.
Yeah.
Kind of helps to do that, eh? Winning races certainly helps you.
Yeah.
Consistency is the next best step.
That's it.
But consistently winning, you can't better that.
Yeah.
Well done, Lennel Janssen. Winning 2nd heat of DOE Formula V's.
And
Partnered by
Gerkie, my teammate.
your little teammate there for 2nd, eh?
Yeah.
Commentator's curse from Theo. Noted. Just write that down, Fred. Write that down. Well done as well. Peter Hills, Vaughan Hills, Brandon Hills, top 5. Brand dropped off a little bit in the closing stages there.
Yeah, he's been struggling with his car this whole season. He's not comfortable in the car. Then the motor goes or something happens. And this morning before quali, Vaughan and Brandon's cars didn't want to start. So they had trouble from the get-go today. But
it does work on you mentally as well,
yes,
mate.
it does.
You're kind of thinking during the race, is the car going to make it all the way or not? Sean van der Linde there comes through for the 6th spot. It's going to be Dane Stewart for 7.
And Mr. Marcel.
Marcel Bluchnote for 8. And then we get the mighty hammer of Thor.
Number 9.
Well done, buddy.
Well done.
Welcome to SA Motorsport. Please tell your friends about us and bring a whole bunch more.
Yes.
I know that Theo will make a plan to get you cars. If you bring the friends, he'll get the cars.
Yes, I'll do.
That's what we want to do. Well done, guys. Awesome job, Theo. Thank you so much for joining me. Much appreciated. And looking forward to catching up with you guys afterwards at the prize giving.
Awesome, yeah.
It wraps up our single seaters for the day here at Red Star. And we move on to BMW M Performance Racing classes D, E and F. Their 2nd heat. It's a 9-lapper coming up in a few moments' time. BMW M Performance Racing's classes D, E and F about to make their way onto the track one more time. And as always, it's an inverted grid for the second heat. It's a 9-lap race that they're going to have this time as opposed to the 8-lapper they had in the first one. That's due to giving the guys a chance, maybe one more lap, to make up the ground that they may have negated with that inverted grid. Andre van Veeren, of course, was the man who took the victory in the first heat pretty comfortably over Bernard Gouveia and Eugene Goos eventually coming through for third. So you'll see them there currently in third, fourth and fifth place, respectively, in terms of the grid. And what it's done is it's put Olerato onto second row, or onto the second position of the grid, and Troy Cochrane in the Wapsody machine onto pole position. So that's how the Class D competitors will line up. Then when we look at Class E, we go down to Karabo Malamela, who took the victory, Cobus Boma and Ken Swartz. They will, of course, finish and start this one, finished in 1, 2, 3, so they'll start in 5, 4 and third place. And it'll be Claudio Jardim in second and Eddie Rodriguez who will be on pole position for the start of Class E. Class F was won out by Zahir Sidat, Sean Dodd and Ignace Duplessis, which means we'll now see the possibilities of Zaid Ismail and Mariska Duplessis on the front row, ahead of Ignace, Sean and Zahir, as they start the second heat of the M Performance Racing Series classes D, E and F. Team Suzuki out front, of course, is our official safety car today. That little Suzuki Jimny that participated at the Samola Hill climb will lead them around, and that car will then peel into pit lane and hand the pole position duties over to the poleman, Troy Cochrane, in the Wapsody BMW. Also interesting to think that chatting to Nick Herbst earlier on, and in the two commentaries we've done so far for the first two heats of racing, we're sitting on 36 cars on the grid, which should be on the grid if all of them were able to get themselves sorted out. I know the Mostets had a bit of problem there in their Moscow Specials machines. Philip Gerrard and Vessel, hopefully they got them all sorted out in time to get back on track for race 2. If they were, that means there is 36 cars starting this first, it's the second heat, I should say, but the first part of BMW's second heat, and that's D, E and F. The track is too big to have a full field of the 50 or so cars that are competing today for M Performance Series racing. Just getting the back of the grid sorted out. And looks like everything's now good to go. So a long stop on the grid there for the start of this race. Not quite sure what the issue was to get the cars eventually rolling, but the Suzuki Jimny has made its way up towards turn 1, and that official safety car here from Red Star Raceway will lead this pack of BMWs around for their warm-up lap and under starters orders for the rolling start that they come under at the end of it. Certainly is a significant sound that comes out of these BMWs as they leave the line and go past our commentary booth. You can pick up on the roar of the engines, a couple of them with a little bit louder roars than others. Some of them naturally aspirated, some of them turbocharged. In the mid-pack there, that orange, red and white machine, of course, is V8 powered. It's just unbelievable what these guys have done to their cars to prep them for this incredible series that continues to grow. And the growth not only happens up in Gauteng with the Gauteng BMW Club, but of course it's extended down to the Eastern Cape and down to the Western Cape as well, and even down to KwaZulu-Natal now. The BMW M Performance Racing Series rules are in place for a similar series that runs in each of those respective provinces here in South Africa as well. And in fact, yeah, they are. I was about to say that, Puli, they're actually running down at Desi's Raceway and of course in Cape Town as well. So incredible to see that the growth of this BMW class just continues to get bigger and bigger all around. And they could potentially field a field of about 100 cars if they needed to. It's just amazing to think that. Remember that the series also has its own sort of external activities they get involved in. They do some Gymkhana events, they do some drive-away events as well. So there's a lot of club activity that happens amongst the drivers, and the camaraderie amongst them is also pretty awesome, because when one driver has problems, you'll see 6 or 7 jump in to try and sort out the car to make sure that it's back on the grid and that it can be competitive again. They don't like to see cars parked on the sideline. They like to see full grids, and so do the crowds that come out to watch, and I'm sure that the crowds that are watching here on our live stream are enjoying all this action as well. So it's Cochrane, Sekudu, Gous, De Gouveia and Van Vuuren will make up the front couple of positions on the grid, on that reverse grid for the first 5 cars of Class D. Class E, we will see Rodriguez, Jardim, Swartz, Boma and Malamela. And of course, nice to see Karabo Malamela stepping out of his MSA4 single-seater and into a rear-wheel drive BMW. Slightly different look and feel to those 2 race cars, I'm sure, but Karabo has a very apt ability to climb into any form of race car. Nick running in here, having to do a little dodge across the route. I'll give you a chance to catch your breath though, buddy, don't stress. In the nick of time. Oh, in the Nicholas Haps of time is exactly what we like to see. But it's you've got plenty of time, because we've still got like 4 corners to go before we even have to clean on the microphone and talk.
We just got that car. Pit lane starter.
Now I know why you're running a little bit late, because we got a pit lane starter. Dad's parked in the Victron Energy machine, parked on the sideline there. We'll be starting from pit lane. You'll have to wait for the whole pack to go through before he's able to exit pit lane. But fortunately, whatever the issue was, which I'm sure we'll get from Nick now once he catches his breath, I'm going to give him a chance to do that, is he'll be on track. That's what he wants to be. And at this point, it's vital, because halfway through the season, you do not want to be having DNFs. You need to have finishes. You need to be scoring points. Whether they're the big points or the small points, it doesn't really matter. Points are important, and they do win championships at the end, because sometimes the championships come down to 1 or 2 points, particularly in such close proximity. Problems for one car pulling into pit lane there. Not quite sure who that was. We'll pick up on that as they come through. But lights are out and we're racing, and Cochrane got the drop. So Troy Cochrane leads into the chicane for the first time. On his tail will be Oreletu Sekudu, having a fantastic run here this weekend. And as they all come through, the Moscow cars are the last 3 to go across the line. One smoking quite badly, and Nick has a big sigh of relief as the BMW gets on track there for Craig, and Dad is on track. So he'll be at the back of the pack. Big mountain to climb. But needless to say, some fun and games to be had. At least you'll be able to get into the mix. Speaking of in the mix, Gous is absolutely hauling at the front and hits the front ahead of the poleman and the hole shotter. And he's made a move stick there going onto the back straight. So a bit of a change up there for the way things turned out in race 1.
Yeah, sad for the naturally aspirated guys of Olerato and Troy, leading that pack with those E36 M3s. The turbocharged car coming, racing fast right now. But here, this is where the difference gets made up. In the Titan and twisties right now, we've got Troy putting huge pressure on the back of Eugene. Let's see if he's able to dive down the inside or make a move before they get to that mini straight. And then I'm quite sure Eugene is going to have another sigh of relief as he can put the foot on that loud pedal and scamper away.
Oh, and turbocharge kicks in. I love that. The hairdryer comes in and all of a sudden he disappears. V8 on the inside. It was a big move coming there from Boma, trying to squeeze out and get to the front end as quickly as possible. Remember, with the reverse grids, I was chatting before you got here, it makes it a bit more difficult, but you have given them one more lap to play with, so it does give them that little extra bit of 4 kilometers to play with to hopefully return and negate what the inverted grid has done.
Oh, nice tight field still, really nice and racy from Boma over there. I think that small and short wheelbase of that E12 really pays dividends when you're trying to attack. You've got the nice grunt and torque of that V8 under a small body, so I think that's going to be making great opportunity for him to make some moves and get in front of that classy battle.
Nice little battle as well between Rodriguez and Jardine. Tion about to join that party as well. There comes the old school machine of Des Bloom, the track taxi 2.0. Is it back on track? I wasn't sure. I didn't see it.
Yep.
So got it all sorted out. It was a fuel issue, I'm sure. Didn't want to do a full another lap in case he ran out of fuel. So good effort there from Manny just to pull to the sideline and not have to worry about running out of fuel on the slowdown lap.
Two old rivals over there just go past our booth over here. So we've got Claudio versus the most pretty E46 on track from Eddie Rodriguez. Really tight racing going there. Eddie right now in front versus Claudio, but they've been racing for the last couple of years and it's always a tight battle.
Van Vuren up to third, ahead now of Sakuru and De Gavea behind him. There we got a prime example to see just how well that turbo works over the Wapsody and Tyre Mart machine of Troy Cochrane. He just lost out huge, but as you mentioned, here in the dog bone section, closes right up again. So what the turbo is able to do on the straight, the naturally aspirated cars are able to do in the tighter, trickier bits of the circuit.
I'm sure if we were sitting in Troy's car right now, I think he wished he was bumper cars. He'd say, come on, get out of the way, get out of the way. I've got to be able to make up a gap before you get onto the straight.
Or just at least be in the slipstream.
And now he's got some defense to do. He's got Andre right behind him right now, race 1 winner. He's got some power, under his right foot. So he's going to go straight to defensive. I imagine he's going to pull to the right-hand side, try to defend that inside line. That's if he gets close enough. We also see Mario Huttig had some challenges in race 1. Wasn't able to get to the track. Still a couple of issues that he had mentioned. He said, look,
going to go out there and see what happens.
I'm going to race. What's worse going to happen? Let's put it onto the tarmac and see what happens.
So nice recovery there from Hutting. Good to have him back on track as well. As we mentioned earlier on, didn't quite get onto the circuit. He was on the front row actually for the start, so it just put that number 2 position in wide open space, which gave the opportunity for the likes of Bandit de Gavea and Eugene Gous to come through. Although Gous came from a bit further back in the pack, but we did see the likes of Gernalds and Cameron Christian and your dad all involved in it as well. Keeping an eye on seeing where that Victron Energy car is going to get to by the end of this one. I'm going to sort of, if he gets it all right, aim for about midway through Class D.
Yeah, I think so. Nice view we got right now from the drone, really panning in and panning out. You can see the cars go around the super tight section as they're about to start what will be lap 3.
Now we're going into completing lap number 3 now. That's exactly right. And also just picking up on that one car going through there. That was Philip Eminis. Didn't give him a lot of mention in the first one, but I also wanted to find out. I know that Marianne is still battling with that injury and operation she had, so not able to get the lady back into the saddle, but I'm sure Wonder Woman will be keen to get back into the Green Hulk Wonder Woman car that she's got. But hubby's out there flying the flag high for the Eminis family.
This right now is the exact battle I was waiting for. So we've got Eddie leading that pack right now from Claudio. We got the 2 NGK Pablo Clark stablemates in Carabo and Kent, and then right behind them, Querbus in the V8.
In the V8.
And that's going to be a 5-car
Kent
battle.
Swart starting on the inside of Carabo. Had a big look there. Auto Trader, Liqui Moly, BMG and NGK. The sponsors, of course, of those 3 cars that come out of that awesome stable that Paolo Cavalieri's put together from a development point of view to get some younger drivers involved in this class. to show the usual contenders what they're capable of doing, and that's exactly what Carabo's doing. Look at that, round the outside of the entrance of the dog bone and slotting through at the exit.
Very nice move from Carabo over there.
And possibly up the inside of Rodriguez. You'll get a big look. Had to back out of it slightly though. Rodriguez
Looks like Kent's also got past Claudio over there. So unfortunately he's lost out to both Energia Pablo Clock stablemates over there. And now I'm quite sure that Kobus is going to be having a look. Down the inside.
Rodriguez, you could be in trouble here, buddy. Eddie, keep your eyes on those rearview mirrors because Carabo and Kent are coming. And they mean business. Possible slipstream there. Here comes the big V8. Is there going to be an answer here from Kobus Boma on Kent Swartz? Yes, definitely. Once again, another opportunity to drop in that old adage of replacement for displacement. But then, of course, handling comes into play when you've got that slightly more nimble beam under your wing that Kent Swartz has got there compared to Kobus Boma's one.
Yeah, that E46 is heralded for its handling, so you can no doubt expect when you get to the twisties, very few are going to outperform an E46 in the right hands.
And that's exactly what's happened there. Kobus Boma had to back out of it. Allow Kent Swartz to. Now Kent Swartz has lost a little bit of ground there to Carabo, but Carabo has got his sights firmly set here on Eddie Rodriguez as we complete another lap. You can hear them going over our shoulder and past our commentary booth. We're watching the battle unfold here for what could potentially be the front end of Class E. And black and orange flag being shown there by somebody. Didn't quite see the number. Maybe when they pull it in, we'll get a shot of who they're giving that black and orange flag to. It might be. I think it possibly could be one of the Mostert cars.
Right.
So the one Moscow car seems to be smoking quite badly. So they've kept that flag out. Let's just have a look and see when the smoking gun one goes through. And maybe it's one of the Mosterts that's getting the flag to warn for a bit of smoke.
Making a big move on Eddie Rodriguez over there. He's about to lead that little battle. Nice move down the main straight into that fast sweeping corner. Next up will be Kent and see if he can get past Eddie.
Kent Swartz is going to come up on the back end of Eddie Rodriguez, who's been around, started his career in front wheel drives and now eventually joined the party here at BMW M Performance Racing Series. It's this car here. It is one of the ones. It's the 97 car. So it's Philip Mostert who's been given that black and orange flag. I think it's because of that white smoke that's coming out of the back. They're worried about oil.
Yeah, it looks a little bit like a 007 move, a bit of a smoke screen for his competitors. I'm sure that's not going to be appreciated by his fellow rivals.
Back to the front end. Van Vuuren is at the front. He's got ahead now of Eugene Goos. But I think, do we have somebody up the road from there? No, we don't.
That's
a back
the effective lead.
That's the lead right there. Four-way fight for the lead. Van Vuuren coming from 5th place on the track, and it's taken him just over halfway stage to get to the front end of the battle.
Now, still fairly tightly bunched up right now. So we've got Troy looking hot in the heels, but we've got Olerato really fighting on the rear bumper of Eugene over there, looking like an absolute rash. And it's just this concertina effect as we get through the twisties and into the corners. We've got the NA cars pushing really hard and super tight. You're right. That is Mario Hutting.
I thought so. What caught me out was he wasn't there in the first one, so I wasn't 100% right, but I was just doubting myself there. Hutting hits the front, so not a bad gamble.
And a bit of a look from Eugene there onto on Andre.
He said he gambled to put the car on track. It's not a bad gamble. If it pays off here, it'll be nice to get a win and just change his luck around completely from race 1 non-starter to race 2 possible winner.
Absolutely.
There's like Eugene Goos using that little bit extra power down onto the brakes and not slotting in. Not good enough on the brakes there to outgun Andre Van Vuuren. And with that, he slowed himself out because he was on the inside line. It compromises your drive through that off-camber left.
Yeah, big
so he loses a little bit of ground and allows Olerato to close in on him.
Yeah, this is absolutely the section where they're going to really try to find some time and get... Oh, and Eugene goes wide. Completely off track.
Well, he is known as the master mower, so he didn't need those grass cut. I mean, I know we've used that adage a couple of times for Eugene and he loves it. But certainly not where he wanted to end up on the grass in the Master Mowers BMW. That's not according to plan there for him.
That'll put some relief into Andre's rear view mirrors right now. He was really under attack from Eugene, various sections. Right? Eugene is rejoined right now, so I don't think he's lost terribly much. He'll get back into that fight right now. But now Andre's at least free to focus on the pursuit of Mario Hutting over here. But the gap looks pretty significant right now. I'm not sure if he's able to close that kind of pace deficit.
Let's have a look and see as they come through now. This is a nice charge from Ken Swartz as well, trying to get onto the back end. Rodriguez going to use Boma to try and tow him up to the back end of it. Boma coming alongside Eddie, but not quite close enough to make any move on Rodriguez. So Boma, Rodriguez and Swartz fighting now for, could be the third spot on the podium there for their respective class. A bit further back here into the Moscow cars, that of course is either Gerard or Vessel. There's three of them, and also Neil Reynolds right back there too. I think he's just circulating to try and get as many points as he can in the bag for his class points that are up for grabs today. Keeping an eye on is that the BMG? Yeah, it is the BMG car of Karabo Malamela. So I think Malamela might have hit the front there in terms of Class E.
Right. A really great job. He's been putting in fantastic performances, and now he's getting the reward. So really great to see him over there. That car, we said, Neil's struggling a little bit at the moment to get his his Class D working, but Karabo's really in control of that Class E pace right now. Typically, we would see the likes of Eddie, Claudio, and typically Kurbis in his old BMW E90 at the front of Class E, and now we've got a new champion lining himself up specifically for those honours, and that's if he doesn't break out and find his way into Class D himself.
Yeah, that's also a big concern. Not a concern, but if he's not planning on that, he probably would not be happy about the fact that he'd have to move up. It means he's got to change his whole racing strategy, because having a fast Class E car in the back end of Class D is not always the ideal thing to have, and it means that you've now got to step up your game to match the pace of Class D.
Yeah, big jumps over there. There's only a couple of seconds between the classes, the front and the back of the class. But once you get to the capabilities of the vehicle, finding an extra 2 or 3 seconds becomes exponentially more difficult.
Second place on the road there is Andre van Vuren, the Curvent Air Conditioners BMW. Having a super run there for him, looking possibly for overall honours. Stuck here is it's the 108 car, I think it was. Just picking up there, that's Salvan Kinsami, a Wright Motorsport car, parked on the sideline.
Still maintaining that gap between Andre and Mario Hutting. Mario looking very strong at the front of that pack over there, so I think unless any mistakes or vehicle challenges come his way, it looks like he's got this well managed. But 10-lap race, a little bit longer than usual. Vehicle reliability and perseverance is definitely going to play a role right now.
So that would mean, is that 3 to go, I'd say. 3 to go in this one. As they come into it, there we go. You asked for the track taxi, there it is.
Track taxi 2.0.
And on cue to pull off the circuit. Was that, that's commentator's curse. Once
great.
again, Bernard Gavea, please note who was on the microphone at that stage. Now, I think he just pulled out of the way. I don't think he wants to be involved in it, but he's going to try and nurse it home. And back onto the short straight he goes. Watching through the field as well. A couple of cars we haven't really had a chance to mention. Good to see there, Mariska Duplessis. Only lady driver, I think, today, hey?
Right, I think Karin had some trouble with the...
Yeah, Karin wasn't out at all. So I think Karin Nino didn't make it out on track for the heat. So our only lady driver this weekend. As I mentioned, I did mention Marianne, but of course she's still recovering from her operation. We wish her the speedy recovery, and hopefully we'll get Wonder Woman back in her BM soon. Boma getting through on the back marker now. Not an easy back marker to get through, because he had some pace there in that Moscow's car.
I was about to say exactly the same thing.
That's Gerard, I think, Gerard Mostert. Had some pace on that car, so it wasn't an easy overtake to first catch the back marker and then get past him. Here's Kent on the inside of Neil Reynolds.
And both of them also trying to get past that back marker right now. That's going to be very interesting, but it looks like Kent has made the job work, made it stick. But still, not exactly an open door from that back marker.
No, he's not giving any room there. He says if you want by, you're going to have to work for it. Blue flags should be waving for him, so he'll be under the scrutiny of the COC if he doesn't give way, because he has to, at some point in time, give way, because he is deemed a back marker. And there you go, it just runs off with a bit of pressure from Ken Swartz. Once that Auto Trader car got past the Valve Hospital machine, he's now opened up a little bit of a margin. Yet Rodriguez will get past him as well. And tucking into the inside of that Moscow machine. Rodriguez is going to be followed through. And it looks like about to join the party there as well will be the 44 car
I think that Moscow machine is actually just enjoying the competition right now. It looks like
I think he is.
He's getting involved and saying, let me have a fight too.
It's also not a bad thing to be in the pack like that, because if you let them through and just stick on the back of them, you can learn a huge amount.
Absolutely.
Speaking of learning, well, we're watching in the background as well for some lines being learnt there from other competitors just in the background, which we haven't had a chance to mention. Bernard not quite going according to plan here in the second heat for him. And then further back from that is Gernholz. We saw him go off in the first one. Sorry to just finish up there.
Nice naturally aspirated train over there. So we had Olerato, we had Bernard de Gouveia with that S54 M3, we had Gernholz, and one other, I can't remember from that train there. But that's going to be some tight battling over there. Nobody with a clear power involved. Troy Cochrane, of course, in the Rhapsody car. So that's going to be some tight battling over there. Let's see who's got the racecraft to get ahead.
Yeah, so let's get into the closing stages now. About a lap and a half to go for these two. Lead car, Hutting not going to be caught here. Second place looks like it's in the bag as well. That's the gap he's got now over Olerato for third with Cochrane on his tail. So the Rampage Racing BMW could potentially hang on for a podium. Could give him an overall podium as well, by the looks of it.
Yeah, a good solid performance there. We were just talking about the orange car. I thought that hadn't made to the track.
I thought it hadn't either.
I think it's the first time we're seeing it on the screen right now.
It is. It's the first time we've seen that car on circuit. So, well, as we saw, it was off track. So, correction there. We've seen it on screen. Wasn't on track just yet, but it is now. Jardine putting pressure onto Rodriguez.
Yeah, there's the rivalry going ahead. Unfortunately, Neil Reynolds off the track over there. Wonder if he's able to get that going. It looks like he kind of spun off, kind of pointing perpendicular to the track right now. I'm not sure if that's going to be a dangerous situation, if the marshals are going to deem that necessary to get something involved.
Depending on where he is, and of course, if he can get the car going, and he might just be waiting for a gap to get back onto the circuit, which is the right thing to do. Here is the third of those Moscow cars, the 120 machine. That one is piloted by Henry Platt, little Z3.
Unique combination there to have the open, the cab version, the convertible, the Z3, on track right now. It must be quite a feeling to have this cold air, running through your race suit right now. I'm sure he's in no need of additional cooling.
No, that's for sure. He'll probably be trying to see if they can find some heated gloves. Because in the morning it must have been exceptionally cold. Let's go back to that saltwater machine. Potentially the top end of Class F again. I think he's got to the front again of Class F, has a C-Dot. So not a bad effort to come through the pack. Double yellows, that'll be for Reynolds.
Right.
Oh no, it's not.
That's for Justin
Spinner, the 96 car of Mariska.
I got it out of shape. I think that's Justin, is it not? With a yellow on the car. I think that could be Justin.
Could be Justin, yeah. Could be.
There's our leader again, Mario Hutting. Looks like he's still managing that race very nicely. We can't be terribly far from the end right now, so I think well managed, and he's keeping the fast charging Andre van Vieren behind him, who had fantastic pace and management in race one. But the outright pace that Mario's shown in this race over here, I think is unfortunately Andre just doesn't have an answer to.
Can you imagine if he'd had both races like this? He'd be pretty happy with the performance of the car, I think. Reynolds is going to stay there under double yellows. He's not going to move from that position. We've only got half a lap to go here for Mario, so he's going to look to come through to at least wrap up this 0 to hero run. And a nice turnaround here for Hutting's point of view. He'll definitely be happy with, I think, whatever they've found seems to have worked, and if he can keep that together for the next championship round, just put it straight back onto the circuit, as is.
Yeah, build from strength. Going into this last race, fantastic to finish on a high, and that means he can go into the next race heat with some confidence that this car's got performance and it's got the capability to take these wins.
Flags out, gets the win on cue. Ahead of Van Vieren, who'll come through for second place. Third place should be Olerato, it is. There's a back marker in the way that's going to probably be caught and maybe pass. No, we'll just hang on to survive. And de Gouveia, what is he doing? The shimmy shuffle there. De Gouveia with the shimmy shuffle,
giving us a little show.
I think there might be a little chat with Mr. Mostert at the end, because he ignored the black and orange flag. So let's have a look and see. It was Brownie. Yeah, that was the spinner.
Recovering from that little pirouette.
Got it right, got it back on track and got going again. So we got a win there for Mario Hutting. We got a win for Karabo Malamela.
And that's right on the tail
Right
end
behind
of Class D.
Yeah, right behind Eugene Ghost, early pace setter.
Good pace from Cobus Boma. I mean, because he was originally behind Kent from that E46. So great progression to get past there. It's a new development in that car. So again, going from strength into the next race heat. Looking forward to seeing that V8 and what it can do.
I think a little bit more tweaking on that machine is going to sort it out. We've got another one of the Mostards coming through here just ahead of us, and then it's Philip Eminis. And then to the line. In the background, no, that's just one of the back of and mid-pack cars, just waiting for. Who are we waiting for now? We're waiting for the saltwater car of Zahir. There it comes. Sidat, full class F win, double win for him. He'll be happy with that. Not quite sure if he broke out because he also put in some hot laps on that one, but I don't have timing right now, so I can't tell what lap times he was doing. If he has gone quicker, of course, the rules will state that he will move up into Class E for the next round of the championship, which is where?
Our next race, I believe, is going to be our coastal.
It is. It's East London, yeah.
That's
the one. It's the one that took over from the international. We were supposed to go up to, of course, to Maputo. That unfortunately all just didn't quite work out to plan there with what was happening in the country up there. We didn't want to risk anything. But awesome stuff about the manoeuvring down to East London Grand Prix circuit. I'm sure you're looking forward to that.
Definitely.
That's a track of note.
An exciting opportunity down there. I'm sure everybody wants to, have the opportunity to have a bit of a break down there and go and see the new racetrack that we don't frequent over the period of a year. Always fantastic, and I'm sure the guys are going to certainly enjoy that, and it'll be a
couple of Eastern Cape cars going to join you there, I'm sure, hey?
That's for certain.
Okay, awesome stuff. Nick, thanks so much. I'll catch you a little later for A, B, and C. We're moving on to the next part of the day's proceedings, of course, and into the second half of the day's racing. So far, so good. We have got Dunlop V8 Supercars up next, Ferro Energia 111 GD Sports and Saloons, Volkswagen Challenge courtesy of ATE, and finally the M Performance Racing Series classes A, B, and C. We'll be back shortly when we've got V8 Supercars on track. Dunlop V8 Supercars back onto the circuit for their second heat. As we saw a little bit of a race of attrition in the first one. It's going to see Alki Kampan start on pole position. He'll also be the leading GT2 car, and they're literally going to send them straight on their way. So it'll be GT2s ahead of the GT1 pack. Warren Lombard alongside Thomas Reeb. Reeb will be on pole position for them. Looks like Wayne Spicer's got his car going again. He's at the back of the pack. And it's a complete reverse grid of the all finishes. And Wayne Spicer, of course, didn't finish the first heat, which is why he starts at the back in the Wellness Group car. Short lap for the out lap, then a full lap for the warm-up lap to get them under starters orders for the rolling start. Mustang, Chevy Lumina, Mustang and Ford Falcon, Corvette at the back. And as I say Corvette at the back, it's a bit of a slow Corvette. I don't know if it's even made it round onto that back straightaway. It's a long way behind Terry Wolford, race 1 winner. Oh, there he comes. But definitely trickling around, not what Wayne Spicer wants in terms of pace out of that V8. If you have joined us for the first time with V8 Supercars, difference between GD1s and GD2s is the fact that you've got new tyres on the GD1 cars and slightly older rubber on the GT2 cars. So only one of those out there is Alki Kampan. Official call as well to change the race distance down to a 10 lapper. Originally it was going to be 12. So 2 laps less for these cars to pilot, and means we're now into a 40-kilometer race of the 4K circuit. Wayne might have a bit of a misfire there, because now seems to be going okay. Maybe the misfire sorted itself out and he's going to be able to come up onto the back end of Terry Wolford and take up his position for the start. If Wayne does take up that position and finishes the second heat, he will then be classified as a finisher, but he will have to finish the second heat to do that, having not completed the first one at all. Little Suzuki Jimny sped up, got away and going to peel into the pit lane and bring Alki Kampan and Thomas Reeb alongside each other. Reeb will probably have the advantage off the line, although the power outage of these cars and the power output, I should say, of these cars are pretty evenly matched. It's just literally the rubber that they race on that's slightly different. So Kampan might be able to keep him out for a little bit until maybe the new tyres start to come in and give him a little bit of advantage. But here we go. And Warren Lombard peels into pit lane. So we got a non-starter right from the word go as they go down towards turn 1. Lombard into pit lane. And that's not what you want after a bit of a hard task of it in the first one, keeping Thomas Reeb at bay. He now goes side by side and tries to find a way through there on Alki Kampan down the back straight. That's the big long straightaway. And the Chevy will probably have the brakes. Yes, he does. Will the Falcon. Yeah, Wolford around the outside of Kampan. So Wolford and Reeb are already through, up into 1 and 2. And Kampan from pole position down to 3rd. As I said, slightly new rubber. Well, new rubber on these cars as opposed to the slightly used one that Alki Kampan and Wayne Spicer will be using. So we got a 2-way fight now. Seen this on a few occasions between Reeb and Wolford. Cafe 9 Automotive and Mobile 1 Chevy Lumina in front of that N4 Autocraft and Schick and Fuchs Falcon of Terry Wolford. Short straight, they get to about 200 k's an hour, third gear. And it's literally second and third all the way through this track. Down to first for the hairpin, but everybody else it's kind of first, second and thirds all the way through. Reeb onto the front straight now for the first time and completes the first lap of 10. Wolford had a little look. He's going to have another look into the chicane. Not quite close enough though to have a go there on Reeb. Just showing a wheel, giving Thomas Reeb something to worry about in his wing mirrors. There's Lombard's car, still stricken in pit lane. And I can see, well, I think that's Gavin Wilkins on the left-hand side of the car. He's not even looking at under the bonnet, so there must be something else wrong on the car. And Lombard has pulled out of this one and stayed in pit lane now for a lap and a half. Wolford hits the front and will now try and get away from Thomas Reeb. In doing so, he's going to close the gap now onto Warren Lombard for championship honours, but still a bit of a margin to catch Thomas Reeb, who will be leading this championship by 5 points coming into this race of the day. He'll extend his lead slightly over Warren Lombard, and as I said, Terry will close the gap down to Lombard for third. It wasn't really an answer from Reeb on Wilford's pace in the first one because he was stuck behind Lombard, so he didn't really get a chance to test his abilities of the Chevy Lumina he pilots against the Ford Falcon. And doesn't seem to have an answer to it at this stage. Certainly looks like the Ford's got a little bit more straight line speed than the Chevy does. Unless Thomas is thinking, you know, there's two cars on track, I can definitely secure second place points. I'll maintain the lead of the championship. I'll extend it slightly because Warren's not on track anymore. So do I just let Kerry get away and maybe just stay behind him, keep him honest in case something goes wrong? No necessity to fight for it though. Compound and Spice are still on track as well. And Spice will be happy that at least he's completing a couple of laps in anger. Didn't get out in the first one at all, had to peel into pit lane. Still no engine fire over my right shoulder into pit lane. I'm waiting to hear that Pep Boys Automotive and Gavin Wilkins Racing Ford Mustang fire up again. Doesn't sound like it's going to. One of it might be as he's actually been pushed back into the pit box according to my ear, and also just hearing that the issues he had at the previous round with that steering rack, I wonder if they've come back to haunt him again. Maybe there's a bit of an issue there on the steering rack and he's not going to chance it. Slightly higher speeds here in terms of some of the straight line abilities on the short straight and the back straight, so if Warren's car is not turning, he might not want to risk it. Do some more damage to the car if he goes off. Arguably one of the most awesome sights to see at East London Grand Prix circuit will be these cars. Full flight down there, they can get close to the 300k an hour mark if they got all the gearing right. I know at one point in time there was sort of an argument as to who the fastest car around the track had ever been, and Mackie Adlam set the fastest lap time in his 6 back-to-back championships for V8 Supercars. There was also sort of a tete-a-tete between him and Gordon Connolly as to who the fastest car ever around the track had been in terms of setting the fastest speed through the exit of Rifle. They go down and of course into Potter's Pass almost flat. It's a comfort lift, and then on the power they hold it flat through Rifle, and on the exit of Rifle they used to have a speed trap, and on the speed trap and on the Garmin that Gordon Connolly was running at one stage on the Count Science car that he used to pilot, it was a Corvette, 318 kilometers an hour. So that's the capabilities of these cars when they're in full flight, way over the 300 km an hour mark. 140 in first gear. Doesn't seem to be any answer here from Thomas Reed, but as I said, I think he is just consolidating here. He knows that if there's only 2 cars on track, second place points is much better than a DNF, much easier than going home with a broken car. And if Terry Wolford is going to get 2 wins today, it's going to give him the overall victory for today's race event as well, but it will close the gap down between himself and the rest of the competitors. He's definitely going to overtake Richard Fuller and get a little bit closer to Warren Lombard, who's now stuck on the sideline. So no changes here for the first 2. And it doesn't look like there's going to be any changes here between them at all, actually. They don't seem to be concerned about each other in the least. Wolford just piloting around and maintaining a good lap time around the circuit. And the same thing can be said here for this Mobile 1 and Cafe 9 Automotive Chevy Lumina of Thomas Reeb. I was expecting to see the Italian Stallion out here as well. I thought Franco Nabateo might bring the Black Cat out again. Must have had some other duties to attend to. It stopped him from racing at Red Star. Kampan's still on track as well, and Wayne Spicer's still out there too. So 4 cars circulating. There's Spicer's car. We just got a shot of it there. Quick one. That Wellness Group Corvette. There's the lone Mustang, and I was going to say the second one, but the first Mustang's parked in pit lane. It's the lone Mustang now of Aki Kampan. And he's just also piloting along for a double victory here in GT2s. This will certainly extend his lead in the GT2 Championship. Spicer just maybe looking to survive this one and get to the end of a race day with a little bit of race finish. Hasn't had that for a while. As I said, the last time I think he was here in race trim, he would have been on his Wellness Group Honda or Kawasaki, because he used to be a superbike racer in his day. Decided to hang up the leathers and take an overall and climb into a V8. And slowly but surely getting to grips with V8 supercar racing. Not quite going according to plan. It's been a bit of a tough start for him. And I think there seems to be a little bit of a misfire on that Corvette. It's certainly not firing like it should, or how we've seen that Corvette go in the past. Gap widening up between 1 and 2. Here's the distance between 1 and 2 as they get onto the short straight. We'll get the long shot to get an actual idea of that differential. It's quite a big one. Alan Ryan's car. Oh, Spicer's in. I was about to say, is that Alan Ryan's car that's still in the pit lane as well? Didn't make it out for race 2, but now Spicer back into the pit lane as well. So it looks like whatever the issue on that car was has been terminal. Has he completed enough laps? He may have, because it's a 10-lapper. So he might still be classified if he completes. I think 75% he has to complete. And he's on this. Would have been on the 6th lap he went in. So he wouldn't have completed enough to be classified. Unless they get the car back out again. Wolford with 4 to go. Truck drivers coming past you on the highway sometimes get a bit of a fright. They look over on their left-hand shoulder and just see a V8 in full flight down that highway straight away. It's always thinking that you're doing sort of 100 k's an hour on the highway, the legal speed limit, or 120 if you're in a saloon car. And next thing, a V8 comes flying past you just a couple hundred meters to your left-hand side, doing over 280 k's an hour this way round. So we had 2 Chevys and 2 Fords. We've now got 1 Chevy and 2 Fords. 3 cars left on track. And problems. Wolford slows up. Wolford's got a problem. Thomas Reeb inherits the lead as Terry Wolford pulls to the sideline. What's gone wrong there on that N4 Autocraft chic Ford Falcon? Oh, comfortably in the lead, no worries at all, and something has gone wrong. That's definitely not what Terry Wolford wanted now. You can see him working in the cockpit there. Maybe he's trying to get the car to fire up again. No, he's pulling onto the inside, onto the Indy circuit here, and he'll park it there, and Reeb has got 3 to go, and not another car in competition with him at all. I don't think I've ever commentated on a race where there's been 2 cars in 2 classes and they're the only 2 cars left on track. But that's what we've got right now. GT1 in the hands of Thomas Reeb, GT2 in the hands of Augie Kampan. There he is. Now, that's a huge loss to lose Terry Wolford. I was kind of saying to him that he's going to be able to close the gap down, but if he's parked right there, that's not going to happen. Kampan's got 3 to go. Reeb can literally put it into cruise control. If you had an autopilot right now, you could just flick that switch. So at least we've got representation of each of the brands that provide engine power to these cars. 1 Ford, 1 Chevy. Terry will be looking over that rearview mirror as the car goes past, going, what could have gone wrong here? Contemplating what could have been. 2 wins were certainly on the cards for Terry Wolford. Reeb not only going to win the race, but he's going to win the day as well. He's got 8 Ks to go, 2 laps of the circuit to complete. And there you see, and you can actually hear the difference short shifting onto the back straightaway. And down the highway straight, probably going to be just over 200 k's an hour. He's not going to push it right to the limit. He doesn't need to. Doesn't have to push that car at all for the last lap and a half. Couple of competitors that didn't make it out here this weekend, probably watching the live stream going, we should have been there. If the attrition rate has been so high, a couple of other cars that didn't make it here this weekend will be kicking themselves for not, because they certainly could have scored some big valuable points due to the attrition rate of today's racing here in the Dunlop V8 Supercars. Here just over my shoulder as Thomas Reeb comes into the second last corner. We're watching Aki Kampan come through the dog bone. As Reeb starts his final lap, Kampan is onto the short straight. So it's literally half a lap between two cars. Through the box and here into the entry for the dog bone for the last time in anger. Thomas Reeb has done it all right here by staying on track. We mentioned through the day, consistency is key. If you're out there and you're finishing races and you're at the top end of the field, it's where you need to be to win championships. So Reeb certainly looking to maybe steal that number one plate for 2026. Short straight done. 5 corners to go. So in race 1, we lost Spicer. We then ended up with a couple of cars slowing up at the end of the race, with Wayne Spicer going off initially. Then Alan Ryan had some problems. It was 4 cars that finished up, with Aki Kampan taking the victory in GD2s and Terry Wolford taking the win in GT1s, ahead of Warren Lombard and this car of Thomas Reeb, who's coming through now to go from 3rd to 1st, and the only GT1 competitor to compete race 2. So a 3rd and a 1st place will give him some good points to move him up in the championship lead and extend it slightly. Aki Kampan certainly going to extend his lead in the championship as well. Also move himself up in the overall championship with a double victory today. So it's a Chevy Lumina to take the win for GT1. Bit of showboating, I think, there from Aki. Understandably. Or was that just a little mistake? I think I might have been just a little mistake there. And he'll come to the line in the Mustang and sort out GT2's honours, and overall win for the day there for Aki Kampan as well for Dunlop V8 Supercars. So from the big bangers, we're going to move on to Ferro Energia 111 GD Sports and Saloons. They'll be out shortly here at Red Star Raceway. It's round 4 of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa, here at Red Star Raceway. We'll be back shortly.
You want me to get the shot?
It's time to go racing one more time here for the third last heat of the day. It's Ferro, Energia, 111 GD Sports and Saloons and SuperHatch combined. And looks like we got a bit of a shuffle on the grid here as well. Stefan Schneiders has not made his way back onto the circuit just yet. He might be in the back of the pack though, making his way through. We have got Philip Mayer taking up pole position. Behind him is going to be the Auto Express machine of Jonathan Visser, and alongside him the Origin Oil and Car Care Clinic car of Voteroos. Wayne Robb will look for definitely for a second potential victory in Class A if he can keep it all together ahead of the Volkswagens. And a tough time of it out there with some of them. Truter will be the last car to take up his position for the GT class. That's in the strategic gear and diff Golf 1. Rob leads out A over Piet Potgieter, Lindsay Kleur. Looks like we've got everybody on the grid other than Stefan Schneiders hasn't made his way back out for race 2 in the Beamer. We go under starters orders, and of course the safety car will roll. The GTs and Class A, B and C making their way around for the second heat today of Ferro, Energia, 111 GT Sports and Saloons, with the SuperHatches combined into the mix there with him. Expect another big fight amongst the Bulliards and Christopher Tate. Trying to stay with Keegan Nathan in the Nathan's Motorsport Polo. He was the victorious one in Class C for race 1. We'll try and get another one here in race 2. Just down the back end possibly of Craig Priestley of the line if he can get there. And Ishmael Beloya will be looking to try and hold the honours in terms of our SuperHatch competitors out there. Had a great fight amongst himself and the other 3 Hondas involved in that class. Two of them SuperHatches and 2 Class D competitors for 111. If you've just joined us from all around the world, a massive welcome to our live stream here from Red Star Raceway. We're at round 4 of the regional side of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. And we're in Mpumalanga, close to the town of Delmas, just about 70 k's out of Johannesburg, if you know the Southern African area or South Africa. Cool conditions all day long. We've basically been sitting sort of between we started at about -2 this morning, but we weren't racing at that stage, but it's got up to about 15 degrees Celsius here in the mid-afternoon, and it's now starting to cool down again. So with cooling conditions come cooling track temperatures, and a bit more work for the rubber to be done around the track, particularly with the amount of corners that are here. Lots of work still to be done for all of these cars and tyres for the next 10 laps of action for this one. 10 more laps of action coming from ATE Formula, the Volkswagen Challenge, and 9 more laps of BMW M Performance Racing Series. Pardon me. Okay, we've got a 8-lap race coming this way for this particular outing for Ferro Energia. So there was a change up in the program. So this will be an 8-lap race. Priestley and Nathan, looking forward to another big battle, I'm sure, between them. Chris Tate will be looking to go and get into the mix there with both of those Bulliard machines. They can see them, they're quite easy to spot. Then you've got Ishmael Beloy and Mark O'Sullivan. Rob Clark out there in the second of the Honda Bullards. It's quite an epic battle between the Honda Civics and Bullards in the first race earlier in the day. The GT spec cars, only Stefan Schneider's BMW has not made it back onto track for them. good opportunity here for Philip Mayer and to Vota as well to maybe change up their luck for race 2 honours. Mayer will now be handed the duties of the pole car. To come to the line for the start. Lights are on. Here we go. Vota going to drive off the line there along with Jonathan Visser as they all come past us and down towards turn 1. It is the Porsche. Visser into second and Vota to third, right into the clutches there of Truta. Wayne Robb leads our Class A over Portgieter and Lindsay Kleur. Around the outside comes Keegan Nathan, side by side with Craig Priestley. Great start there from Keegs. A couple of guys running wide, just almost clipping those cones on the sideline. Vota losing out to Truta's additional bit of power from the Golf that I think has got a turbocharger on it. So that's why he's able to run slightly stronger straight line speed. But Vota gets him at the bottom end of turn 3 and keeps him behind him for now. Vota's going to have a hard task to keep out Morris. He had a fight in the first one with him, so he knows just exactly what he might have done wrong. I want to try and remedy that now for race 2. He's watching the two cars ahead of him get away ever so slightly. Rob leading Class A Portgieter with his teammate Lindsay Kleur on his tail, the two Nathan's Motorsport Golfs on the back of that Ford Focus. And I think it may be Priestley's got back ahead of Keegan Nathan. Yes, he has. Probably a little bit of a stronger car on a straight line is Craig Priestley's little Ford. Ishmael Beloy off track. That's not going to do his SuperHatch honours any good. It's Mike O, Rob Clark. Looks like coming through there just side by side, one of the Hondas. Was that with, yeah, I was going to say, Keith and Mikey's in there as well. So a nice little start there from the youngster. Also had a fantastic run in SuperHatch in the first heat. Staying in amongst slightly more powerful and definitely hotter top end cars compared to the little Renault Sandero he's in. 7 to go for the leading bunch. Might get an opportunity to see the difference between normally aspirated and turbocharged, as that Golf is about to be caught and passed by the Golf 1 turbocharged SGD of Truta. Mikey's onto the tail now of the two Hondas. Here's Nathan leading Class C. Comfortably in the lead of Class C actually. Tate starting to close in now. He's pulled away now from the two Bulliards, so put them into his rearview mirror. Concentrating his efforts on trying to get to the front end of Class C if he can. He had a good outing last weekend, as I said, at Swartkops when he was piloting his Volkswagen Rookie Cup Polo. So he knows exactly what he's got to do in this car. He did have a little off track in race 1 which dropped him down the placings, and he hasn't found a way through there on Quinton Viljoen, who's behind Keegan Nathan. It's the red and white car is Nathan, and you've got sort of a white car with red bumpers. That's Viljoen. Tate behind him putting big pressure on. Then Sebastian and Anthony Bulliard and Mark O'Sullivan leading the T1 class of SuperHatch. Jonathan Visser's found something special. As he now leads out, the Porsche's gone. Not quite what's happened with the Porsche. Philip, there he is. He's behind Vota, so he must have made a mistake somewhere on track. And now slots in behind the third place car, Vota Rus, Philip Mayer, and then Jared Rousseau. Philip comes alongside, top end of the Porsche, a little bit better than the Golf, and the Super Cup Polo should also have slightly better straight line speed. But of course, wily old character is Vota, trying to try and keep Jared Rousseau at bay, and does so. Not going to make it easy there for that Super Cup Polo to get past the Origin oil car. As I said, I think Jared Rousseau using Ferro Energia 111 GT Sports and Saloons as a testing ground for this car to get it into race pace before he steps up into Super Cup. Potentially his planning. It's not a bad plan. Don't want to go and jump into Super Cup as a baptism of fire, because it's a highly competitive class, as we saw last week at Swartkops at the national round of the Extreme Festival. But if you get the car sorted in a category like this, the GT side of the 111 class, and then go and jump in with a car that's now seasoned, might be a little bit of an easier step. Certainly not an easy step for anybody to jump into Super Cup. This is Nathan, long way up the road from Viljoen, who's the long way up the road from Bouliard, who's now ahead of Tate. So Chris Tate must have made a mistake somewhere on track again. He's right behind Sebastian Bouliard. Leaders into the chicane. Just watch them go across the line, in fact. Just ahead of me there, and I was watching the fact that there is a gap closing, because the fastest car on track right now is Truta. That little Golf 1, slowly but surely sizing up the Auto Express Polo of Jonathan Visser. Looking for a way past. Hasn't found it yet, but he's definitely putting pressure on. And certainly looks like he could be in contention for the win. He would have had the win if Snyder's hadn't been here in the first heat, of course. And he's not here in the second heat, so he would love to get the win and then possibly take the overall standings as well for the 111 GT side of this category. Tate off. Oh, Christopher Tate's pulled to the sideline. That's not good. Out of race 2. A race winner last weekend in the Volkswagen Rookie Cup. He got a 4th place, I think, in the first heat. And now a DNF. There's the Porsche trying to get back at that little Golf 1. This is Monkeys onto the back end of Ishmael Beloy. Keaton's had a great day in the saddle, he really has. That little TRC machine of his going so well. We saw his dad up the road in the OG wagon, of course, earlier on today for BMW M Performance Racing Series. Track taxi being piloted by Des Blum. Rob Clark trying to stay with Mike O'Sullivan, but Sullivan, as you can see, has pulled about at least 4 seconds ahead of the second Honda. Monkey's coming along for the ride, right in the slipstream of Ishmael Beloy, hoping that he's going to pull him up into the battle once again for the 4 Hondas. Look how hard Keith is trying, locking up into 6, that's good. Young man not scared to go late on the brakes. And speaking of late on the brakes, that's a big move and a big dive on the inside for the lead. Didn't quite get there, but Truta had a big look. He's now under attack from the Porsche, Philip Meyer. This is a fantastic run here from Visser. Arguably his best outing in Triple Ones, the GT side of it. Fending off a Golf 1, a Porsche 924R, and on there, his tail is a Super Cup Polo. A Golf 8 of Votarus down to 5th. Good drive out of that little kink and the hairpin. And we've got a spinner. It's Rob Clark, I think, who went off into the chicane. We see a bit of action in the foreground, and we continue to watch the action in the background as the leading 4 cars head into the twisties. It's a big right, it's a left, it's a right, it's a left, and then a little short straight up into the final corner. Chuta diving on the inside for the final corner. We're going to try and get the drive onto the little short straight. But a slipstream might help him here. This gets amazing drive out of the last corner. He goes for the inside line into turn 1. Fitzer fends him off. Going to try and hold him into the second part. The Porsche closes right up, almost under the bumper there of that Golf 1. Full had to back out of that ever so slightly. It's a train of note. 3 Volkswagen branded cars and a Porsche going at it for the win here in GDs. Slightly different line there from Chuta. Looking to see if he could maybe cut back on the Auto Express Polo, but it didn't work out. Fish is going to try and hang on for this one. He'll have a lap and a half to go. In fact, he'll have 2.5 laps, beg your pardon. There was 3 to go as they crossed the line that time. Chuta hounding the back of Fisser's car. Philip Meyer doing the same thing to Chuta. Joining the party is Jared Rousseau. And in fact, Jared Rousseau has just gone quickest. Background Votarus rallycross style there from Voti. I know he's based down in Cape Town now and he likes the Kalani circuit, but there's no need to show off your rallycross abilities there, Mr. Roos. Keep it on the black stuff. Craig Priestley's closed down on the back end of the first Nathan's Motorsport machine, closest to him. That'll be Lindsay Kleur. There'll be another one just up the road from him, and Pete Kortke will be piloting that. There you can see it. What Chuta's having a problem with here is the fact that Philip Meyer is attacking him so rapidly and rampantly to possibly steal second place away, which is taking his attentions off his attack on the lead car. Here we go. Oh, Fisser misses a gear. I think Fisser's run out of gears. Yeah, he's run out of gears completely. He's pulling in right here next to me. What a pity there for Jonathan Fisser. Can you believe that? Heartache for Jonathan Fisser. The gearbox is gone. He had a box of nothing as he came out of the final corner, and he's parked literally 10 meters away from me. Auto Express Polo out. Advantage, strategic gear and diff. And Chuta takes the lead ahead of Meyer and Jared Rousseau. There's a great example. 2 wheels TV Peugeot, and that's the Auto Express Polo, as I said, about 10 meters away. So will we see Philip Meyer now put a bit more urgency into his attack? As I say that, it's Marius Chutu who opens up a little bit of breathing room between himself and the Porsche. That Porsche is a really, really stable and reliable motor car. You can't ask for a better motor car behind that as well. One of the best built South African products in a long time. He's a Super Cup Polo. In terms of reliability, not only in sprint racing but also in endurance racing. And of course now also with a whole stable of them overseas in Germany, racing under Super Cup brand, not under the Volkswagen brand, as what South African Motorsport has done, has now created an international class of these cars as well. Shooter coming to the line to accept the last lap board. Ishmael Beloy still fighting hard. Leon Bredenkamp just ahead of him there in the first of the Civics. They've crossed the line with Keith and Mike. He's losing a little bit of ground there. He's still got a lap to go. Rob Clark and Mike O'Sullivan still piloting out there as well. O'Sullivan ahead of Leon Bredenkamp, so he's the leading Honda, but the rear end of the field is Rob Clark in the last Honda. They come up on the little Opel Corsa and coming up on George as well. Two Opel products about to be eaten up by a Porsche, a Golf 1 first of all, then the Porsche, and then the Super Cup Polo. Aldrin giving them a little bit of room to play. Shoots it down to the tricky left-hander at turn 3 for the last time. It looks like Jared Rousseau has actually found a little bit of late race pace here. He might be able to squeeze ahead of the Porsche. Here's that off there. Not quite sure who that was. Didn't quite pick up the number on it. Might have been Anthony Bulliart who went off there. Here we go. Down the short straight for the last time as well. Tuta, Meyer, Rousseau. I think it's a little bit too little too late there for the Super Cup Polo to get past on that Porsche. Philip Meyer will make that thing as wide as a 928 right now. Not going to give him any room to the Super Cup Polo to find a way past. He's actually going defensive, which is allowing Tuta to get away. I think he realizes he hasn't got the pace to run with Tuta, but he's definitely not going to allow second place to go to the Super Cup Polo of Jared Rousseau. Honda Civics have started their final lap. The checkered flag is on standby. It'll be waiting for the SGD Golf 1 of Marius Truta. Here he comes to the line. That'll give him the overall victory as well. He wins out over Philip Meyer and Jared Rousseau. Boatie's going to come through for 4th place in the Origin Oil and Car Care Clinic Golf, prepped by Nathan's Motorsport. 2 more Nathan's Motorsport Golfs will be finishing up just behind Wayne Robb in the Ford Focus for Class A honours. Haven't really seen much of Wayne other than the beginning of the race, but he's maintained his lead in Class A. Again, a fantastic drive here from the Ford Focus man, winning out over Potgieter and Lindsay Kleur with Craig Priestley behind that. So it's a Ford and Volkswagen sandwich there. In the background, we'll be keeping an eye for that young man right there, Keegan Nathan. Double victory, clean as a whistle today. And he's going to pass the stricken Christopher Tate, who's on the sideline there. He won't be happy about watching Keegan Nathan go past and not troubled at all. It's going to be a move up from Quintus Viljoen to 2nd, and Sebastian Bulliart will be in the 3 spot for Class C honours today for Ferro Energia, 111 GD Sports and Saloons. That's how that wraps up. We're going to now wait for Mark O'Sullivan and the 2 other Hondas of Bredenkamp, Ishmael Beloy, and Keith and Mikey's in the Renault Sandero to come to the line. Here comes Marco. Always easy to spot him. He's got some kind of Irish green on his car, always. So Mike O'Sullivan comes through for the win in that class. Ishmael Beloy looks like he's hung on and might just have got through, or has he? We'll Picking up on Beloy going into the final corner. That I think is Bouliard, who went off earlier on, yeah. And yes, he has. Beloy's got ahead of Breedenkamp, so he will win SuperHatch. Takes the win over Breedenkamp, and it'll be Keithan Meinke's in the Renault Sandero, who may have been lapped on that last lap, in fact. No, here he comes. No, he's still coming to the line. TRC taking the 3 spot. And a nice drive there as well from Rob Clark. That wraps up our Ferro Energia 111 GD Sports and Saloons. We're heading into ATE Volkswagen Challenge. They're up next. Once we've cleared a couple of cars off the circuit, we'll be back on track with action here from round 4 of the Regional Extreme Festival. ATE Volkswagen Challenge, race number 2 now. Back onto the Red Star Raceway. And looking forward to seeing how we're going to see some maneuvering from Mr. Masters, our race 1 winner in the Performance Masters Polo, who will be starting from the back of the grid. He's arrived here with, of course, older tyres and not quite the same spec to participate in. So he's decided that under scrutiny from the COC, he would come to race, but his penalty for running slightly different rubber would be starting from the back. Does that give Jaden Goosen a chance? We'll have to wait and see. Goosen was worried about the fact that behind Wayne Masters, the turbo car that he's got doesn't work so well in hot air, so he's going to try and get away at the front end. But also take into account Ian Walker getting the whole shot in race 1. We'll be looking to do more of the same here in race 2, and hopefully can stay at the front end and keep out the likes of Mighty Mfana and Goosen and Masters. Behind that, Stuart Mack will look for a second Class B win if he can get it. John O'Koenig wasn't able to run with him at all in the first one. Eventually ended up just behind Elna Cruiser, who was our last of the Class A's, down in 6th place overall, but 5th in her class. And Koenig was 2nd in his class and 7th overall. And then the Class C battle was Bryce Pillay and Adrian de Beer, which literally raged for the entire 10 laps. So looking forward to seeing how that goes in race number 2 now. And hopefully get Mitch Kutsia, Stewie and maybe Dimmy back up there as well, in with a chance of maybe giving them a run for their money heading into this last race of ATE. It's the second last race of the day. We've still got M Performance Racing Series to come your way for the final heat of today's race action. Bring them to the line. Of course, this is a standing start for this class, and they start with 2 rows of the grid between each of the classes in the category. So Class A up until 5th on the grid, then there'll be 2 rows between Class A and Class B, Stuart Mack, pole position man, and then 2 rows between John O'Koenig and Bryce Pillay, who will be on pole position for race 2. In fact, it'll be Adrian de Beer who'll be on pole, I beg your pardon. So they line up in the same positions as they would have in race number 1, just with the graps, as I said. So, can Walker the Stalker maybe sneak up the inside again and get a good drop off the line there in the Melovelo Cycles United car and outgun that Ferro Energia A4 certified pre-owned Polo of Jaden Goosen? We'll certainly be intrigued as to how quickly it takes Wayne Masters to get to the front end, if he's able to get through this pack again as easily as he did in the first one. Right, we've cleared the grid and under starter's orders. 2 goes to 1, 1 goes to 30 seconds. 30 seconds will change to 5, and then we'll go to lights on. Let's see who's going to have what it takes now off the line to get the drop. It looks like it is once again Ian Walker. Yes, indeed, Walker off the line like a rocket ship. Leads down into turn 1. And Jaden Goosen follows him line astern as they go into the chicane for the first time. Fanning out a couple of cars having to take some wider lines as they go into that chicane for the first time now. Walker leads out. It's Jaden Goosen in second, but you might see the turbo kick in there and get through on Ian Walker by the time they get to the bottom of the straight. He's hanging on for now. It's a good start there coming out of the is that the Norbrake car in third? It is, yeah, Dean Ross. By the looks of things, he's up to third. And then Masters into fourth with Mighty Mfana behind him. So it's Wayne Masters coming through the field rapidly. Not quite up to the top 2 just yet, and Walker the Stalker trying to hang on for now. That Melovelo Cycles United car had a fantastic outing at the previous round And now looking to do more of the same and at least get himself an overall podium for the day. He'd love this final victory though. It's going to be hard pressed to hang on to the lead ahead of Jaden Hussen, and of course the charge coming from Masters, who's already up to third and squeezing through to get ahead. And Mighty Mfana trying to follow him and get ahead of Dean Ross, but Ross keeps Mighty out as they go into the hairpin. Ross will have the inside line, Mighty the outside line, so he'll just slot in behind him and does so. Mighty might be able to use the slipstream though, because he will generate slipstream now from Dean Ross's car. Looks like there's no answer as well there from the slipstream ability of Jaden Hussen, who was trying things there on Ian Walker. Didn't quite work out for him though, unfortunately, so he'll try it at another opportunity if he gets it. We go onto the drone and come from a high level angle to watch the final three corners. This is third last corner they're going into, the right-hander. Masters closing the gap there on the top two. 4, 5 and 6 behind that. Then it's Stuart Mack leading Class B comfortably at the moment, as he had been earlier on as well. They come across the line and complete the first lap in anger, and it's Ian Walker who hangs on to the lead for now. Wayne Masters in third. Dean Ross in the 4th spot. Stuart Mack leading things in Class B. Mack in the AutoZone car down that long straightaway into the bottom turn. He leads out, hanging on for now, and actually starting to open up a small margin over the rest of his Class B and C competitors behind him. Trying to open up a bit of a margin over Koenig, more importantly than anybody else. Smooth driving style there from the AutoZone driver. He's a very good pilot behind a front-wheel drive Polo. Stuart Mack, he's been involved in this class for a long time and a serious contender, having won the overall championship on a few occasions. And of course the number 1 plate is on that car for a reason, having won it last year. Jaden Hussen would love to remove the 5 and 3 and take the overall championship and make that a number 1 car there for the Ferro Energia machine. But he's going to have to beat his stablemate in Wayne Masters, who's now right on his bumper, and first and foremost get through on Ian Walker. They're certainly not going to wrap the championship up here, not today. Still lots of race action to come in AT Volkswagen Challenge. Chris Davison out there as well, of course, in the Generator Services Incorporated car, the GSI machine. He's fighting in amongst the Class C competitors there of Philip Cruiser. Chris Davison, of course, is a Class B competitor, so he would have finished third overall in Class B in Race 1, despite a slowing car in the end of Race 1's proceedings. Foss car in the mid part of Race 2 is Wayne Masters, putting pressure now onto Ian Walker and onto Jaden Hussen. Both of them pretty happy to soak up that pressure for now, as Walker fends off the attack coming from the 2 Performance Masters prepped cars. He's definitely looking a little bit more dangerous, is Jaden. Looking for a now to pounce and get through there on that Cycles United machine. Walker runs long and deep into the hip and locks up slightly. That's the kind of pressure that Ian Walker's starting to feel now from that Ferro Energia machine. The 3 Polos locked literally within half a second of each other. Here comes a fan out. Defensive driving from Jaden to keep out Masters. That slowed him slightly. Gave Walker a little bit of breathing room. Was that a little tap? I think it might have been there from Masters. Little love tap on the back. Oh, problems in the background. Someone's blown. Looks like it might be Dimitri. That was the yellow and black insurance car. I think it might have been Dimitri Safiro who had some problems. And I can't really see in that fading light and the smoke, but I think it is the black and yellow car there. The insurance machine of Dimitri Safiro. Just saw a big puff of white smoke come out of the back of that car, and that's not normally a good sign. That's how tricky that big right-hander is. As you can see, the pressure being put on there. Adrian de Beer and Bryce Pillay. That's the Class C battle we've just seen come through. Safety car has been deployed. So safety car has been deployed. I think it might be because there may be some fluid down after that car blew up so badly. They want to just make sure that that area is clear of any lubricants that could have been dropped out of the car when it gave way. So up to Suzuki Jimny to now lead out this pack of Volkswagen Polos. Quite what they wanted here, I think, in terms of the race action, because this is the first time we've had a safety car, and it's in the second last race that it's been deployed. So it's not a great way to finish up a race under safety car conditions, but we've still got a couple of laps in hand here, so shouldn't be too much of an issue here for them to sort that out. Now still 5.5 at this point in time to go now for our ATE second race. Hoping to probably clear up whatever was dropped when that Polo went bang as quickly as possible. There's a big contingent of the SWAT Corps and Kyle Army and Red Star combined marshals will be working to clear that issue and even get the car out of harm's way as well. It's another big factor they may have to take into account. I think this is where the issue was, coming out of the dog bone. He parked on the right hand side there. Yeah, it is definitely Dimmy's car. There he is. I think they're just making sure that there's no fluids or lubricants dropped onto the floor there that could potentially cause some more problems for the cars behind. We've got low ambient temperatures, we've got low track temperatures, which means the heat cycles in those Dunlop rubber will have to be heated up again into a fourth heat cycle for the day. See who's done the best in terms of tyre management when that Jimny pulls off. So the car's still weaving left and right, trying to keep as much heat in the rubber as possible. Bryce Pillay was leading and still is Class C, ahead of Adrian de Beer. Chris Davison is just behind them, but remember he's a Class B competitor, so he's not quite where he wanted to be. He'd like to be a little bit higher up there, kind of tucked in behind the rest of the Class B competitors. And see, one of the recovery vehicles is next to Dimitri. Maybe they're thinking that car is parked in a dangerous position and want to just remove it from where it's parked. which means we may have another 1 or 2 laps under safety car. Certainly one more as they come across the line. What this does potentially do, though, of course, is heighten the anticipation, because running out of laps means running out of opportunities to overtake, and could potentially throw in some desperation style moves once the safety car is brought back into pit lane. And desperation means that we could see some quite action-packed laps ahead of us once that safety car comes back in. Just a heads up, of course, of action coming your way in the very near future while we're under safety car from a SWAT Corps and a Extreme Festival point of view. We've got Extreme Festival Nationals on the 18th, 19th and 20th of July back down at the East London Grand Prix circuit. The weekend before that, though, is the SWAT Corps Annapolis, so that's definitely one you don't want to watch if you enjoy some endurance racing. It's a 500 miler that they do there for cars under 80,000 Rand. So that's definitely one that's going to be one to have on your diaries. And then, of course, heading to East London. We go back to East London at the end of August as well for a change up on the calendar from Maputo to East London. We were supposed to go up to Mozambique, but that all changed up, and we're now going back to East London Grand Prix circuit for the regional side. So all these classes will move down to East London Grand Prix circuit on the 23rd of August. And that is the next round, of course, of our regional Extreme Festival. Getting a message there from Fed. Dimitri, you are not allowed to park the car there, but that's what your dad says. You may not park the car there. They might make a little TikTok meme out of you for that, say, for parking the car there. Is that the... Yes, the safety car's moved on. So lights are out. We're going to go racing. Will Walker try and catch them out here? That's what you always want to do as the lead car once that safety car goes out, because you assume the role and you can dictate the pace. So Walker drops the hammer and heads into the final corner. He has caught Jaden napping slightly though, but he eventually gets on the loud pedal. And Ian Walker now heads into the last couple of laps of ATE Volkswagen Challenge. Still at the lead of Class A. And with now but a little bit of breathing room over Jaden Hurston. Hurston second ahead of Masters. That's how it's going to go as they get onto that back straightaway. Watching for Elna Cruiser. She's down in 4 or 5 at this point in time. Class C comes across the line now. Still in the lead is Bryce Pillay. We've got Adrian De Beer on his tail. Then it's Class B's Chris Davison. And behind that, fighting for honours will be the likes of Mitch Kutsia and Stuart Koenig. Bryce Pillay still maintains a good advantage over Adrian De Beer. That's for the honours in Class C. So we had 5 to go when they started. It was the halfway stage. And they're going to come through now to get the 4 laps to go board. So still a long way to go here. ATE Volkswagen Challenge. Classes A, B and C all fighting for their respective classes on track. Bryce Pillay leads Class C. Stuart Mack leads Class B. And at this point in time, Ian Walker leads Class A and the overall race. There is Mack in the AutoZone car. Max actually got Francis Aldrich right on his tail. Aldrich was with him in race 1 until he unfortunately had to retire his car on the sideline. And that gave John O'Koenig second place and Chris Davison third. So Aldrich this time a little higher up in the standings. Is that Adrian de Beer with a problem? Yes, it was. Adrian de Beer with a slowing car there and losing a little bit of ground. It looks like he spun out. So he had a little spin, maybe some cold tyres with that. I said the heat cycles in these tyres are going to be affected by the safety car, and I think he got caught out by that. Dean Ross now being closed down. Nor brake versus ATE brakes. Should be pretty interesting. Elna Cruiser closing onto the back end of Dino. Mahdi Mfana a little bit further back from them, but Walker still hangs on. And it was just that little jump off the line that he got the advantage over Jaden Hurston. Hurston now going defensive to keep out Wayne Masters. But all of a sudden you just see a change up in the body language on that car. He goes from defensive to attack as they head into the dog bone. And now goes right underneath that exhaust pipe of Ian Walker. Continues to fight for fourth there. As Dino comes under a bit of threat from Elna. It's close between these three. Really nice to finish up that close. Little spread out there from Jaden Hurston. Defensive driving to keep Wayne out. Wayne's going to try and drive around his outside. It'll be interesting if he makes that stick on that corner. There's not a lot of grip out there. He might have to give way. No, but he hangs on. I don't know where he found grip on the outside of that turn 6, but he's now got the inside of turn 7. Ooh, it's getting tight. Like it. Masters versus Hurston. Wing mirror to wing mirror. Eventually, Masters is late, but he hasn't got through yet. Jaden hasn't given it up without a fight. He's going to go back at him again here. Masters eventually inside. That's 4 corners that they've changed positions. Masters will have the inside line for the final turn. Means Jaden's going to have to drive around the outside. It's a difficult corner to drive around the outside because it is slightly off camber and uphill. He eventually tucks in behind Wayne Masters and says, right, let's go. You set the pace. You go and fetch Ian Walker. We got 3 more to catch him. Walker locks up into the chicane. This is a battle between Mitch Kutsia and Koenig. Stewie now looking for a way through there on Mitch Kutsia. Mitch in that Ethan Kutsia's motorsport car. We're going to see Ethan back in the race seat in a race time, about 3 laps time. We're going to see those BMWs back out again. And this is Koenig having a go at Kutsia into the final turn, or into turn 1 I should say, and squeezes through. So Kutsia loses out there slightly. Koenig is through. Cruiser. Has Elna found a way past? Yes, he has. Dean Ross has lost out there to Elna. So a change up for 4 and 5. Elna to 4. Dean to 5. Somebody's run wide coming onto the hairpin. Somebody putting wheels on the dirt there. Possibly Jaden Hurston. Certainly somebody kicked up some dust. It might have been Wayne, actually. No, it's Stalker. Walker's run off. I think Ian Walker might have run off there, and in doing so has allowed both Masters and Gerson through. So somebody put a wheel on the dirt. I have to assume it's Ian because he's dropped to third. And he's now following Jaden Gerson and Wayne Masters. Just trying to see if there's some... there's some dust, I think, on that left-hand back wheel, which would have cost him drive onto the straightaway. And that's going to give both Wayne Masters and Jaden Gerson, if you give them a sniff, they're going to absolutely take your arm off. And that's exactly what they've done. So as they come down into... This is Mitch Kutsia, Koenig behind him, or actually the other way around, it's Kutsia now behind Stuart Koenig. Then Adrian de Beer should be the first of Class C. Off-track excursion again now. This time for Koenig. This is Masters. All the way down into that tricky left-hander at turn 3. You have to think to yourself, between Stuart Mack and Wayne Masters, who could potentially be the most consistent driver in terms of wins in front-wheel drive polos. A lot of wins have gone to both of those drivers in ATE Volkswagen Challenge. Rory Atkinson would be up there as well. Of course, he had a fantastic outing last weekend in the Astron Energy Polo Cup at the Extreme Festival Nationals at Swartkops. All of these competitors, majority of them have gone from Challenge to Polo Cup, and some of them have come back from Polo Cup back into Challenge. Some of them using Challenge as an additional bit of seat time to keep their eye in, like Wayne Masters is doing. In saying that, he is also on his way to start the final lap. So 3 corners and a lap to go here for Wayne Masters to keep Jaden Gerson at bay in that Ferro Energia Polo. Mack, Aldrich and Koenig are your top 3 in Class B. And then it'll be Bryce Pillay ahead of Stuart Koenig and Mitch Kutsia for Class C. Couldn't get by on the GSI car there of Davidson. Kutsia going with him. Chris Davison seems to have a bit of a problem on that Generator Services Incorporated machine. Pity that because he would normally be up there with the likes of Koenig and Aldrich fighting with Mack for Class B honours. So last lap and final time down that long highway straight away for Masters and for Jaden Gerson. Walker's going to have to settle for third. He fought hard to keep these two at bay, but unfortunately a little mistake and opened up the door for these two very, very hungry motorsport competitors. Heading to the short straight now, into the hairpin. This is where one opportunity comes for Jaden to have a last go. But he's got to be a little bit closer. I don't think he's close enough to get into that slipstream for Masters. He closes, but at the 50 he's got to climb on the anchor slightly down a gear and pitch it right into a very hard, very difficult corner to make, a triple apex right-hander. Mack in control of Class B as Masters comes to the third last turn, into the second last. One more little straight. One final uphill left-hander and a short dash to the line. We'll see Wayne Masters take a double victory. Bryce Pillay hanging on for Class C honours still. And a long way ahead of the rest of the pack of Class Cs. Checkered flag is out once again for a 1-2 there for Performance Masters. One from the master himself, Wayne Masters, and his protege, Jaden Gerson, on his tail there for Ferro Energia. Walker the Stalker comes through there for third in the Melavello Cycles United Polo, ahead of Elna Cruiser. She beats Dean Ross to the line, and Mighty Mfana will make up the top 6 in Class A. Mac just behind that. Stewie Mac coming through for the win in Class B, ahead of Francis Aldrich. And it will be Jono Koenig to finish up in third place for Class B. Fourth place will go to Chris Davison as we watch Bryce Pillay coming to the line now for Class C. Look at the gap he's pulled now with Adrian De Beer spinning out. There really wasn't any other car that was close to those two. Although Stuart Koenig take nothing away from him in second. He's had a good run here in the second heat. So both the Koenig boys will be on the podiums in their respective classes. As Bryce comes to the line with a little Bryce Pillay shuffle to get the checkered flag. Stuart Koenig for second, and it looks like Adrian De Beer is going to give Mitch Coetzee a run to the line here. I think Mitchy the Kid will hang on though. Yes, he does. So Mitch Coetzee just beats out Adrian De Beer and Sebastian Bouliard for the Class C honours here for ATE Volkswagen Challenge. We got one more race to come your way. It is the BMW M Performance Racing Series, classes A, B and C. They'll be out on track shortly, and we'll be back with commentary here from Red Star. Coming to the line for the final part of the day's proceedings. It is Red Star Raceway. We're round 4 of the Extreme Festival of Motorsports Regional Championships and BMW M Performance Racing Series Race 2 of classes A, B and C. Alwyn Steenkamp taking a magnificent victory, first race and first place for him. But Nick's telling me here, as he's been down in pit lane helping with a couple of changes to a few cars that finished up in that first one. One of them being Bob Neal. He's had some kind of an issue that had the power but just couldn't put it down.
Yeah, from the man himself, it was quite a bumpy ride. Apparently center bearing on that Delmas mining car absolutely loose. The car was shaking about quite a bit. So yeah, he's keen to put the question to Alwyn and say, can you make it 2 for 2 if he's able to unleash the full power from that Delmas mining machine car.
Speaking of cars that didn't make it back onto the grid, doesn't look like Leon's made it back, so he's had some kind of issues. What was the problem there?
Unfortunately, mechanical, not repairable. Didn't get, unfortunately, any more detail than that. But yeah, a sad end to what looked like a great weekend for him. He was fast in practice, consistent, and has had a great year so far. And not often that we've seen that car stricken.
Did see Gary Martins. He said pumping in some the top end power maps on that car to come out and give it a run for its money.
Yeah, he fixed a bit of a fuel return line issue and correcting some tuning problems. He's promised to bring the proper Grease Monkey Motor Garage performance to this race number 2.
I like to hear that. As the Suzuki Jimny makes its way around, it'll be our official safety car's last duties, hopefully. We don't need any more safety cars. We've actually only had one safety car the whole day, and that was in the previous race, so hopefully we get no more of those as we set the big bangers off for BMW classes A, B and C. We have got 3 Class A competitors, I think, that are going to be participating in that one. If Fabio Fedetto was able to get back up and tracking as well. Did he?
Unfortunately
no,
not.
He didn't. So just the 2 of them. 992 will be Pommersheim on pole for Class B.
From Nick Makris. And Renier chasing them down.
Yeah. I think we're going to have to keep an eye out on Nish and Leonard Archer, though.
Yes.
They had some great pace in race 1, so if they can find their way through the field with the additional lap, I mean, it's from an 8 to a 9 lapper, so just one extra lap gives you a chance to maybe get back what the reverse grid gives you as a negative and turn it into a positive.
Yeah, and keen to see what Salvi can do. We saw that late performance from him. A couple first laps, it looked a bit subdued. It wasn't the Salvi that we've come to know, and it just looked like he maybe a brick stuck between his pedal and the floor, and suddenly a couple laps in, and he's absolutely hammering it and chasing down the field. So that was quite exciting. We saw really great performance from Ethan Kutsia. I heard that they've got some changes to that car. He was struggling with front end grip and wasn't able to really put down the kind of lap times that he would be confident with. So yeah, looking forward to see what that bucket list racing car is going to do. It looks like that package has been reliable, but at the end of the race suffering with front end grip, and that meant that the likes of Salvi and Leonard Archer getting a lot of pressure have we got a car stopped over there? Not sure.
Looked like there might be one. Yeah, it looked like it might have been one. I just got it in the background of the shot. We'll keep an eye on it. It might be also one of the Marshall's cars that's just been in the background shot there. Interesting to see as well. Stefan Schneider's finished the first race, but didn't come out for the second race of 111 GD Sports and Saloons.
Right.
So he's now concentrating, I think, his efforts on potentially getting to the top 3 in Class C, having spent one race in the GD Sports and Saloons cars category. So I think he's decided maybe BMWs might be the more important class to concentrate on today.
Great car that full black BMW E90 over there. It competes in quite a range of different series. We saw him last at Kailami, I believe, and yeah, some impressive performance is possible out of that car. So great to see that he's prioritized the final BMW race, and let's see what he can do.
Yeah, the rest of the pack coming through there. We'll keep an eye on, of course, the battles that start to rage in each of the classes of this category, and they all sort of line up behind our pole man, which will be Bob Neal. And as you heard, he's looking to try and just turn his luck around after a small breakage that cost him the ability to go full taps. he was still able to finish the race, but he just couldn't get it to the full level he wanted in terms of the power output that car can produce. And we've seen it in the past, how good that thing has been, because to put it onto pole position this morning in under 2 minutes shows you what the potential is of that Delmas machine.
Yeah, nothing shy about performance in that car. It's claimed race victories before. It's got the composure to do it, and so if everything holds together right now, I think he's going to make life particularly difficult for Alvane. Even with Alvane having maybe a different car out of a different league, it's certainly not racing at 100% capability right now. So I think it's a fair battle right now, and there's going to be no punches pulled in the competition to see who can lead out the second race.
Here we go. Bossman on top of the bridge under the red star, and the Delmas Mining BM drops the hammer, leads into turn 1 ahead now of Alvane Steenkamp. That's Class A 1 and 2. Class B, by the looks of it, was a good start coming out of Salvi as well. I saw sort of cutting through the field there pretty rapidly. He's about 5th or 6th as they come out of the chicane for the first time, so there's a much better start there from him. But it's definitely 992 Pommersheim who holds on to the whole shot for Class B as they head towards the bottom of the track for the first time in anger. And the first time they go down into that very tricky left-hander.
It looks like as a Pommersheim defending from Nick Makris over there, already tight into the first corner, and a lot of pressure from Alvane Steenkamp on that Delmas Mining Machine car of Bob. But it looks like he had the power to keep him behind him. So lead to Bob, first score. Let's see if he's able to keep him behind him for the first part of this track.
That's not good. Kerry Martins with the big power package, parked on the sideline again. At Grease Monkey Garage, BMW diesel, unfortunately, is just not loving life here at Red Star Raceway.
No, clearly not a cold fan. Maybe certainly a lot better in the hotter temperatures. Nice to see the Class C vehicles coming through over here. Super tightly bunched, still as we expect from the beginning of the race. No big gaps really forming. So what Renier, who's trailing that Class B lead, obviously leading the championship, and he's going to have to plan this race carefully to make sure that he maximizes points without giving a free win to any one of his fellow competitors.
Just picking up on Shane Krobler there in the foreground as well. He's the leader of Class C at the moment. Looks like Nish has made his way up into second though, so he's sort of got through the field as rapidly as possible and up into second place behind Krobler. It's Schneider's from Salvi, so Salvi up to 4th. Much better start, as I said, from Salvi Guterres, so hopefully he can stay there with Stefan Schneider's and try and get the gap there to Shane Krobler and to Nichelle as they come up to complete another lap in anger.
Only half a second gap between Bob Neal and Alvane Steenkamp, but the Class B battle not far behind that. We've got Anton Pommersheim, who's only 2 seconds off of Alvane. So the Class B pace right now, everything is hot as what we're seeing in Class A.
Pommersheim setting the lap there and setting the time, that's for sure. Nice little run there from him. So fastest of the second lap in anger was Anton Pommersheim. Maybe Bob and Alvane just sizing each other up there, and if they start sizing each up anymore, you're going to have 2 Class B competitors right on your tail, and they're not going to hold back. They're going to have a go.
Yeah, they're certainly going to run for it. There's going to be nothing stopping them saying, "Great, I'll take the flags on it," without a doubt. And I think with the pace we're seeing right now, the smallest of mistakes, and it's going to be that we're not seeing a big gap grow between our Class A and Class B competitors. So as much as that's a completely different class, the level competitiveness we're seeing out of the Class B series cars is absolutely incredible.
I'm just watching the power delivery there on the Delmas car. It looks like it might have a similar scenario. He's not getting that full drive out of the car, and well, there maybe I'm wrong, because he got full drive down the short straight, but he seems to be battling on the little squirts between the tricky corners.
Talk about a little bit of a gap. So we've got Pommersheim absolutely on the bumper of Alvane Steenkamp, which is fantastic to see from that vehicle. But Renier Smith is falling off the back of that Class B battle. So we've got a bit of a gap growing there. Right now, our timing is telling me just around 3 seconds.
Yeah, about 3 seconds, I'd say. Very interesting stuff here as they get into the thick of it here for race 2 of In Performance Racing Series. And classes A, B, and C in full effect. Bob Neal, Alvane Steenkamp are the leading cars. We're watching the battle down here a bit further back in the pack with the second of the Sav Speed machines tucked in there. Got a fight happening there. Various gunbutt, Hein van der Merwe, Benny Late in that little pack as well. Loving it.
A little bit more of a gap growing between Bob and Alvain, 1.4 seconds. So Bob is starting to check out a little bit. Maybe he's being able to realise that pace that he was talking about in the pit. So the question is definitely being put to Alvain right now. So maybe not an early race opportunity, but let's see what he's got available to.
I don't know where Salvi was deciding to go. It looked like he was going into pit lane on that last attempt to come around the final corner. He caught a massive oversteer there and powered it out onto the main straightaway to complete the lap. But it was a big moment for him coming out of that final turn.
So let's see some lap times right now. So actually Anton Pommersheim at 2:02.8, quicker than Alvain Steenkamp ahead of him. We've got Bob Nielsen the fastest lap time of 2:02.4. Nick Muckris equally quick, still in the twos as well. So the Class B competitors are putting the pressure down right now. I'm not sure if they're trying to run away from Renier Smith in a late race opportunity there. But Alvain is certainly not going to have an easy time right now. Knowing that he's got very quick competitors right behind him, and Bob is certainly nothing shy on lap pace.
Oh, that was close. Oh, and I thought it might get out of shape. Yeah, and evasive driving there to try and avoid the spinning car.
A lot of smoke
coming out of the car, which could potentially mean some fluids might have been dropped down there. I'm not quite sure if that's the case, but that was a big move. Yeah, it might be underneath that. And Hein van der Merwe, fortunately, getting it all out of shape there. Sheldon Chetty just missed him, and then we had to take some evasive action as well. So a bit of a change up in that sort of third pack of cars on the circuit.
So Class C is being led out by Shane Grobler from Ethan Kutsia, doing a great job there in his first car. He's going to love taking a win if that's possible right now. Ethan in second, and they're checking out at 2:06 right now. So pretty quick laps, and that's consistent in the first
safety car, buddy.
runners.
Sorry to jump in. I kind of saw the yellow flags being waved as we were watching the cars go through the final turn, and then just looked up and I saw the safety car board being dropped over here on the start-finish line. So it's going to concertina the field up again. But yeah, going back to your point there was definitely some manoeuvring happening from Ethan Kutsia's point of view, and he actually got ahead of Renier Smith.
Renier Smith dropping down. It looks like the last lap at 2:10, so it looks like there's something wrong with that vehicle right now.
He'll be falling into the clutches now of Leonard Archer, who'll be right on his tail under safety car. So with this group of cars now being bunched up, we could see a potential change up here. Will we see maybe Alvain Steenkamp, who's just set the fastest lap of the race, maybe have a go here if we get clear conditions again?
And crazy to see, fastest lap of the race, but closest time next to him is Nick Muckris in Class B.
Unbelievable. Down in fourth.
Anton Pommersheim also deep into the twos, and Bob Neal ahead of them, just into a low 3 over there. So lap times are absolutely incredible right now out of that top 4.
Have to also take a look at potentially what the breakouts are there. Are they close to breakout times? Because if that's the kind of race pace they're running compared to the Class A cars, they might be in the danger zone. Maybe not there quite, but they putting a foot in the door.
I'll need to check out exactly what those breakouts are, but incredible to see the pressure that's being put from that Class B chasing pack right now. We would expect by now probably a 5 to 10 second gap to grow to those Class A competitors. And similarly, just the gap between our Class C competitors. We've got Shane doing a 2:06.8. Ethan Kutsia behind him a little faster doing a 2:06.4. Leonard Archer also into the 6s. Nishal Singh a 6.9. Stefan Snyder's right behind him a 6.3, 6.9. So they're all doing the same lap time
all in the 6s. Concern you've got from a safety car's point of view is there's a lot of fluid that was dropped from that car that went bang. The Sav Speed machine, and unfortunately you can see the marshals working frantically on the exit of the dog bone to try and get some kind of material down there to pick up the fluids that have been dropped, usually using either Dryzit Environmental or some just straight out concrete to lift up whatever's been dropped on the floor. And the dance floor unfortunately is not the smoothest right now. It's going to be a little bit slippery. But our team down there working frantically to get it all sorted in time.
Was it the Grease Monkey car getting back on track there? I think he's going to try and make his way either back to the pits or try and rejoin. We need to confirm once he comes back.
I think he'll probably head back to the pits because he's about 4 laps down now. So Not going to be any easy for Gary Martins to make up that ground. And
Even with that big power foul.
Yeah, even with that big power foul, exactly. No matter how much power foul he had there, I don't think he's going to have an opportunity. There we go. Let's get that concrete down there and hopefully pick up whatever's been spilled with that big engine blow. Good reaction time, I've got to say. And I always get a chance to chat about the marshals and the jobs that they do. The Orange Army, as we know, on all circuits around the world and everywhere we go racing, keeping us safe. It was a very quick call from the marshal point down there to say, yes, there are fluids down, we need to safety car this.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Because,
Because the time on track, that's fantastic.
You come through there in a pack of cars like we saw just behind, or even the pack that was involved when that car went bang, and you're going to have 6 or 7 cars out of the race.
Absolutely. Now, fast calls from the controllers of the race. Team on site really fast, so impressive service and execution right here.
As the boss joins us for the first time today.
Happy
Can you believe it?
birthday,
Mr.
Mr. Maloney.
I appreciate that.
Hope you had a lekker day, boy.
I did yesterday. Thank you very much, and thanks for the nice little message on our.
I try to be like you.
Mic check, voice of choice. I liked it.
Cheers.
I loved it a lot. There goes Gary. Exactly what we thought. Just back of the pack behind Rob Gearing.
At least.
Yeah, one piece not broken.
Yeah, sometimes these incidents.
Let's have a look at the replay. Here's the replay. You can see going in there, Funamava just unfortunately running off the track. And I think what happened there is it probably might have pulled either radiator or something out of the engine. That's what got the car to slide. And something broke, which dropped whatever fluids he put onto the surface. You can see evasive action being taken by both the gold and silver cars. Varish having to go inside of him. And, of course, the gold car having to go outside of him. And then he decided, no, hang on a second. That plume does not look good behind me. Let me get off track. Great job for him to get off track that quickly, because it meant it's only about, about maybe 100 meters of cleaning up they've got to do as opposed to a full lap.
And that section's a little bit uphill, is that right? So at least we're not going to be, chasing a big braking zone. But that cement is certainly going to help right now.
One problem you have got though is it is an overtaking zone. There is definitely an opportunity to make a move there. We saw that last race. Remember, Ethan Kutsia got up the inside. So did Karabo and Kent Swartz. So, having this scenario is not great, particularly on a very cool surface. And it looks like there might be somewhere else on track that's got a little bit of cleanup required.
Seeing that cement over there, what would you do, Greg? I mean, do you take a chance? If you got the position and you got a chance to take right now, but you see the cement down over there, do you take that chance?
I think at this point of the day, and because of the amount of laps we've had behind the safety car, you're probably going to take discretion the better part of valor. I'd back out of it for now. I'd rather go home with a decent. Is that a red flag coming out? Yes, it is. They're red flagging the race, so we're going to stop this one. All right, so I'm not sure how many laps have we completed there. You're going to have to refresh your.
We've got 4, according to my.
Okay, so
my
4 of
there.
the 9 is 60%. It's not enough. It's not enough. We've got to do maybe another 2. So probably going to bring them to the line for a 3-lap restart. Now, in this scenario, you know the rules better than me because you're a competitor, hopefully, and you know them better than me. I try and remember all the rules. It's not easy to do when you're doing 55 different categories of racing in the country. Is this a complete restart, and would that be the race counting the 3-lapper, or do you combine the 2?
So we would not do a complete restart, is my understanding from the situation right now. Depending on if the incident had happened within the first 2 laps, we would go back to a complete.
Okay, yeah, that's it. Cool.
Full restart right now. Where
they will finish. They'll start in the position they're in.
They'll start in those positions right now.
But does that mean that you then combine part 1 and part 2, or is part 2 considered the race?
Part 1 and part 2 will be combined. So because that race is going to be continued right now, there's no standings at the end of part 1. I stand to be corrected.
Okay.
Effectively, they're going to continue, and we'll start at lap 4. And if we've got enough time available, they'll continue to lap 9, or at least until they've got enough laps to
give the 75%. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's it. That's what I thought as well. Just wanted to see if you knew your rules. Ben, he knows his rules.
Make it up as I go.
It's pretty good. He knows his rules, Bernard. We don't have to worry. He's quite a good commentator. We'll keep him here for a little bit longer until he gets his car sorted out. Then I don't know what I'm going to do. Then I have to talk by myself here again. Bernard's walking past here. He didn't even hear us. It's okay. So he'll only hear us in the comments. Hi, Trace. Hi, you, Trace. Yeah, we saw. That's it. Red flag to clean up that nice little mess. Do you know how many laps by any chance? So we completed 4, so we need to do another 4. Because we need to do another 3 to get the 75.
Yeah.
Okay. So probably a 3-lap sprint race coming our way. We'll wait and see for confirmation on that. Okay, no problem, Trace. Thank you. Tracy Lynn Fenter coming there from Red Star Raceway, giving us the information. With the restart, though, this is the cool thing about what your class does. It's line astern. You don't take up your grid positions. You stay as you are. And it's a rolling lap, go, and no overtaking until you've crossed the finish line.
Right. Yes, keeps everything, nice format and nice kind of synchronized swimming until we get back to that. We want to make sure that we've got a safe restart. If you've got a standing restart or it's, something similar to our start of the race type start, it's just too racy, and unfortunately you get a red flag. It's a short sprint race. We've only got 9 laps effectively available, so you've got to make sure you've got a single line restart available. And so I think this is a practical restart specifically for these, a lot of these are high power cars, but they've also got weight to them. And so, getting everything rolling and running right now, we're certainly not going to be competing with the Formula V's.
Looks like a 5-lapper according to what I got from Tracy there. She just gave me a half 5, so I'm going to assume it's a 5-lap restart.
So that sounds like we'll do the full 9 laps as projected and as
then
planned.
combine the two to get an overall victory for the day, for Heat 2.
So it looks like Bob has kept Alvain behind him, and Anton's pace was incredible. So so far we've got fantastic racing. I think what probably stood out for me is the last beat pace, specifically from Anton and Nick. Not just one, but 2 of them right behind, chasing the Class A competitors right now, who are not doing slow laps. They're quick.
No, they're going.
And then we've got the crazy gap or lack of gap between the Class C competitors, all doing 2:06, and it looks like they were eventually split by something between half a second and 1.5 seconds. So super tight racing in Class C, but that's our bread and butter. Class C has always been where we have these absolute dogfights in the BMW M Performance Parts Race Series.
So there you have it. We stand by now to get clearance to go racing again. Apparently, it'll be a 5-lapper. That's what we were told. And that'll come up, of course, as soon as they refresh the timing monitor. And we'll also get a heads up there as they roll out behind the Suzuki Jimny. So effectively, it's actually a 6-lapper because he's got to do a little warm-up to give them a full lap. And they will get a full lap because they need to go and see conditions. So they won't do the short Indy lap to make up time here. We are losing light, though. But fortunately, you guys... I think some of you have got headlights. Not all of you.
Those that are fortunate, the rest will have to put on their torches.
There's a little friend of ours who's one of our big fans of racing here. A little mongoose sneaking in there. How you doing, buddy? Yo, there's 2 of them. Are these guys finished racing yet? No, not yet. Is that Nick Herbst? It is. It's the famous Nick Herbst. Look at him. He's looking so good out there. No, it's not him.
I think
no, it is. It is. It's definitely him. It's definitely him.
I think with this cold weather, they're probably going to go sit next to the race cars right now, sit next to that exhaust and just heat up a little bit. I mean, the cold is starting to pour in right now.
Yeah, I know. It's definitely getting that little chill factor in it. So, got a couple of fans out there in the mid part of the track. They must have been thinking to themselves, what is going on here today? What is this noise all around me? But fortunately, there's only 5 more laps to go, guys, and then you guys can have your area of Delmas back to yourselves again.
So Renier Smith, with under red flag conditions, they can attend to some elements on that car right now. So it'll be interesting to understand what went wrong. I mean, he's dropped down to, that's effectively 9th position, and that's our championship leader right now. So points are certainly falling away. So it'll be interesting to see, he's basically in the middle of Class C right now. With that last lap and whatever had gone wrong. If it was temperature related, great reprieve right now. But if it was anything else, it's going to be a gamble to see whether that's repairable or, unfortunately, is he going to unfortunately to retire the car?
Well, that's all going to be opened up to all of us as soon as that little Jimny rolls out. See you guys opening the doors of the cars, but fortunately right now shouldn't be too many hot cockpits out there for them to deal with. That's why this circuit is known as Red Star. Here's a prime example of exactly why Red Star Raceway was built and named after that particular big red sun. And we've got about 5 minutes before that thing drops. When that thing's out of here, then you're going to feel the cold.
Yeah, once it gets to that low point in the sky, jeepers, it's fast before we see darkness. So yeah, I think let's hope we're racing in the next couple of minutes or so. It's still modest conditions out here for the fans, and I'm sure they're completely keen to see the end of this race, which has shown some great battles, and some people making some good progress in their championship progression.
Let's have a look and see what happens as they roll out. Just waiting for the clearance to be given. I'm just watching the safety car driver. He normally gets the radio and goes, "I'm on my way," and rolls out, gets about a 2-minute lead before they send Bob Neal. They will stay line astern as they do the restart, give them a chance to resume their positions that they were involved in. The little battles that were there too will resume too. And as you said, hopefully the battle continues there between Class A and B, because they were very evenly matched. And if we can get that Class C battle back into that at least 1.5 second gap that they were in for the next 5 laps, it's going to be a really awesome way to finish up the day's racing.
So for anybody who's just joined us right now, we've got a red flag on track. We had Hein van der Merwe have an incident towards the tail end of the track, where unfortunately that car looks like it's probably an oil cooler that he has our replay, and you'll see that happen right now.
He just hits a bump on the exit there, and I think that's what pulls either the oil cooler or radiator or whatever it is.
And it looks like that whole front bumper went completely missing. So I think we're both on the same page. Probably oil cooler, and then that plume of smoke behind him, I assume, is going to be dragging the oil cooler and whatever oil is dropping out right now.
Dropping onto the circuit, which is why we had to red flag it.
And that's unfortunately the risk versus reward question that gets put to all the drivers right now. You use a little bit of the extension of the track right now when you absolutely have to. You're making a move, or you're trying to defend and use a little bit more. And there's just parts of the track that are unsighted, they're unseen, and you just can't see bumps and big rocks and stones, etc. And so you take a gamble when you choose to put a wheel off the track. And unfortunately, that gamble didn't play out for Hein van der Merwe today.
Well, it looks like we're all ready to go now as the Jimny heads into turn 1. It'll be about a 2-minute gap, and they'll send Bob Neal on his way with the green flag. He will lead them out with Alvain Steenkamp in close attendance. Let's see if Fedetto and Nick Macris can stay with him. A couple of cars with their headlights on.
Final race of the day, but it marks a great weekend for the BMW M Performance Parts Race Series. I mean, if we talk about numbers, we enjoyed a 63 entry strong field for the Red Star Raceway event today, but also our sister club enjoyed somewhere around 24 entries. So a total of 87 BMW race cars in action this weekend across the country. The majority, all of them here, but growing very, very strongly down there in the Western Cape.
Yeah, well done to all those guys, and I'm sure that there was phenomenal action at Killarney International Raceway at the Power Series event. But of course we're going to have a couple of those cars hopefully joining us, and some Eastern Cape based cars joining us when we get to East London at the end of August. I think it's the 19th and 20th of August that we go racing at the East London Grand Prix circuit, and it'll be interesting to see what a big field, big track like that with a long straightaway. Are we going to see all the cars combined? I'd like to, but it's highly unlikely.
It's great.
I would love to see that.
Great to see the dynamics at play there. You take a couple of these cars from up here at altitude and bring them down to sea level. Specifically the likes of the Class C naturally aspirated competitors. We talk about Benny Late, and if I look down this list over here, unfortunately it's not a very long list of naturally aspirated cars. I think it's potentially one or two. We're missing, unfortunately, Oz Bagioni today. His car's suffering with some gearbox challenges right now. The pool man, as we like to call him. But yeah, a lot of NA cars, a lot more in Class D, and of course in Class E and F. And you bring them down to sea level, and suddenly a little power boost.
Exactly. A bit more air to suck into the intakes, and all of a sudden the performance of the car gets kicked up by 10 or 20%. And it brings it back into contention with the turbocharged cars. So NA versus Turbo in East London could be very interesting indeed, and certainly a little bit more of a level playing field for the entire pack of BMW M Performance Racing Series cars. A little bit of oil was dropped here as well, so I wonder if somebody else had some kind of an issue, because it was not only the oil that had to be cleared up down at the top of the dog bone, but a lot through turn 6 there.
You see the color on the screen right now from that red star in the sky. It's really these warm color textures coming through. You can see the marshals giving that change of surface indication right now, just warning the drivers if they can't see the cement lines and whatnot. So I think first lap is going to be tentative, and the drivers are going to be cautious, and there's not going to be any bold moves, I don't think. But potentially from lap 2 or 3, with a 5-lap race remaining, that's when the moves are going to have to be made.
Well, Bob's getting a move on, and he's trying to get a little bit of advantage over Alvain. I'm not quite sure how far back Alvain is. Oh no, he's right there. He's not too far off. I thought he might be a little bit further back there, because it looked like Bob just got a little squirt there.
Chasing the safety car.
Chasing the safety car off. All right, drop the hammer, let's go. 5 laps coming your way to wrap up the day's racing here at Red Star Raceway. Top 2, as expected, getting slight advantage on the start, but almost instantaneously as they come into the chicane, 2 Class B cars are right there with them again.
A tight formation again. We can see Alvain again, looking down the inside, and it's an absolute drag race down the main straight. But it looks like Bob's got just enough to keep him at bay, and takes that first left-hand sweeper without having to give way to the fast-charging Alvain behind him. But now 5 laps to try and build up again a bit of a gap. He had something around 1.5 to 2 seconds built up over Alvain, and we know that Anton Pommersheim and Nick Muckris charging behind. We're hot on the heels of Alvain. So again, we've got this pack tightly jammed together right now. Any mistakes, specifically in the slippery series.
Yeah, through here is where they were going to be a little bit concerned. It looks like it's okay. Bob ran a little wide, maybe caught a bit of debris that wasn't quite sorted out 100%, but didn't lose the lead to it. I mentioned Nick Muckris, and of course I meant to say Anton Pommersheim. But Pommersheim doing a superb job there to stay right on the rear wing. And then the Class C battle resuming there between Ethan Garcia, looking for a first victory, probably in his first time out as well. That'll be a second time we're seeing a race won first place.
Looks like we still have Renier Smith in the field over there. So we were talking about he's in the middle of that Class C battle right now. It's going to be interesting to see those cars, if they can just hold on to the grip as they go through those really tight corners. Cold temperatures right now, and then the cement plays an extra element into the question.
Could see her putting pressure onto Krobler, trying to go around the outside. There'll be a little bit of a slipperier line out there, but if he gets the cutback right, he might have the inside line for the penultimate corner, which is what he's going to attempt to do. He's there. He's put the nose in.
Shane is squirming. Who can put the power down nicely? Bucket list racing is right there.
There you go. Late braking from Ethan Garcia, dives on the inside. Krobler loses out. So a change up for the lead of Class C.
Very nice move.
Not quite done yet though. Shane's not out of it. He's got to cement it into the chicane if he wants to keep it. And with that, here comes Leonard Archer. And that's probably helped Ethan Garcia out a little bit there. Because Shane Krobler had to go defensive. He runs a bit wide. And that's going to open up the door, but Archer wasn't able to pounce.
There's some great racing going on right now. And again, drag race down the main straight. Who's going to have the power to kind of put the move in? And it looks like Ethan's going defensive already, a little bit to the middle of the track.
Krobler under attack. Down into turn 3. There you go. Leonard Archer squeezes through, and Krobler down to 3rd. So within the space, what's that? 5 corners. He's lost 2 positions.
Not a couple of corners he's going to want to remember, but I know he's struggling for grip at the moment. So you can see the car squirming as he's trying to put the power down. But as this race goes on, I think the guy's going to be struggling with a similar kind of problem.
The aspect, of course, if he's really struggling for grip as it is, now you've got cool track temperatures. You've already got some oil and some cement dust down there, which just throws in that little doubt in your mind as to how much traction you've got at that part of the circuit. So when you're really battling for traction, and you get another couple of aspects thrown in that will break traction for your race car, it's a mind game that starts to play around with you in the race cockpit. Here comes Muckris onto Pommersheim. Looks like with Nick closing on the back end of Anton, he's had to go defensive, which has lost him the toe onto the back end there of Alvain.
Very tentative first lap there. So if we talk about the fastest laps being around a 2:02, last laps by the leaders, 2:08.
There you go. So taking it very easy, not prepared to risk anything here. It's a reward over risk, I think, here in terms of these last 2 or 3 laps. They'll be coming through to get the 3 lap to go board. I think it is, 3 laps to go for our leading pack.
And Nick is going to go down the inside.
Great move from Nick Macros.
Is he going to make it stick? It looks like, Pomo Simon putting a little bit tail happy there, but keeping it together.
When in doubt, pin it. That's normally for a front wheel drive, not for a rear wheel drive. You don't want to be powering out of a big power slide out of that final corner. But he managed to keep it all together.
Same move, but now the diesel on the M4.
And that one was perfectly timed. So nicely done. Squeezing through there and finding a way past. Here comes Macros back at Parmesan.
Macros definitely got pace over here, so I think probably not being held up as much from the Class A competitors right now. Parmesan's definitely got his mirrors completely full from the Macros attack right now.
Yeah, it's the neck Macros attack here. Coming onto the back end of Anton Parmesan. He has got a little bit of breathing room though, so Macros might have just gone slightly awry to where he normally goes through that little section. You actually see him, he's shaking his head there going, come on man, concentrate, you got 2.5 laps to go, you got to catch Anton. You want the win, you got to get him, you got to pass him.
So Class C, we've got Ethan leading that right now, Leonard in second, Shane in third. Following behind that, we've got Nichelle Singh, Stefan Snyders, and Salvi Gualtieri. I wonder if he's going to give us a similar kind of show with a late show of pace, and Salvi starts moving his way through the field.
Good possibility of that, that's for sure. Salvi had very late break pace in race number 1. There he is right now as we speak.
Speak of the devil.
Yeah, the little red devil comes out there. The Italia car there. Italia. And Schneider's is well within his grasp.
Now, Probler has fallen behind him, so I think Shane's got a problem with that car, probably struggling with more than just grip right now, because I think he's just fallen behind. Is that a Salvi right now? So he's fallen behind that.
He is, behind Salvi and Schneider's.
So that'll put Nichelle into third position in Class C. And that's going to look like a very good points haul for him for this weekend.
100%. So Nichelle moving up ahead of Probler, who's dropped by the wayside. Long way back. Only a refresh on our as they come across the line. But look at this. I think Salvi has certainly got Stefan Schneider's in his thought pattern for the last couple of laps here. We got 2 to go.
Again, we're seeing a bit of a gap grow between Moltmeal and Alvin Steenkamp. Anton Parmesan.
Sorry, 1 to go. My bad, 1 to go. In my ear there, got 1 to go. So it's 1 to go here for these guys. And Bob putting the power down. He did say that if the power works and he can get the power down, he will be able to outgun Alvain, and he was not wrong.
Yeah, Alvain's got a lot of pressure from Anton behind right now, so I think going a bit of a gap, but it doesn't seem like there's any more performance to extract from that car right now. So I'm quite sure Bob is enjoying that little bit of relief right now, but Alvain not so much. Anton is looking posed, and with Neck right behind him, Anton has to keep the pace up.
Alvain can't afford to make any mistakes because Anton Parmesan will definitely make him pay. He would love to put a B-class car amongst the A-class car sandwich at the front end. Not quite sure if he's got the pace to do it now on this little short straight.
And he's going defensive on Parmesan.
He went defensive there. So he knows the pace that's coming from Anton. Despite him setting the fastest lap on the last one, he had to go defensive there to keep out Anton's last ditch effort down the short straight. So there, we are going to finish just in time. The red ball has stayed up just ahead. That star is thinking around to give us just half a lap more before it drops out of the sky.
I think the fans may have enjoyed maybe just a couple more laps. We might see some glowing red calipers.
That's
like
the part I love,
in the DTM style car that specifically Alvain's got there, and that would be quite the spectacle.
Right, to the line. Flag is waiting. It's going to be Bob Neal for the win. Here he comes. Delmas Mining. He put his money where his mouth is. He said the car would be good if he could fix the power drive, and he got it. The center bearing is sorted, and he outgunned race 1 winner Alvain Steenkamp. Depending on that gap, Steenkamp might take the overall victory though ahead of Bob. We'll wait and see what that's like. Here comes the battle for Class C. To the line we've seen already Parmesan and Macros take B's. Kutsia's got Class C. It's Leonard Archer for second, and Nichelle Singh hangs on for third. But how close was Salvi to the back end of Schneider's?
I'm sure he was waiting just for a couple more laps. He said, I'm going to have you for dinner. So yeah.
I think earlier on, before we had the safety car, he was certainly in for a chance of doing exactly what we thought he might do there. But just with that restart, didn't quite work out for him. The boss man at the back there, Rob Gearing, coming through and finishing up the field. From our side, Nick, thanks again, once again, for joining us. There you go. There is the big red star at Red Star Raceway. It stuck around and hung in there just enough time for us to finish up the day's racing. And we have had a fantastic day's racing here at Red Star Raceway for round 4 of the Regional Extreme Festivals presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. Massive thanks to our marshals and medics. The medics weren't called on at all. That's a great day's racing if you never have to call a medic out onto the circuit. So Don and Hanley and the team there, definitely not being called into duty at all. To our Two Wheels and Planet Margate team for all of the race action, and the production team, of course, of Dave and Paul. A couple of drone pilot jobs there from Dave as well. And then, of course, to all of our competitors and their sponsors, all our category sponsors, to Race Control and to Red Star Raceway for hosting us again here. We do appreciate everything, and we look forward to seeing you guys in about a month's time as we head down to the East London Grand Prix circuit for round 5 of this championship. Next month for round 5 of the National Championship, also at East London Grand Prix circuit. And don't forget, the weekend before that, we go to Swartkops for the Swartkops Annapolis. We hope to see you all soon. From my side, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice. Take care then. Bye-bye now.
Sorry.